Play some Dota. I was a little off today.
That's why ILTW fits right in with them. Didn't ILTW famously play like 40 pub games in 1 week or so? Or like 2 days?
No, it was like 3 days.
It was like 3 days, yeah. It was an insane amount. And you want to talk work ethic. He's been still grinding it out. I think, much as how you said, he's been a good assimilation into Nigma. I think, as much as I miss Weehaw, I think seeing Miracle back to mid has been a breath of fresh air.
And it's, my dad...
It's a big thing to say a breath of fresh air with how many breaths of air they've been taking before this draft. I just got word too. It might be another few minutes, folks. If you do want to grab a quick snack or something like that, I think it's going to be another 3 to 5 minutes before we actually do jump into the draft. They're about ready to get started, but do want to let you know. I'm always going to keep it 100p with you.
Cool. I wanted to see. I can't see the program for the guys downstairs. I wonder if their game is underway.
Oh yeah. Also, wow, Kyle.
2 streams.
Some things do change. Kyle's just on the ball today. Folks, there's going to be 2 streams throughout the entirety of Wildcard, and I believe throughout groups as well.
Half of groups.
Half of groups. So for these first 2 days, definitely take a look at the schedule, see which matches you want to be watching. You can hang out here for the 4 that we have today, and then also Sheev is going to be holding it down with everybody over on the A stream.
The Radiant stream.
Radiant, yeah, the A stream.
This is the Dire stream.
Thanks for tuning in to the B stream with me, Kyle.
You want it to be the B stream? We can make it the B stream.
I'll be honest, it feels good to start back at my roots, just like...
Keep you humble.
Yeah, right. Yeah, just a real quick ego check. But I am also very excited to check in on these teams in the draft. Do apologize for the delay. Just remember that sometimes, we're a new org. These things happen.
It's good, though. If it were to have a little bit of delay, a little bit more build-up, dramatic pause, it would be for this series. Because I really don't think you can understate it. This is the match to watch in this group stage. This is arguably the most important because these 2 teams have the most to play for. And specifically, the sword of Damocles hanging over Nigma, that if they don't get an incredible result at this major, TI Finals rematch in the qualifier.
Do you think Ana will be back for TI qualifiers, or is this going to be a Madara stand-in? Because their phrasing was, Ana's not going to be able to play the tiebreaker. We're going to have Madara. It seemed like a short-term kind of thing. But Ana, he started out humble god, then he went Ana, and then he doesn't even show up for tiebreakers.
I think he's been humbled. Okay. I think he'll be back in Australia, to be quite honest.
Okay.
And I think that we're going to see them change it up moving forward. Can't confirm, I'm not sure, but ultimately they needed to change. And we go back to Team Nigma.
You think we won't see more Ana?
Well, no.
Okay.
I think that
the recipe maybe only works so many times, right? Just like, hey, I'm home. Hey, look, I even tried it. It definitely does work every now and then, but it just seems like maybe they've played that card too many times at this point. Let's be completely honest. It seems like they definitely have a few tuning knobs that they do need to be twisting a little bit as they do move forward if they want to keep on marching forward. And I do agree with Kyle as well. When we do look at this series, this is a big one. They want to be making sure that they're crossing all their T's and dotting all their I's before they start this one, because this could very easily decide wild card for them, even though this is the first series that we're seeing to start off these 2 days.
Yeah, and we don't even really know how tiebreakers are going to pan out. There's not going to be any time between wild cards and group stage.
No.
And so because it's all BO2s, this series itself, all the series could be draws, and then only 2 teams are going to move forward, as opposed to Singapore, since Navi wasn't able to make it and Beast Coast weren't able to make it. 3 wildcard teams made it through.
I'll be honest, when I saw the wild card, I wasn't, you want every team to arrive, but you were kind of thinking, man, if another group stage team doesn't make it, is that
such a bad thing?
Yeah, you look at these teams, do you really only want 2 of them to advance? It's just rough.
Do you think slot allocations are going to change next year?
I think maybe point distribution. I think, Valve is still iterating.
Sure.
So
it's a big change. It's a very big format change.
I think that ultimately it's a good sign. I think that there's a lot more ability for fans to follow individual regions.
Yep.
And it's also really cool to have this epic international LAN that is only so often. Previous seasons, you can argue that it was great because we had way more Dota to watch, but it's a lot more meaningful when, Nigma goes to play against Vici when we only see it once every 3 months.
Look, I didn't want to get controversial or start anything on the first panel. You know me. I like to keep it really slow. Get in, get out, first few days, and then by the end, that's when we start shit posting live, But the thing is, like, usually for me personally as a viewer, I tend to not like leagues as much typically, but I think that anything that's punctuated by a lot of majors, like if there are a lot of majors, any format's fine because that's what creates the stakes. I would love to see, after we're looking way ahead now, but if we get into next year and we have the ability to have more majors and it's a league format, that would be something that I'd be excited for as well. And I think the upside from talking to players, talking to a few of the people that I had a chance to talk to before the event started, it does seem like that's something that they're leaning towards as well. I think a lot of the players really like the league format.
I think they also, the thing I love about Dota, we just love to play. The players like legit love the game.
It's hard to feel the stakes though, right? Like look, I obviously don't know. You would know better than me as somebody who's competed. But when you're in a format like that, it does just seem so much more abstract to figure out, like, okay, what does this actually mean? And you feel like maybe it's like, oh yeah, I can get some data. I can see if I can do this, this, and this. Maybe get a little bit looser in a draft because you're trying to see if certain things are going to work. And then all of a sudden, you've played all of your league matches, and one of the best teams isn't going to be making it to a major potentially.
And one of the biggest critiques is that for a tournament called the International, it seems kind of counterintuitive that half of the point distribution is within your own region.
More than half.
More than half. You get more points, basically, if you're just doing really well in your league. South America might have 3 teams at TI.
NA will have 3.
NA will have 3, and they basically just excel within their own region twice in a row.
To be fair, EG definitely repped NA quite well.
I won't take anything.
Nearly winning the major until the glorious question mark was dropped.
The question mark that we've had for quite some time right now is, what the heck are these teams doing? And finally we have the answer, and we're already into the draft. Let's take a look.
All right. We got IO ban, AA ban by Vici. We got
Clock Morph opening.
What are these Nigma bans? Nyx Assassin Broodmother? I believe that's Nyx Assassin Broodmother, which makes sense. The bugs
Is that a
have been,
wisp?
I think that's a wisp. That's a giant ball. Either that is Tusker and a snowball.
I'm gonna need binoculars. Man, I'm needing glasses.
It's gonna take a little while to get used to this.
That's when you thought you learned the
so
band
excited.
structure.
I was like, oh yeah, I've been training for this my whole life. Anime major, and now I'm just like, who are these guys? like, what's going on?
More of a dubs, not subs kind of guy, Rich. Is that what this is?
Yeah, I think that's where we're at right now.
And you see already on your screen the 2 distinct drafting styles. The huddle, employed by Team Nigma on the top left, and the individual PC by Vici. I've been on teams that employed both. There's arguments. I'm more of a huddler because I like to feel, the contact. We're in this together. But it's certainly easier to focus if you can just kind of chill, look at your own screen, and just everybody's talking.
Would you have ever given up clicking privileges to a coach, or not you?
I would have, but no offense to the coaches that we employed. I don't think. Nahaz already pushes enough of my buttons. I don't need him to also click the ones in game.
Fair.
Yeah. Imagine if you had to listen to him during a game. Wow, that would be terrible.
Grimstroke picked up with Doom, a classic combination, double Doom.
Yep.
I have heard that Morphling doesn't really care that much about Doom, though, and I'm kind of inclined to agree. The fact is, you can just, as long as you get the strength morph off, you can leave for 15 seconds, come back into the fight. You're not going to die. You're not going to be able to deal very much damage, but at least you'll be able to return after a short period of time.
And the TA gone already. Makes sense. Bat Rider as well. I mean, this is very much, from what I've researched, didn't watch it as long as you did, Tsunami, but this is the VP opening, but also what we've seen out of China all seasons long. Like,
sure,
the just solid combination, off laner, early pick. It's just solid. You open a fight with a Grimstroke ult into a double Doom. Like, that's good universally against everything if you can delete 2 enemies immediately.
Yeah, we were super critical about Doom early on in DPC in China. I was not a fan of the Midas build. It seems to be the only way to play Doom these days, at least from the offlane. I'm okay with it. We had a few mid-Dooms do Midas, wasn't on board with it. I don't think China really cares that much about mid-Doom anymore either. But as far as mid-heroes go, I know Miracle pioneered the mid-Sand King.
He did.
You think that that's still going to be a thing, or has it been figured out?
That worked, I think, because of specific scenarios. The game they revealed it was with, it's a frustration I think I personally had, a lot of fans have had for a long time, is that when Nigma is playing fast, right? When MC's on his Furion, when they're playing with this Darkseer, really up-tempo style, they look incredible. And then the next series, they're like, okay, I believe they actually went for a Miracle Medusa, like an ILTW anti-mage. We're like, guys, like in the interview, Crow's like, yeah, we love to play fast. And it's like, hard carry. You do this to us. But ultimately, that worked because you have a Darkseer to play with. They had the Vac stun combinations, and Miracle's just all over the map. So it'll be curious to see what they do. We talk about them playing fast. We see already a Morphling in the opening. I think it'll likely be an ILTW hero, but the big benefit now with Miracle going mid, it could be his hero. It could be played mid. We've seen that quite a bit because you get the level advantage. You very easily can farm the easy camp in flow, and it's never a bad hero. I feel like Morph's been meta for years.
Yeah, especially as long as AA's first phase ban, you basically have nothing to be concerned about. I have theorized that Bane should be good. You talk a lot about damage manipulation. Let's talk about heal manipulation. Need to have a vessel carrier. They already have it. Bane with Enfeeble is completely absent from every single region. I don't know why, because Morphling is very meta. Io's not as meta, which would be another hero that I feel heal manipulation would be useful against, but just absent for some reason. But I think he's a good hero.
I think we'll see it later in. Dota Pro Tracker, it's one of the heroes being picked quite a bit in pubs. It's got a pretty nice win rate, so I'm sure we will see it.
Okay.
But I actually would say we're going to wait for his Team Secret series.
Oh, okay, yeah. Puppy would get away with it for sure.
Tsunami, before we even sat down, you said that Vici Gaming, one of the most consistent teams. What do they need to have that consistency as we're moving a little bit deeper into this draft?
Their support duo, PYW and DY, has historically been, at least throughout Singapore, throughout Season 2 of the Chinese DPC, my favorite support duo in all of China. Old 11's reliable, but he doesn't really need to do very much. And same thing with Poyoyo, their carry player. He's good. He gets the job done. But unlike for Nigma, which I think is like a lot riding on the shoulders of their core players like Miracle, I think Vici Gaming, their consistency comes from their support duo. So they got the Grimstroke. Lion still in the pool. Snapfire gets taken out. Otherwise, that one's another China favorite.
Yeah, I saw Vici open with it quite a bit before the nerf during the season. One of my favorite heroes, really nice with Clockwork as well. You just rein in the damage from afar, but in the laning phase, people, I think it was probably more of a cookie build when you were still with us, but nowadays it's all about the little shredder for the minus armor. Very effective against Roche as well, and just kind of devastating the laning phase. You know, with the Blightstone, it's just too much minus armor to deal with, especially in the more tank meta. Yeah, Doom has the armor buff now. Used to be 0, now at 3, but you still go to negatives when you get hit.
I already feel like I've heard him say his catchphrase. It's a thing with Kyle. Kyle gets catchphrase. You ever notice that? During tournaments, he always has some catchphrase. I feel like I've already heard this one so much, and we're not even through the first series of the day, but control the armor, control the game is Kyle's catchphrase right now, and this is very much looking already like Kyle might be right.
Who would have thought, right? If it was funny,
definitely not chat.
Insania, I was joking about him the other day because he's been hearing me say that since like 2011. It's like it's pretty much been the name of the game, and I think underrated aspect that we don't see quite as much is the importance of magic armor. I think Veil is going to make a comeback. The spell damage increase, we didn't see it much, but it's real cheap and it's a lot of damage amp. And E-Blade, I've seen a ton of people picking up E-Blade. Elder Titan, another hero that if you have that magical burst, you just pop somebody, like they explode. Pugna, another hero that we'll probably have to wait till later picks in the draft, but it will be seen at this major, and I love it. The MC Darkseer, that's the way to start off for Crow and the boys.
Yeah, especially the support duo is already confirmed, so don't need to worry about Enchantress, don't need to worry about Oracle. Seeing as how Vici Gaming pick up an Earth Spirit, which there used to be Earth Spirit mid viability. I don't even see Earth Spirit in general. Definitely the least picked spirit out of the 4 in the past season. Mainly because roaming 4s are not that popular anymore. Mid lane's not easy to kill. They got full water runes every minute pretty much. What do you do as an Earth Spirit? You can try to win the lane, but unless if you have someone like a Darkseer on your team, what are you doing?
Yep, you can stack camps, that's for sure.
Sure.
But Vici, they just double down. This is full greed. You know, Doom, not a huge counter pick to the Morph, but now you have a Void as well. There is so much control. Both supports represent a lot as well, but it's definitely geared towards the late game. Vici are playing for 30 minutes plus, and Team Nigma are going to certainly need a last pick that allows them to step on the gas. They'd love to be able to get objectives after a few hero kills.
Yeah, now I'm thinking that Lina that we've been hyping up so much might be on Vici's radar now, because
definitely
that was the most popular combo I saw with putting damage into a Chrono, because you said the physical damage build is starting to become the de facto build for Lina, and they ban out the Juggernaut.
Yeah, TA's already banned, which is one of the more traditional counter picks to Alina, because no matter how farmed you are, how ahead of the game you are, you're always going to be squishy and susceptible to high reach burst. But Lina's a must. Yeah, there it goes. Right? That is Lina?
Yeah, that's Lina. Now, Puck is banned out also, so that's not a possibility. What other ranged mid laners can you put in? I think Medusa would be ultra greedy from Vici, so I don't think they would do that.
I think Pugna is a possibility. You can also try to get more aggressive. Is Batrider still in the pool?
Banned out before the Lina on Nigma.
Cool. I'm gonna need you.
I'll try. I'm trying to. Okay.
I don't know.
I think it's the third ban
I think
on
it's
Vici?
because it's doesn't have color. That it's a little bit
also
harder to
true.
see.
The desaturation definitely does not help.
Yeah.
What is the third ban on Vici? From left to right, it's IOAA and something with like a hat.
It's either Bat or Monkey King.
No, because Bat's on the other side. Because you said Bat ban, and I was like, oh yeah, I guess that could be Batrider. But now I see Bat on the left side.
Dude, well, it's also like, I remember panicking. What was it? I was starting. Long story short, I flew to meet Fear in Peru to play the open qualifiers, and I went to start drafting, and everything looked weird because you see in the spectator view a completely different draft if you're in Dota TV or if you're watching live. And then I'm on the pick phase. I'm like, oh god, where is everything? What do I do?
Yeah, it's on like the right side or whatever with the timeline.
We lost like 9 games in a row.
Tiny banned out. Death Prophet banned out by Nigma. Leshrac is still in availability.
That's a good point.
How do you feel about Leshrac Shard? I thought it was a meme, but now it seems like it's actually like a really good thing that you build.
It's just kind of silly.
That's what I thought.
Like the radius increasing, you just spam stun. If you get an arcane rune, you're sieging or roshing, you just spam stun in the pit or on the high ground, and you just stand in it. It's like, what are you supposed to do?
All right, the draft has been rounded out.
Void's Spirit is Vici's go-to. How do they deal any damage into this Chrono?
I have no idea. I remember there was a great write-up on Reddit regarding Void and how to play around it and how you shouldn't pick Void Spirit with Void because you don't have the damage into Chrono. You're not playing Dota Underlords. There's no natural synergy there. And I personally love what Nigma's got. This is speed. This is that last pick pace that they needed. They've got the Dark Seer synergy. ILTW Lycan is Beast. We'll probably see the Armlet Echo build that we saw throughout the DPC League. And Miracle mid-morph.
All right, well, now that we have everything in front of us, Kyle, how do you expect this one to actually play out?
I mean, I'm not going to change my predictions. I think that, Kuro and the boys, they've been here longer than any other team. They came to Kyiv early. They've been boot camping. They've been grinding. I think they've got a little bit of that honeymoon period, and I love their draft. This is the style I like to see them play, and I almost always feel like they come out ahead when they're the ones in control of the pace of the game.
I don't know when Vici got here. I don't like this draft. It's not what they did during DPC China. I have to change my prediction. This doesn't look good for Vici. I'm not on board with this. I'm going Nigma.
Okay, and I mean, you were the one who, when we got here, you're like, Vici's most consistent team.
May need to retract some of those statements, it seems. We'll see how the game plays out, but I don't really know how they... Like, why would you pick Faceless Void and then not get a last pick mid who can deal damage into Chrono?
Banned out, I guess? I don't know.
They had Leshrac. They had Pugna.
There were options.
All right, well, finally, we're going to get to see some cross-region play. We're going to get this started right now. Let's get the major underway.
And here we are, the best game to start things off, isn't it? Lacoste, Nigma up against Vici Gaming. It's been a while since we've been on the mic together, but how are you? What are expectations coming into this series?
Man, I don't know. I feel a bit disappointed at Vici Gaming's draft because this is the team that I hyped up the most throughout the first and the second season that I've been working on the Chinese region. Now looking at the draft, I'm like, what are these guys doing? This is not what they've been playing. I don't know if they're jet lag. Tsunami said, like, you know, when did they come here? Because this is definitely not the draft that they've been playing. No damage whatsoever inside the Chronosphere.
Yeah.
Void Spirit was kind of dead, just not in pretty much the whole region, Southeast Asia. Picked it a couple of times, but felt like the worst spirit, I would say. Like, people were just not picking it at all. Double Doom, however, very strong. Not the best way to disengage the fight. Nigma has a lot of stuff that they can put the damage from far away. You have Snapfire ulti, you have Clockwork from a distance. I want to see more of this Lycan. Safe lane Lycan, I think, is very underrated. Something that Nigma played 1 or 2 times.
And the physical damage build as well,
exactly.
Right? Yeah, and I think looking at Vici's draft, the fact that, like you said, they don't have much damage going into Chrono, sure, they won't be heavily reliant on it. They've got lots of abilities to cycle through in these team fights. But do you feel like once they commit for a fight, they're all in? If they're Chrono, they Doom, they start a fight, they have to go for it, don't they?
This is a team, this kind of a lineup needs you to go in and do stuff. Like, you need to be able to just get a kill or 2 and then maybe force potentially a buyback. This is something that Nigma needs to have as a backup option where, like, whenever you see these big team fight ultis, long cooldowns, just have a buyback ready and win a fight. Like, go inside Roche Pit, take another fight. I want to see this mid matchup, how it's going to go. Because I have not seen Void Spirit in a very, very long time.
And it's up against Miracle Morphling as well. I mean, you know, I was covering the SA division, and we saw a bit of Void Spirit early days, but it was very often hard countered by the puck pick or dealt with quite nicely. And I feel like when we saw it succeed, it was around that kind of level 6, level 7 moment where he gets an action rune, he moves into the side lanes, he needs to get early kills to really get the ball rolling.
Yeah, maybe the reason is they have a Faceless Void, we'll pick another Void on top of it. Is there a third Void in the game?
I don't know, in Underlords, TA and Enigma are Voids as well, I believe. So they're counted as like the Void family. I mean, we've got 2 spirits as well, Earth Spirit and Void Spirit, so we're getting the Underlord synergy going, if anyone still plays that game.
They do. Kyle is an expert, I heard. Like,
I'm
he's
a master.
He's a
I'm
top
boss too.
100 player.
Oh, is he really? Oh,
He
look at
is.
DY. GH and Mind Control with these Ion Shells. Oh, they're going to chip away at him. They've got the first blood coming. He's popped his Fairy Fire, but it'll do very little. Mind Control gets that first blood spilled in the top lane, and that is a cracking start for your Darkseer.
In the Western Division, EU, Clockwork was one of the heroes that caught my eye the most, whether it's GH, whether it's Saxa, playing it, just being very active on the hero, doing so much early on, and now you have a hero that also enables you with the Darkseer, Ion Shell, plus a Surge. Right now, Mind Control still saving a point in case they need a vac back, like vac back into the cogs as well, very strong combination.
Or even to cancel TPs, we've seen that, right? The kind of level 3, you've got this 1-2-0 build, not even bothering with Surge. Cancel TPs back into cogs, like you said. And then down in the bottom lane, the final one, which we've not paid too much attention to, LTW, you know, he's farming away. He's trying to, attempting to. He's 4 and 5 right now. There's a bit of pressure coming in from that Doom and Earth Spirit, though, as we did see them earlier on, dragging waves around, manipulating the creeps. And GH, he's bodyguarded by Mind Control, so he will be able to slip away from that top lane aggression.
Meanwhile, at the bottom lane, PYW, just one more hit.
The Wolves, nah, they can't chase him. They'll turn back and swing into action onto Kuroki, old 11. Can't go for the dive. They'll stick around and whack LTW a little bit instead. But they've really put a lot of pressure on this Lycan's farming rate, haven't they?
Yeah, right now he's just sitting at 7 CS, Doom 9 and 2. Doom, at the start of the season, wasn't really a big fan on the offlane, doesn't pressure too much, but he gets a ton of farm. And when you hit that critical timing, I want to see if he's going to go for that Hand of Midas type of a build, which I really like. Also wasn't a big fan, but after seeing a couple of games in other regions as well, where you get that Blank Dagger, BKB, Hand of Midas, most of the time it's just the same item built into Shiva's Guard and then a Refresher, because you get so much gold, it's very hard to play into.
What is it? It's like 300 GPM on top of it, right? With Devour and the Hand of Midas is pretty nuts. And you get those items much faster, of course. And Nigma here, trying to contest the pull that PYW has successfully dragged, but Kuroki, he'll reset that lane with a double wave arriving now for LTW to try and lap up a bit more CS there. And mid lane, Miracle, 19-3. Not much of a struggle for the Void Spirit so far. Has his bottle up and is trying to do a bit of damage to Miracle, but Morphling is unkillable at this point, right?
Exactly, that's pretty much what matters in this matchup. You cannot die.
Absolutely, especially with Water Runes up, there's no way that you're going to be able to take him down. Even with an Earth Spirit rotation, it could be quite a challenge. And Water Rune is going to come back up again in a sec. GH will guard the top for Miracle. So it looks like the Void Spirit, he's going to have to go for the bottom one.
I think Morphling should regen more from the Water Rune, like extra 50%, because he is the water himself.
Someone was asking me, is it cannibalism? He's made of water, he's drinking water. Is that cannibalism that Morphling's partaking in?
Good question.
We'll have to ask the Lore Masters. Where's Slacks when you need him? And Mind Control. He's got himself the raindrop, so he's very tanky up here, and he's been left alone. Clockwork has made that little mosey down into mid lane.
Even after all these nerfs, Snapfire just seems like it's a first big material as a hero. It nerfed the Lil Shredder, nerfed the Aghanim Scepter before, still feels super strong.
I guess she's kind of moved roles a bit as well, right? Because we saw her in that 5 or 4, then people figured out you could play her 2 or 3, and now with the nerfs, it's kind of play as the support. You don't really have that same core or carry strength that we previously saw from, the Thompson Snapfire, for example.
It's still doable, I think, in certain situations, certain scenarios. It's just that it shines on a position 5 most of the time, because you get so much damage. They have a good setup with the cog.
Minus armor.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I guess you've got that mild flexibility with a snap, if, like you say, if you do pick it up early on in the drafting stage. What's going on up top? Because PYW is TPing there. Clockwork, it looks like he was trying to drag the wave, and DY, he's done. He's dead. They do get the trade back onto GH. And Mind Control, the time dilation, that bashes, the time locks. They've got him all stuck up here, and Vici Gaming with a great rotation from that Earth Spirit make DY sacrifice all worth it. Well, bottom, old 11. Chased back by RTW, but Kuroki can't really close the gap on him. The Doom is tanky and speedy with the phase boots up.
I love that. The build on Poyoyo this game, putting in a single point in time dilation. Roll mid. They surprised him.
They catch him with the Remnant. The nuke damage, not enough. Look at that. Morphling pops his one, has the raindrops, even turns for a nice little adaptive strike back into them. Well, bottom lane, the cookie forward. They'll catch the Doom out at long last. Nigma grabbing that off-lane kill.
Oh, tips, not offensive tips. That's not something that Nigma does. Doom getting closer to his level 6. So once they get that, I expect the Earth Spirit to rotate so they possibly get a kill on Lycan.
What are we looking for here in terms of the game plan for Nigma? Because we went over Vici Gaming in terms of how they want to approach fights. They're waiting for level 6 on the Grimstroke, on this Doom. Their ulti is very important. Nigma, what are they focused on? Is it item builds? Is it Lycan and Morphling hitting item timings?
As a Morphling on a mid lane, you can put a lot of pressure, just force a rotation, as we've seen. Just being very annoying, because Void Spirit, without items, he can't really kill you. They need to bring Earth Spirit to silence him, or a Doom. He doesn't care too much about the Grimstroke rotation. If there's a Phantom, there is a 1 point in 1, because you have all that agi, it just instantly dies pretty much.
Oh, old 11. He's going to phase himself over Kuroki. The big bad wolf is coming, though. The shapeshift from RTW is going to slice through this Doom after the Inkswell ends. RTW should be able to finish this one up. There's no way PYW or DY can save him at all. He's even going to go diving a little bit deeper here, considering the move onto the Grim. But gives up in the end. There's creeps to be had back at his tier 1 tower.
First good usage of Lycan ulti. They get a kill on a core. Lycan going into right click. There's no necro units anymore, so you have to figure out what you're going to build. Going into Echo Saber, probably going to be... maybe Armlet's not the best one here against Doom, even though Item got a huge buff in terms of how much damage you actually receive from having it on.
Yeah, I guess with the Doom, the Magnetize, even this spill damage coming out from the Void Spirit, the Grimstroke, it can be a little bit nasty to try and toggle your armlet. But we're seeing Vici Gaming here almost scrambling to try and make something happen. You see the net worth of the Void Spirit right now, 6th position. It feels like Ori really wants to get himself on the board, find some kills, but mid lane is a no-go zone. Bot lane really hasn't been successful for them. Are we waiting for the Faceless Void to TP rotate with a Chrono? Because right now, the game is almost slipping out of Vici Gaming's hands.
It's a 1k gold lead. We still need to see first Chrono rotation. Once again, very concerned about their damage output inside a Chronosphere. No range hero. Like, I would maybe prefer if Void Spirit was a Leshrac, but that's just me, because this hero feels completely...
Oh, hello.
Oh, bottom. Never mind.
Fake out. I think he killed off the creep that was being cookied forward.
Yeah. And on the top lane, Poyoyo is just farming, going into Maelstrom. Pretty standard build on Void these days.
Yeah.
One thing I like is that he's maxing the Time Walk, because there's a lot of overtime chip damage coming out, especially from the Clockwork and the Iron Shell. So he decided to max it out.
And Kuro going to get away from PYW. And again, it's a Vici gaming movement that comes to very little and might actually set up for Nigma to turn on them. They jump into the cogs with the Void Spirit, but PYW stuck in here as RTW back into Shapeshift, and GH finally pops for that late damage from the Astral Step, while a good TP from DY gets him safely back to Fountain. But Vici Gaming making moves and not really having the payoff, as mid lane they do deny the tower away from Miracle's Morphling at the very least.
Something that shouldn't happen. I think he got surprised. Old 11 still going for that Hand of Midas. He also got some chunk of gold after denying that tower. So all good there. Meanwhile in the top lane, Rocket just scouting things out. Boyoyo continues to farm.
Yeah, untouched. Absolutely untouched on that Faceless Void. 4,200 net worth. And Mind Control, he's even dropped the wall earlier on. But that's another thing, right? If you're looking at this Vici Gaming lineup with all the damage they've got, once MC gets himself, the pipe, the mech, the Greaves, or whatever it might be, he mitigates a lot of that team fight potential. Now the Kuroki gonna get found in the trees here. Nuked down. Another one up there for Vici Gaming, and Ori gonna be happy to get some earn charges on his Void Spirit.
Doom still didn't skill his ulti.
Good roll. PYW's found ILTW, the TP. Yeah, that's a good one.
And that's a big W for Nigma. He gets out.
You've been talking to Rich about these W's.
Yep, I love talking to my boy Rich.
I hear ya.
A lot of insights, not about the game, but about life
in general.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, we're looking pretty good for Team Nigma now. We've got that Echo Saber on the Lycan. He's going to farm through the jungle at a pretty rapid rate. Catapult wave top not being utilized. I mean, it's been pinged out on that tower because Vici, they are on the tier 1 bottom lane, while Nigma a little bit behind the curve in terms of map movement. Focus much more on their farming rate rather than the shove onto that top lane. And it's kind of a hard lane to move into, right? Pushing Faceless Void out of the lane unless you're chipped away at him.
They don't have a single silence. They have, like Lycan Morphin doesn't provide it. You roll in.
Yeah, they catch out DY with hookshot, but there's so many heroes here ready and waiting for that initiation. GH gets turned on immediately. And they'll get the tower denied. Miracle grabs it.
1-1 in terms of deny. Wolf.
On the Wolves, the kisses are coming. Oh, he's got Time Walk, he's going to TP out, and there's no more stuns.
That's all they got.
He cancels. He wants to turn around and fight this. They've still got Chrono ready. If they want to find the big bad wolf, the time dilatation's there. Maybe Kuro will be that final kill they'll find in that top lane. Try and get some bashes going. He's forced the wand out. And there's a Snapfire dropping.
I love this Faceless Void. Actually canceled the TP there. Does not want to go in. And what's most important is he is saving the tower. Something that we've seen from Void Spirits, going into that Spirit Vessel early on, instead of going that like Yule's Aghanim Scepter. You're playing against Morphling, you're playing against Lycan, a lot of overtime damage, canceling the healing, one of the best items, one of the reasons why Morphling also decides not to get a shotgun. Going into Manta style, have a way of dispelling things, and then like even, good catch.
GH has found him. And he's going to set up Miracle here for a freebie on PYW, isn't it? Yeah, there's the final adaptive strike. All around the Roche pit, but still no ability for Nigma to get out for that top tier 1 objective that they would so desperately want to claim. And we're still holding that Chronosphere on the Faceless Void.
Just stacking the Chronospheres for later on. Maelstrom done.
How long until Grim hits level 6, by the way? Or has he hit 6 and he's holding a point of ulti?
He's not
he's
holding a point. He has all 7 abilities used.
I see. So he's going to be waiting for level 8 until they finally get the double dooms going.
I think he gets another point in Inkswell and then gets a point in the Soulbind.
Okay.
Because right now, what he wanted to do is put another point in the Phantom's Embrace, so you can't really kill that easily. And you can like stack the silences with him and the Earth Spirit. Still yet to see the combo, because they have not been using this Doom, they've not been using the Chronosphere so far. Yeah,
it's been quite a slow, steady game from them until now they kick into action. On to GH's Clockwork, who tried to break the smoke. He gets his job done, maybe a turn here for Miracle and Kuro. They won't be able to track back on the Void, and the Doom is going to come out. Finding in the back lines, Lycan, he's stuck down here with the Doom, bring over the kisses, back towards DY, allow Miracle to split them in half again, and they got the wall onto all 11. MC and RTW, even though they've doomed up the Lycan, he just turns and hits them.
There's no follow-up damage. They definitely need Void Spirit, they need the Spirit Vessel to have some more overtime damage. Good thing for Vici Gaming is they have one of the better heroes to utilize the Inkswell. You have Void Spirit, Earth Spirit, like pretty much everyone loves to have it on because all these heroes are melee and they want to jump in.
Absolutely. And now we've got that mech up on mind control. That's going to be a great little save there for Nigma in these longer extended team fights. He's waiting down by that bottom rune, a dangerous place to be, and it's an arcane that can be grabbed up here by Vici Gaming. And they won't catch on to Darkseer, but Clockwork makes the jump onto PYW instead. GH yet again brawling away at a very rapid rate as they cancel out the roll. The Miracle Morphling still on the back lines, battling with the Faceless Void, turns into him as well. Time dilation, not something that Poyo really wants to be handling. And the Cookie, he's straight onto the Faceless Void. They time walking back up to high ground though. The Wolves are going to scout. RTW hunting and chasing, but doesn't have the follow through. These fights really are very scrappy. They engage, get one kill, disengage and spread.
They don't have the answer for Faceless Void nor Void Spirit. None of these heroes build into any kind of silence, into any kind of hex. So very hard to control. So Vici Gaming should keep fighting. I want to see a Chronosphere, even though it's not the most, they don't have the most damage inside a Chrono. Just placing it on one of the supports is going to do the trick.
We'll put it on the Lycan. Waste the shapeshift time. Make sure your supports can survive. Well, Miracle has that Manta style done. Over towards the Ancients as the rest of his team making that barrier in front of his Ancient area. MC breaks the ramp, walks up to high ground. Gonna spot out Old 11 in a second. Again, they don't really have that great ability to jump, catch, and kill.
They need Clockwork. Clockwork needs to be pretty much involved in every single kill. He needs to be active. So far, he has been involved.
There it is.
There we go.
He goes in. But then what? Yeah, he's been silenced up. They've got stuns, they've got slows. They will try with this wall and the jump in. Miracle finds PYW. But Vici Gaming, probably quite happy with that. Wall dropped. Nigma expend a decent amount. And they'll be able to reset and maybe think about fighting around this Roshan because Nigma are walking into the pit.
They have enough damage with the Morphling Manta style, with Lycan inside the pit. Echo Saber deals a ton of damage. Still no points in Howl, but eventually we'll get there. Let's see if they decide to take this fight. It goes down so quick.
That is so quick. I was going to ask you, is it worth Vici contesting this?
I don't think they can.
They don't even know it's happening. It's happening so bloody quickly. There's ages now for Miracle. So the unkillable, unkilled Morphling now with a second life. They've got an Arcane Rune on Ori mid, though.
That's a big one. If he gets multiple spells off in a team fight, it's gonna wear off in the next 10 seconds.
That's unfortunate. That would have been a great spot for Vici Gaming there to use this bottom jungle platform area just to move in towards mid-tier 1. Again, an important objective for them to grab.
And this is why Mind Control is the best Darkseer player in the world, in my opinion, because he does not go for Aghanim Scepter first item. I've seen in the other regions. He wants to be able to fight with the team, tank up. Aghanim Scepter makes you tankier, but components, it's just stats pretty much. So you don't get that value that you get from the mech.
Yeah, much nicer as like a second or third item.
Sure.
And when you've got like an Ember Spirit or, a lawnmower hero, right?
Yeah,
they don't catch PYW. But maybe later on the Aghanim Scepter Darkseer could be good on the Lycan. Chasing people down and running them into the ground. As Nigma really do secure themselves a nice little foothold in that top part of the map in that dire jungle.
Vici Gaming, they need to play a bit of a split push game for the next couple of minutes just to get them back on track. Very limited on stunts, as you already mentioned. No silences whatsoever. Their catch is Clockwork. If he misses a hook shot, then on the other side of the map, you can start playing more aggressively. But Nigma, they're not stopping. They took a tier 2 tower. They can take the outpost, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, it's quite nice as well when you've got that kind of situation you're explaining. Void Spirit feels the need to catch up a little bit. Void can farm that area you're indicating down bottom, and then Doom doesn't need that much space to farm. He can devour, he can keep his net worth and gold going, but look at this. Nigma are on your high ground. They're using this first Aegis very aggressively. Miracle forced to dip away from the tier 3, doing about a third of the HP in damage to it already, 18 minutes in, and more importantly, forcing all of the TPs back.
And also what's important is they are keeping a tier 1 tower on the mid alive. They're controlling the runes. Miracle right now with the Arcane Rune going into E-Blade. So supports need to be careful. Even Void, he's not building into BKB yet, going for SNY, a bit of status resistance, which is okay. Like, Faceless Void, if you tank up, if you survive, you don't even need a BKB. If you can get, like, Scotty Satanic, I think that should be the build here against the Morphling, especially like an ulti.
A bit
prematurely.
He's hungry. He sends the Wolves up to scout out DY. The kisses are coming across, and Morphling, he's turned into the Earth Spirit, gets the catch with a roll. Beautifully done, and Old 11 is being hunted down. You can't catch him out. The hookshot does miss, but Old 11, Echo Saber, slap down, and the roll back in. Miracle just keeps it going. A double for your Morphling, and GH unfortunately couldn't quite get in onto that bonus kill, but Nigma, they start the steamroller now with that first Aegis.
Very aggressive move there from ILTW, just runs in, he gets leashed, but you know, this wolf/dog cannot be leashed that easily, especially if there's no one around him. And what's most important is that he provides the vision for the team. They also don't have enough burst damage. 19 minutes in, where's the Chronosphere?
That's like, we haven't seen a single one, have we?
Nope.
Oh yeah. Oh, we have been saying that there's no damage really to go into it, so maybe
that's why he's not using it.
He's just not using it. Well, Faceless Void, he's got some other spells, and he's building some nice items like you were mentioning. SMY very close to completion. A little bit behind the Morphling now as Miracle starts to create a bit of a gap that Faceless Void potentially might not be able to bridge. Good hook shot. GH, he finds Old 11 off in this dire triangle, but they roll back in towards the clockwork. PYW, ink swelled up, and now the Chrono.
There it is.
But the back wall is onto 4 of them. DY being slain by Miracle. They do get the Doom onto the docks here on the back as Kuro gets rolled on again. The batches from Poyo and Vici Gaming strike back, but Morphling is such a potent force, you can't contend with Miracle.
A good back-to-back. I believe that hit on 4 heroes on the top of the wall. Great way to disengage. And we can see the lack of damage inside a Chronosphere. Another like an ulti.
Another one, yeah, he's going back onto the Void Spirit now. I mean, they're both Voids back behind their tier 2. Nigma starting to put the pressure on real thick here. 14 to 11. The kill score, the net worth difference doesn't seem by the metrics that there's that much between the two teams, but the pace at which Nigma have been playing the past 3-4 minutes around that first Aegis, pressuring high ground, moving up to tier 3s, and might be even going up again. Poyo Inkswell, they want to get onto Miracle. 20 seconds until Aegis is reclaimed.
They know there's no cooldown. Like, cooldowns are there. No Doom, no Chrono. Let's see the combo.
They go on to Morphling. He's still got Aegis, and he's gladly going to give his first life as they get the Lycan out of there. Kuroki saves the day for RTW while Miracle rolled upon yet again, but he got the strength morph off. Looks like the Morphling should be alright to waveform back as Kuro gets healed up by the mech, but PYW helps Ori.
They need to get more. PYW needs to connect with his spells.
But he misses the roll. Jinx. He misses it, and now you got this Faceless Void, Miracle Morphling jumping away. Old 11, has he got a Doom? Has he got anything to stun him? Miracle is just dancing around him. The ballerina Morphling pirouetting around Vici Gaming. No catching this fella.
This is the silence. This is the silence that they need to charges on that silence from Void Spirit so he can control the backline, but they will have tools to deal with it. Manta Style is already there. Darkshire with the Guardian Greaves.
Oh, it's a full Greaves now, yeah? Oh, he's bringing so much sustain to these fights. And what's the next move? It feels like Nigma kind of just want to wait for second Roshan, then potentially finish the game the way they've been going. And Vici Gaming, is it just try and chain smoke, try to look for fights?
They need to use the Chronosphere. Next Roshan may respawn in 2 minutes, so this is where they should try to take another fight. Going into Scotty. Smoke from Nigma.
Oh, he misses out. The hook shot not on the mark from GH this time. And it looks like Void Spirit's going to get away from the Cogs, but the E-Blade Adaptive Strike, that shotgun picked up by Miracle, slays DY, and RTW into the wolf form, but he won't find anything to pick off in that triangle. I'll just take control of the area, ward it up, and start thinking about the bush.
Look at that. Miracle also finds a Nether Shawl, which is probably the best item you can find on Morph, just a better hood overall, plus some spell amp on top of the shotgun. He had a perfect game so far. 8-0-0, which means that he stole every single kill that he was involved in. Which you want to do with Morph.
Something going in the way of Vici Gaming, and the Doom coming out as well. Old 11's beekeeping himself up, and they are starting to slap down into RTW. Ori picks up a double kill as Nigma stick around too long with a couple of heroes in the triangle and spreading the map too thin.
Not sure BKB was needed there from Old 11, because it's just a Lycan. He doesn't deal any magical damage, but better to be safe than sorry.
No stuns either.
Both mid laners are actually having a really good game. Not even a single death on both of them. Ori also 8-0. Going into Kaya Sanj, which is one of the best items in the patch, I would say.
For sure.
Even after the nerfs, the status resistance plus the spell amp just feels so good to have on certain heroes.
Yeah, like Lash, Void Spirit is a spectacular item. And also got a couple of Spirit Vessel charges still there up his sleeve as well, so he'll very likely be holding them for whenever they find Miracle Morphling isolated, or the ability to jump onto the Morphling with the Earth Spirit and the Void together. But Nigma, they're going to know that it's nearly Roshan time. We're getting to that point where it's fast spawn time, so these smokes are looking to secure themselves the top area of the map, get some kills, pick off DY here, and it looks like it should be a pretty simple one for Miracle to continue his streak.
And that's godlike for Miracle. Roche will respawn in 2 minutes, so they don't need to rush things. They could potentially take a tier 2 tower on the bottom lane. Tier 1 also still standing there. So
free money.
Yeah, free gold on the map.
Absolutely is. That's why we've got these couple of heroes here. Void Spirit pushing the bottom lane, showing on the map, and Faceless Void playing off map in these jungle camps, just trying to extract as many resources from the map as they possibly can. But the Wolves are always scouting them. Like, wherever we look at these Vici Gaming heroes, they have a wolf on them. There's Vision, and Miracle, ooh, he's not going to find him. Beautiful attempt to try and catch the Earth Spirit on his escape, but not quite there.
What a wild game. Like, score pretty much even. Vici Gaming leading in terms of net worth. You know why?
Doom?
There you got it. Got it, Gary. A lot of it. Like, this is where Doom shines. Like, he wants these mid-game fights when he gets the items going into Shiva's Guard. His next item, if it comes down to that, should be a refresher. And then you potentially have 3 Doom targets if you can execute. Problem is, DY does not have a cast range item and didn't find a neutral one, didn't build into one, instead decided to go for a Force Staff, which is okay. You know, forcing people out of the cogs is something nice, but you need to be close. You need to be standing close to the fight. The cast range on that Soulbind is not too good. They're getting scouted by the Wolves.
Yeah. Everywhere they go, the Wolves will follow. And they try to smoke there again, vying for control around the Roche pit. What's the timer now? 10 seconds. And Nigma are the ones that look like they're in prime position to try and grab this. But Vici are also ready. They've scanned the pit. They know that something's not quite right. LTW. Here we go. Shapeshift forward with a great hook shot. Catches 2 of them on the outskirts of the battle. PYW almost blown up, but he survives. Old Levin and Poyo back in towards the Lycan Wolf. They need the Chrono to catch him, and they will. The Cookie, nothing will save him at all. And also in the back, the Doom and the catch. Mind control down to Old 11, all around the Roshan spawn. What a huge fight for Vici.
Vici Gaming, they're not done. They're still chasing. They're going to get this one as well.
But Tier 1 Tower still alive. I mean, Morphling in the back. He's hunting for targets, but unsuccessful in his attempt. Maybe Nigma can stop them taking Roshan, though, as Vici Gaming have 5 alive up against the 2 of GH and Miracle.
They need to get something done out of this, like potentially get one more kill, or if they want to wait, just reset, get your ultis back up, and go for that Roche fight.
There's Tier 1 Tower mid, there's Roshan, and look at Miracle's positioning right now. Angling towards a free kill. He attempted on the Void Spirit.
And he gets
it! The 8x streak demolished! Miracle, beautiful pick off. Now that's going to stop Vici Gaming in their tracks. GH will gladly die for the cause.
800 gold for Morphling on top of it, and now he's getting closer to the link.
He's going to get another kill here, maybe. DY on the run. Miracle in that Faceless Void mode again. Already used his time dilation, time walk off to the side, and GH even buys back to secure the Roshan for Nigma. It looked good for Vici Gaming with a teamfight victory around that perfect timing, but Nigma are the ones that will claim the prize.
Yeah, they cannot take this fight anymore. No Doom, no Chronosphere. It's Cheese Ages plus a Shard. I want to see who gets the Shard. I would give it to Snapfire potentially, or Clockwork for the memes.
The jetpack memes?
Jetpack memes. It's not as bad as people think. I'm kind of convinced Darkshire actually holding it for now.
Okay.
Normal punch. And he's going to be punching people like anime. Yeah, no, we're here. That's why he decided to get it.
They're very, very fitting. In with the theme. He's got Blink Dagger as well, so he can, jump onto that Faceless Void, normal punch him. Let's see what he can get done. The second Aegis, though.
It got buffed. Like, you get the max stun easily now. And also, Howl. The disability attack damage reduction, it's not maxed out yet, but once it will be 40%, and also armor, -8. Howl is that balance, Gary.
It's pretty bonkers. Such a good debuff there coming out from RTW.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I guess Snapfire's got no points in Scatter Blast. Did I see that right?
Yeah, that's why they decide to give her a shard. It's like one of the old memes. Buys Aghanim Scepter.
Doesn't level up the skill.
Exactly, doesn't level up ulti.
Under attack.
Well, Kuro looks like he's holding a point there as his talent tree flashes. We've got Morphling, still without now the Shawl, sending the Grove Bow back. And Nigma just regrouping, resettling themselves to think about that bottom lane push and maybe the attempt on high ground in the next minute or two. Well, Vici.
And because he picked up the Aegis, doesn't need to go for Lincoln here. He's not afraid of the Doom. Instead decides to go for Scotty, more slow, just better stats overall.
Yeah, slow down these melee heroes, right? You mentioned there's no real ranged threat from Vici Gaming up against the Faceless Void, the Void Spirit, and the Doombringer. Kiting and slowing them such an important part and factor here for Miracle's gameplay. As it looks, is he going to try and do an illusion bait? Are they going to go for this? He sent the real hero with an illusion to the tower, and he's trying to bait with his second illusion, but they're running away from it. Not going to try and fall for any kind of play by Miracle.
They know which one is real.
They spot him out.
Still, lead for Vici Gaming in terms of kills. Well, Doom. That's where the gold comes from. It's a gold factory, pretty much.
And I guess Lycan not really the fastest farmer, is he?
He's not. He tends to be in the fights. He's not the same hero anymore. No Necrobook, as we mentioned. But I like what he's doing. I think maybe his second item instead of Armlet should have been that Orchid. It was a popular build before, especially in Southeast Asia. Get the Necro into Orchid and just completely destroy one hero because they have no sound. Hook shot.
Oh, the vacuum though. Finds PYW, but he's got another roll away. Oh, the little puppy steps in front of GH, but Miracle, he's snuck into the back here. Kisses expended by Kuro, and it looks like PYW are going to get slapped down. Miracle's there with a Skadi slow. Great roll to the high ground, and he's even BKB'd himself up to survive.
Radiant's middle tower.
RTW has done a really good job. It's like he's playing a Beastmaster, or the old Lycan with the Necro, just providing the vision for the team. Has been crucial in some of these team fights.
Yeah, it gives the openings for everybody. The Morphling, the Clockwork, even a Snapfire to launch some of those big globs of lava at people. But another situation where Nigma feel the need to fall back and push out their lanes and slowly meander their way across the river towards the objectives they want. While Vici Gaming...
This is going to be a huge problem when they get the next set of items. On Doom, Refresher, he's getting there. Like, he needs the just 2,000 gold to finish it off. Shiva's Guard as well on top of it. So they're going to have Holy Trinity of the items, which I like to call against certain heroes like a Morphling. You have Spirit Vessel, you have Shiva's Guard, and Faceless Void will have a Scotty.
Yeah, perfect. I mean, we're getting to the point where Vici Gaming, they're in late game at this point, you know. We've got these huge items coming up for them. Yeah, scaling really, really well. Well, now Nigma starting to become more and more like that 4 protect 1 around Miracle's Morph. And he's moving forward again with these Wolves. RTW scouting everything that Vici Gaming are up to.
I would love to see a gem. Just gem getting picked up so they can smoke, not necessarily invest into sentries. They're waiting for Roach. They're waiting for this Aegis to expire, and it's gonna expire in the next 25 seconds.
There's a hook shot in. They want to make the most of it, and they get straight onto the Faceless Void. He's dead. Has a buyback ready if they want to pop it, because Alt 11's going in deep, hunting with his Doom onto Mind Control. They kill off Poyo, and Mind Control drops as well, but RTW turns the Wolf, helping Miracle get that beyond godlike streak. PYW, he's got a good magnetize going, but the double kill Morphling just slaughtering them. Vici Gaming.
Aegis is gone in 5 seconds. Can they time it?
He can get away with a roll. Lacoste, he's turned into Earth Spirit. Waveform TPs, and he's out of there. Nigma move in, they strike. They get 3 buybacks off the back of that as well.
That was such a big play, because Faceless Void, he felt secure. He felt secure. There are no silences whatsoever. I can get away with this item build. Suddenly, Orchid reveal from Lycan, and they managed to burst him down from 100 to a 0, forced 3 buybacks, and it's time for Nigma to go. Like, there's still a Chronosphere up, but I feel like if they win another fight, the game just ends, because they have enough damage with the Morphling. A Morphling could potentially even buy back. There's still tier 1 tower to TP2 easily on a mid lane and just get back into the fight.
Yeah, they're going to have pretty much everything, right? The Kisses are back. They'll have Shapeshift and Wall reasonably soon. And they are waiting in that mid lane spot to see if anybody comes to shove the wave, and it looks like the Wolf leading the charge.
Again.
They spot Poyoyo. They see the Faceless Void.
He knows. There it is.
GH catches him with a hook shot. Never mind. No follow-up. That was scary though for Vici.
Style points. You know, we can get you if we want to, but we don't want to end the game.
Just poking the angry ogre, making sure they know who's boss. Miracle going to go down to bottom, shove that wave out, and close the net around the little fishies of Vici Gaming. They're being shoved back into the bunker that is the Dire base. Only one hero there. You see the Void Spirit out on the map anywhere, and even he has to TP back because he is afraid. And there's that gem you mentioned. I'll see if they use it to smoke up out of this real sticky situation. There's a long line drawn.
Took them a while to pick up that gem because it's super annoying to play into. There they are, already scouting. You don't necessarily need to deal damage with them. It's all about that reveal.
Hello, little doggos. And then say goodbye. Now what's there's the move. Smoke time. We need to get these double dooms going. And PYW's been pretty good at finding these targets with his rolls, adding the ink swell from DY. As we do have that Infernal Blade Aghanim Shard, yeah, like the observers showing there, so even more potent percentage-based damage onto a hero like Morphling.
I've been trying to think what the ILTW stands in this particular game. The best I could think of so far is I like the Turn and then like Into, which is not there, Wolf. But yeah,
I like the Wolf.
I like the Wolf pretty much. Yeah.
Just stick with that.
Keep it simple, okay, Gary. Thank you.
You set it up. I'll do the proofreading. Don't you worry.
Boom! There it goes.
Very patient though from Nigma, isn't it? There's no need to rush. No need to go too headstrong into these situations.
And Faceless Void, changing his mind, needs to get that defensive item going into BKB next.
Okay.
Understands if they silence me, it's been shown in the previous fight, I can just straight up die.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it, right? He went to the Ashen Y, didn't go for Manta or BKB, so he doesn't have a Dispel. And I guess Satanic, not really something that's on the cards for the Faceless Void either.
Satanic is also a Dispel, which, but
it's a bit wonky to fit it into this kind of build.
I think he also wanted to have something to defend against E-Blade, because if he gets Ethereal inside a Chrono, there's not going to be any damage. Still, they don't have any real damage. Well, they have 3 melee heroes and the 1 range hero, which actually does not deal damage inside a Chrono anyway.
And you don't want to have to BKB to get rid of an E-Blade, do you? But we'll see what he gets up to. As Vici Gaming still not able to take down that mid-tier 1, 36 minutes in. They get some good vision down, and they are here, ready to make the jump onto whoever shows to push out that mid-catapult wave. It's ILTW, shows under the ward. Do they go for this Lacoste? They will. Blink Stomp Doom, Old 11's in. They make the jump onto it, and the Chrono catches Nigma. 3 heroes in the bubble, pants down Nigma. They're getting slaughtered there. Michael has to buy back. ILTW does it as well, and Snapfire will return to the battlefield. The vacuum wall, MC, he's in on top of all of them. Miracle's in trouble though. He's lost the majority of his agi. He's had to shift straight to strength. Comes back in as the Faceless Void, as the roll across, misses out on him. Spirit can't catch him. And Vici Gaming come out with a double kill. The Doom, he's in trouble.
Still alive.
They're still taking him down. Miracle, he's on Poyoyo. The finishing blow gets the godlike streak to continue. PYW's caught up there with a battery assault, and RTW, he's hunting for them. Bashes the Earth Spirit, gets caught up in the nice little remnant, but he's dead. 100 seconds.
3 buybacks by Nigma. This is something that I mentioned at the start of the series. It's gonna come down to that. You want to bait one of the big spells, like a Doom or a Chronosphere, instantly buyback, and try to win a fight 90 seconds without Faceless Void.
How long on Roche?
45 seconds. So they need to go mid, like potentially get 2 sides. I don't think they can finish the game 80 seconds. We'll see Doom getting closer to that refresher. What he can do is, okay, he actually has enough money. That's it. Hookshot misses. We heard the sound.
But yes, that was the fight where we were expecting Nigma to, take out these heroes that don't have buyback. So really,
it's a full minute still, Gary.
They're gonna jump. Miracle's getting caught out here. They've got the refresher orb. Old 11 with the soul bind.
He double
has no buyback. He's gonna die.
Not
He's gone for a
money.
minute and a half, and they've caught ILTW as well. Wall stomped him. Lycan's an absolute gunner.
Oh, they did not respect that. What a play from 11. He actually gets enough money for refresher. Even if he didn't, I think he could potentially sell the Midas, get the gold, and just surprise them. Like, he surprised that Morphling. Morphling needs 800 gold for buyback. So next Roshan is up. Vici, they don't know that. It's very hard to have a good read whether he has or does not have enough money for that buyback. And they can go inside the pit once Faceless Void.
Look at the lead now! 12k lead for Vici Gaming. I mean, this Nigma side, they really needed to push their advantage a little bit earlier on because Roshan is about to be scouted out by Vici. They move into the pit. 4 heroes alive. Void ready, like you say, in about 5 seconds. And there's still that minute window.
Like,
they can't stop it.
Try to go in, potentially like sacrifice one of the heroes and try to steal something. What's Roshan gonna drop? It's Cheese Ages plus a refresher. So potentially, Gary.
Oh, how many?
Potentially 4, but there's also a possibility that they add another one. Let's say you double doom someone with the Grimstroke ulti, so that's 2. One hero dies, and then it latches to another hero, and then you'd like doom him again. And then
there's too much math going on there.
Yeah, like right now they have 4. Maybe they give it to Faceless Void, because Faceless Void has enough mana to actually cast 2 Chronosphere. Before he was struggling as a hero, but now you build into these stats. You also get the stats on your own levels, so not bad, and getting closer to BKB.
Yeah, he's nearly got that, you're right. That is absolutely huge for Vici.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Doombringer up at the top of the net worth at 25k, overtaking, leapfrogging across Miracle's Morphling. And Nigma now the ones.
He decided not to get Lincolns in the end, just went for the full Butterfly, has a Scotty, finds Spell Prism, and of course finds Illusion Escape on top of it.
Perfect.
Because it's just a thing. Ice Frog and Gaben, they love to give certain items to certain heroes. Personal gifts, here you go.
There you go. What level's the Dagon on the Void Spirit? I saw he started picking up Dagons now.
Oh, it's pretty high. It's actually Dagon 5.
It's Dagon 5 already? Jeez.
So what they want to do with Void Spirit, like all that damage amplification from Kaya Sanj, has also Enchanted Quiver, level 25, to simulate stuns for 2.5 seconds. So a lot of stuns, like Earth Spirit going in. You have Doom with also Shard upgrade, so that stun is increased by 0.6 seconds on top of it. You have a Vor Stomp. And this is it, like Doom, he's ready to go. This is what you've been waiting for. Like this, like until this point, you weren't really playing a game. Like now the fun starts.
Now you're suddenly an actual hero that you picked it for. My goodness. Yeah, late game hitting here. Real hard for Vici Gaming, getting into the groove of things. And they are smoking down south. It looks like Morphling was just in that bottom right-hand corner, the elbow of the map, hiding away in the trees. Vici Gaming won't be able to spot him out, as it looks like he has a Blink Dagger queued up on Miracle there. So I guess the Swift Blink might be coming for him. A way to jump in and out of these fights a little bit better.
Bought a book and now has 2 waveform charges, also gets a blink, so he can get in and out of the fights, potentially blink out of the Chronosphere, but what he wants to do is blow up Grimstroke.
Yeah.
Like Leash mechanic, too powerful to play against DY, not a single defensive item, just a Force Staff, could potentially make a big play with the Trickster Cloak that he's holding, just be invis in team fights. Right now they have no gem on side of Nigma. Couple of sentries on Kuro, and that's it.
Yeah, and all of these tier 2 towers, they've been waiting for Vici Gaming just to come and claim. It looks like reasonably free money if they can actually get on top of the towers down bottom and mid. But Nigma, they're making their move up top, trying to force Vici Gaming away from where they want to play and more into that top jungle area.
If Vici Gaming can clean like 2 supports first, they are gonna win this fight so easily. Doom, at the moment, level 25, plus 2.4 seconds Infernal Blade damage. Nice. The more HP you get, the more damage it deals. So against Morphling, one of the best abilities in the game, percentage-based damage-wise. Anything is good.
Superb. Oh, hello. Morphling. Where's he gone? Waveforms away. They're still rolling. PYW trying to give chase, but Miracle's into Earth Spirit mode. Time dilation. I don't think it quite caught him, and he's got the Manta to dispel it anyway. The old 11 Poyo. PYW have to give up on the chase for now. And that's given a bit of time here for Nigma to grab up some additional items. That BKB on Lycan has arrived, and it feels like they might want to go out, smoke across the map themselves. Always having to address that top lane though, contending with the push from Nigma, which has just been shoving that top wave in consistently. It's something Vici Gaming have to keep in the back of their minds at all times.
Love this build on Ori. Just all in.
Oh, man,
Does not have a single defensive item. Finds a Spell Prism, because why not? Why wouldn't you lower the cooldown on all of your abilities? Plus Dagon.
Miracle. Oh, Poyo down to about 500 HP or so. But it's like we said at the end of the draft at the start of the game, isn't it? Vici Gaming, their draft is very much all in. Once they commit real hard for targets, for kills, and for team fights. So having the optimization that follows through on it feels really good.
You know what, Gary? Backtrack talent, 20% now available on Faceless Void, so things could get tricky. Let's say you dodge full E-Blade damage. Thank you, Ice Frog. Like, I'm gonna go in and just win the game off that.
Super powerful stuff. And they've got the double outpost again. Real strong presence on the map from Vici Gaming. And Radiant's vision right now, it is pretty much that top lane ward and one in their own triangle that's quite deep. So they don't see the smoke maneuver that Vici Gaming are pulling right now. Still a while for that next Roshan to spawn, around 3 minutes it looks like. But the potential to try and grab Miracle here. As the Aegis is reclaimed, DD Void Spirit front lines for his squad. They'll hold back with the smoke and don't jump just yet.
A bit limited on tower damage for Vici Gaming. That's why they are respecting Nigma. The good jump they can have with the Clockwork. And follow up, of course, with the Morphling.
And they're just dewarding everything. And we've got double wards now in that top jungle area. It looks like there's a bit of a catch on the Snapfire. A nice little freebie there for the Void Spirit. Ori with that DD still going.
Kuro, thanks one for the team. And look,
someone needs to be out there pushing waves.
500 gold he got for that kill.
Wait, really? Because it was a solo kill.
Solo kill by Ori, level 27, so he's gonna have other talents online on top of it. Already has mana regen plus the damage available.
I saw an arcane blink for the Doombringer now as well, so...
Lower the cooldown.
Yeah.
That's all what this is about. Has a quickening charm on top of it. 10.6 seconds on the Vorst Stomp. Infernal Blade, 3.5 seconds. The duration, 1.2.
Yeah, for that Doom as well. I mean, real huge for Old 11. Miracle is lurking in the shadows, sends out the Illusionist's Cape illusion. It's immediately zapped by the Dagon of Ori. Making a stand there against Miracle. It's still been a good job for this Morphling to get farm out on the map, which has been closing in around them for the past 10-15 minutes. But it honestly feels like this next team fight is it's just going to end the game one way or the other. People are going to run towards the buildings, and
we still have buybacks. 9 out of the 10 heroes will have a buyback available soon. The only one who's not close is Mind Control on the Darkseer. Bought a full Wicked Spear.
He buys the Scythe of Ice. He comes in, but Ori's out. They don't get the finish. That Kaya Sanj helping him to slip away from MC and Miracle.
Miracle playing a different game, understands that they're in a spot where he needs to do Miracle stuff and decides to buy Hex on Morphling, something we don't see usual.
No. Well, they've been struggling with that catch and kill, and it feels like GH Clockwork not able to really offer them that consistently. So the Scythe of Ice definitely helping out. There's been very good, patient defensive play from Nigma when they know they're behind, they know they need something fantastic to come out of Miracle's Morphling.
No Lotus Orbs on Nigma, just to turn it back to Doom so he can get another Doom off, which could potentially be a pretty big deal, and just be able to remove the silences, remove the time dilation. Faceless Void picked up the shard. There's so many memes stuff in game right now, like Clockwork with his shard, and now we have One Punch with the Darkseer, Faceless Void with the Rewind. I wish I had this rewind mechanic. When I say something stupid during the cast, I just go back, didn't say it.
You've never said anything stupid, I don't think.
Nope.
Everybody just laughs at you. Oh, Morphling Illusions contended with by Ori. No problems there. But it's a very unusual map state to be in. Enigma are the ones moving out, pressuring lanes and continually pushing with the Lycan Wolves, with the Morphling, and Vici Gaming almost scrambling to find these fights, but it's not like a desperate scrambling. They're not in a rush to do things. They're still just looking for that perfect pick-off which can swing them into an objective or a Roshan or a high ground push. It's quite a delicate position to be in.
23k gold lead for them. Doom also getting some higher levels, higher than 25. Not the best talent that he gets.
Ooh. A DD rune on Morph. Does he want to do something with it? That's the question. Do you want to go out and play the map with this DD rune, look for a team fight, or do you want to sit back and farm a little bit more? Because you've got some big items coming out. And RTW shapeshifted.
Already going in.
Gets the wolves going. They've got a silence onto the Void Spirit now, but he's managed to get himself away and cheeses up. But the Chrono. Poyo's back onto ILTW, finding the Lycan. And it looks like they'll stab into the back lines. The Morphling side the buys, catches the Doombringer, but Poyo forces him back. Miracle, he's shoved into his own jungle. Vici Gaming come out strong, catch the Miracle Morph and zap him with a Dagon. Poyo picks up that final touch on that kill, but that is a statement of intent from Vici. This is their game, their map to control, and Nigma has no right to be playing down in that bottom lane.
Yeah, one of the best heroes in the game, in the late game. You have Chronosphere, you have Faceless Void with the backtrack now, you have double Doom, triple Doom, even more Dooms if they decide to hand them that refresher that Faceless Void is still holding on to. Next Roche may respawn, it is gonna respawn in 50 seconds.
Oh yeah.
But they should poke, like they should try to poke something, see what happens.
Find a bonus kill here maybe. Kuro, they know he's in the tree line. Immediate bash from Poyo. And Ori picks up another kill for his second streak.
Is under attack.
GH and MC, they've hookshotted and vacuumed this Earth
BKB
Spirit.
in a second.
He's going to BKB and attempt to roll, but it's cancelled out by GH. So Earth Spirit down and something going Nigma's way. But the push is coming.
Like, you did not expect aggression from offlaner and position 4, who are the only ones who are alive at the moment, and they get a pick up.
They're still going to have to contend with this actual shove into their base, though. Look at mid lane. They've got creeps coming in onto tier 3 tower. They wall up, but there's the dive coming in. The two Voids going to work, pairing up beautifully, and we're going to catch out this Darkseer inside the bubble. Old 11. Hookshot it up, but GH dead to rights under his own tier 3s. Buybacks are available for Nigma.
Everyone has a buyback. It's just that if they will probably need to buy back if they want to contest a Roche, because Roche is holding on to too many stuff right now. Four free items for them.
Yeah, an absolute delight in that Roche pit. And there are the buybacks, just as you expected. Rocket Flare is going to try and scout out Vici Gaming's movements as well. And back to controlling the lanes we go. And Vici just not taking any risks here, really, are they? They know that they can keep this going, extend things out. They are scaling and accelerating a little bit faster than Nigma, who want a team fight right here, right now.
Vici has been very stable in terms of decision-making, experienced team, so they know how to win a game. Like, they love to play these type of games.
The Void Spirit illusions. Lycan's going to try and kill off one. Morphling takes down the other. And they are in this Roche pit.
He already used Manta.
Miracle. In comes Poyo. Inkswell time dilation, but doesn't catch Morphling out. Miracle too quick on the fingers. While Ori, he's in, he's out. He's trying to shake it. And Doombringer inside some
double cogs. He's trapped.
Double cogs, he can't move anywhere. The force staff out and the wall back in. There's a Doom though, finding my controllers. Miracle's blown up by the Void Spirit.
Instant buyback.
He does have to buy back, doesn't he? I mean, Nigma, they're struggling in this one. The Doom is too strong with that Doom available again. That looks like it's done for as Nigma. They lose the clock and Darkseer with no buybacks on them. It's basically going to be a 5 versus 3 as Vici could think about moving high ground.
It's just that this Doom, they try to go on him, trap him with the cogs. There's just not enough damage. He's way too tanky with the heart, with all the armor that he gets from the items. And now they can go inside a pit, finish it off, and go in. It's a 40k gold lead for Team Vici Gaming.
40 kills, 42k net worth lead now. Poyo grabs up that Roshan Aegis. What's he got? Refresher Shard, yeah. Finishes off his Mjolnir. And a couple of goodies for PYW and DY as well. Little party backs for them after that little Roche pit excursion.
Aghanim Scepter picked up by Faceless Void, so a lot of chaos in the front lines, going in and out. You can't really focus him. He has that rewind button and also Aegis plus backtrack on top of it.
And are you worried as Vici Gaming, like, at all going high ground here?
They
like,
should feel pretty safe right now, Gary, about closing out this game.
I'm just thinking, vacuum wall, kisses, lots of magical damage, some illusions, but at this point, like you're saying, they've got so many items, it doesn't feel like that's going to be an issue.
It's a 51k gold lead.
It's monumental for Vici Gaming here, game 1. And they've got that tier 3. Super easy move up to the high ground. Breach the ramp and take down the barracks too. And Nigma are going to have to really think about how they want to start this fight off, because they've probably only got one fight left in them. As Vici Gaming have about 7 or 8 heroes, maybe even 9 heroes worth of spells, abilities and lives. And there's the rewind. Gets Poyo in and out. Ink Swell also used by the Grimstroke just to hold back and reset. Again, very calm, very deliberate movement from Vici Gaming.
Yeah, Octarine Core plus Spell Prism Dagon is 12-second cooldown with
How
all
much
that
damage?
spell amp.
800 damage?
It's 800. It's more than 1,040 with all the spell amp that he's got.
That's nuts.
I'm doing math, Gary, while I'm casting. I'm actually not gonna. I just clicked the alt button, but we'll pretend that I was doing it.
I saw you doing it. There's the catch on GH. Clockwork gone for 80 seconds, and they're just going to go and clean up the entirety of Nigma now. It looks like fountain dive time for Vici Gaming with a 2-man chrono.
Double Dagon, that's the combo.
Get them both caught up inside, but aside the voice, a hex from Nigma, but the turnaround coming in. RTW and Miracle can't stand their ground. Poyo is too strong at this point. One hero remains for Nigma.
You know what I always say, Gary, when it's time to call it,
it's time to call it.
It really is, because they have no business whatsoever in this game.
Last man standing is that Morphling right now, and he can't defend against the 5 members of Vici Gaming, hammering away at your tier 4 towers and soon to be your throne. Game 1. I mean, it was close, it was competitive for the first, 25, 30 minutes. It looked like Nigma might just have had it, but Vici Gaming hold out, and there we have it. Game 1 in the books.
Yeah, Nigma with Lycan as a second core. It was kind of a carry, but Morphling was the real carry in this game. They needed to maybe end up the game more quickly. They had the opportunity, I think maybe a different itemization. We could saw Kuro going for Vlad's just to be able to get more damage, get them that lifesteal. Yeah. I think Lotus Orb was what was lacking on them, especially against the combo that they had.
Yeah, I mean, it was a difficult one once we got into that kind of mid to late game. I mean, you mentioned it, right? The Doom was so farmed with that Midas and the Devour just building himself up and up. But I think we can pass it over to Rich and the boys on the panel to break it down a little bit more.
Man, I've been gone for a while, a really long time. That Lycan pick got me excited. That used to be able to do quite a lot of work for them. This time, it doesn't look like it's going to be able to. A very important series. Keep in mind, obviously, it's the beginning of Wildcard, but when we're looking at Nigma and Vici, these are 2 of the teams that we're really expecting to try to make the move out. Splitting here, going to have some ripples as we move forward in the tournament. But let's start with the predictions. We'll start with yours, Tsunami, because you kind of...
the series predictions, of course, right?
Yes, but you did turn code a little bit when you ultimately did see the draft come through.
I did.
I think you put a lot on the final Spirit pick, and then also just saying, what are they going to do in the Chrono? Right. How did it end up playing out in your mind?
All 5 heroes on Vici Gaming ended up being good heroes. Not necessarily to put damage into a Chronosphere, but they're all competent in their own right. Especially the opening that they had, Double Doom with the Grimstroke. It's good stuff. I was kind of blinded by the fact that I wasn't too big on this last pick Void Spirit to put damage into the Chronosphere. But then also Nigma last picked Lycan.
Yeah.
And this is a hero that has yet to really find its place, I feel. We're seeing teams attempt, Armlet Echo Saber, stuff like that. ILTW ended up getting an Orchid to deal with the Void Spirit. But the hero's still not that great right now.
No, and it just felt like to win this game, Miracle, how much more heavy lifting can you ask? What was he, 8-0-0 at a point, having a near flawless performance, but it was right about here. It started to look like maybe Nigma, they've got a shot, but they just didn't get enough done, it felt like, because as you said, later on in the game, I mean, incredible vac wall, but you can see the big issue is the Doom is almost always landing on a critical target, and ultimately almost all of Nigma's damage output is coming out of the Lycan or the Morphling. You remove one of them from the fight with any of the numerous tools at Vici's disposal, you don't really have an answer. You heard Lacoste mention the buybacks. Those were used well by Nigma, but ultimately, especially with the Doom rushing Midas, you saw endgame, he's fully slotted out. You don't win late game. And that's what we ended up seeing. It just went too late.
And Faceless Void's responsibility with the Chrono wasn't so much like, hey guys, I've got 3 people, let's kill them. It was like, hey guys, I got 3 people, you worry about who I didn't get.
Exactly.
And you go kill those guys. And ultimately, Vici Gaming, tried and true from what I saw in China, teamfight execution's always on point. This was the fight that eventually I was like, oh wow, Nigma are able to actually take a strong fight.
Yeah.
They get the initiation on Faceless Void, take him out immediately, follow up on Old 11, and then they kind of bungle their subsequent high ground siege. It's kind of unfortunate timing because Roche wasn't up, because I'm sure they would have preferred to do that instead, and they were like, well, we don't have an objective. I guess we'll just go high ground instead.
Yeah. This was where the game, this is just, what are you supposed to do here? 1 hero doomed, 3 in the Chronosphere. You're going to lose 2 straight off the bat. They immediately buy back, but those were 2 cores now forced to buy back. And so many times we saw these huge vac walls from Mind Control, but what they're missing is a follow-up stun. You can't be reliant on like Kuro's cookie timing to actually find lockdown. So it feels like, yeah, sure, you might get illusions, but none of these Vici heroes really give you too much with the illusion, even with the buffs to the wall. The damage output, not super strong. And yeah, you get kills here, but that took a dieback on your Darkseer. And later on in the game, they all in for the Void Spirit. Miracle's not there in time. And then it's just, how do you win in this case, right? You can blow a Chronosphere on a Lycan and still have a confident time winning the engagement.
Yeah, I'm not very hot on Lycan right now. I don't, he doesn't bully the lane necessarily well. He doesn't have any stuns.
Yeah.
Post-Necrobook nerf, it definitely seems like Lycan has suffered the most.
Yeah. And just look at Miracle's items. This man was playing without boots for the final 15 minutes of the game. And the items, he's trying to literally carry this game by himself. And meanwhile,
Ori's going beast mode too.
Yep.
Dagon 5 Void Spirit. Let's go. That was a very, very exciting item build to see. It was
no BKB.
No BKB, and when you don't have stuns on the enemy team, why do you need a BKB? That Orchid caught him by surprise, and I thought that was a clever build from ILTW to go for it, but that was it was a one-trick pony. After that, got the Lincolns online, I was like, I don't even need to worry about this Orchids.
Yeah, I think I just want to go back to the predictions, obviously, because the draft was not something that we expected. I mean, going into this one, Neil, you were really the person who was just like, hey, look, when I look at Vici, I expect consistency, and then you saw a little bit of a draft that you didn't expect,
sure,
which made you feel a little bit less optimistic about that first game. Plays out a little bit differently. What actually causes that difference, though? Does it come down to the draft, or is it actually execution that is a red flag for you going into the second game of our best of 2?
The red flag was the composition of the 5 heroes together, but they're all comfort heroes for Vici Gaming. Doom's a great offlaner. The only thing is Earth Spirit I haven't seen too much of in Vici's hands, but it's still a very, very consistent hero. And so while all 5 of them I was skeptical on the same team would be able to pull it off, each of them are superstars in their own right that they're able to carry it individually. And so Ori on the Void Spirit, Poyo-Yo on the Faceless Void, and Old 11 on the Doom. And then obviously the support duo that I was hyping up very much in the pregame. I think that they did a fantastic job. Meanwhile, while Lycan is comfort for ILTW, it's not meta right now. And you can step out of the box a little bit, but even in Pro Tracker, we're not seeing Lycan Beastman. There's nothing that we haven't found out about the hero yet.
When we see them play, all 3 cores of Nigma aren't really able to do things with one another. It's just Miracle trying to get solo pickoffs. Darkseer, Lycan, it's nice to have an Ion Shell, but your max move speed when you're Wolf form, you don't need a Surge, and there's no follow-up stun for MC's Vac. The 2 supports ultimately will fall off, and I don't know if it's as much draft. We've been talking about, Vici's a fantastic team. They're arguably top 6 at this tournament, and they're here in the wild card. So, it hurts, but ultimately there are 2 teams that's going to advance. It is a 2-game series, so if I'm Team Nigma here, maybe I save Miracle's hero for a little bit later in the draft. Morph doesn't fear Doom too much, but it's still not ideal.
Just to catch everybody up too, in case you're just tuning in right now, just to really make sure that you understand the stakes here. This is for the wild card. This is the first series that we're watching here on the B stream. If you want to keep everything tuned. I believe they actually changed it to a squad stream, so you can jump in between everything. We're going to be watching a total of 8 series today, and those 8 series are all going to be best of 2. So we're going to jump into that second game right now. What do you want to see Nigma do differently? You said that it might not just come down to draft, but what do you want to see them do in that draft?
Well, first, just remember, Dire stream, not the B stream, Rich. We're not on the B stream. It's Dire stream.
It's Dire.
If
Sorry, I just looked at you. I assumed the title.
I think they had the right archetype. Ultimately, I don't think there's too much as far as like individual flaws you could point out. Like, they just got out macroed. You know, that was the first item Midas on Doom. You're playing against the Void. I think the biggest surprise for me was just Ori on Void Spirit. Mm-hmm. Like, we haven't seen that in Europe or Eastern or Western Europe, the regions I've been covering. Nobody's been playing Void Spirit like that. Like, no BKB, all damage. And the Grimstroke ultimate, if it landed, the Doom, the double take on, like, there's no team fight. So maybe that's what you look to change, because ultimately they went back to that old style. If you remember, like the TI-7 Liquid, playing the corners of the map, hiding in the trees, forcing skirmishes. I don't think you're going to be able to do that against Vici Gaming. They're going to team fight you. You're going to have to take a 5-on-5, and if you don't have the tools to even be combative without buybacks, that's a tough game.
Yeah, and even, like you said, the DNA is still there in Nigma, and Vici Gaming were content to let Nigma do it. They had like a 25k net worth advantage on Vici, and Nigma was the one pressuring the map, pushing all the lanes, and Vici's like, that's fine, dude.
Yeah, good luck.
Do whatever you want. We're still going to win the game in the end. We're going to wait for the next Roche. We're going to wait until we find an opening, because the pressure's on you to find something. So if you can maybe draft more stuns, I think that would be a good direction.
That's a great point. I'm a big fan of
keep
stuns.
It simple.
Yeah.
Keep it simple, stupid.
When your Lycan has to buy an Orchid to try to kill the Void Spirit, you probably have some issues. Your Morphling has a sheep. Like, it's tough.
I'm okay with letting Miracle be a 1v9 kind of carry, though. I think that's part of the excitement of sending Miracle back to mid, is that he was always in his element in that sort of scenario. And it feels like there's a lot of Nigma just like walking around and doing nothing, but I think that's when I like Nigma the most, is when Miracle's like, I got this, guys. You just make sure that you don't botch the early game too hard, and I'll take us to the late game.
Yeah, I do want to bring up the catchphrase that Kyle's been saying already throughout the tournament, even though it's just the first series. Do you think that you saw any of that? We're still trying to piece together what the meta is going to look like a little bit. Do you think that you were right in what you were saying earlier, which is control the armor, control the game?
It wasn't as
prominent.
This was more, I think, just about 2 other catchphrases. Pick stuns. Don't not pick stuns.
Okay.
The game's a lot easier. That's the only way that you can be as good as Miracle. If you're both stunned, you both have equal control over your characters. That's a good one. And other than that, it's the need to be able to take 5-on-5 engagements. We really didn't see Nigma win a team fight without using buybacks. And sure, that can get you like an objective, but I think there was a scenario where the Void was dead without buyback. Like, that's your window.
For like 80 seconds.
Yeah, you have to win the game off that. You have to get 2 racks. You have to do some serious damage. And if you back too soon, take a little win, like, you've basically now rendered yourselves incapable of taking a win for the next 7 minutes. Because with Doom off cooldown, Chronosphere off cooldown, you will lose the fight. You need the buybacks, and you have maybe 1 or 2 times in the game where you have to spend them and get a massive edge off of it.
Now, I hate to do this to you, because like, I'm sure chat's going to remind me very quickly, NA math, lol W. But I know you've been looking at the Monte Carlos quite a bit. I know you've been looking at the other people doing math. You haven't been doing the math yourself. But when we look at this first best of 2, before we actually get into the draft right now, folks, how important is this? Like, how important are the stakes already? It's a little bit weird to start off the tournament and be like, yo, this is a pretty important series. This is one of the more important series that we're going to see over the next 2 days to figure out the 2 teams that are going to make it out of the group that we have in the wild card. But when we look at Vici, when we look at Nigma, how important is this first series? Is splitting absolutely paramount here? How important does it actually feel to you?
So in European DPC, I think week 1, Nigma beat Secret 2-0. So Secret may be a little bit under control. That was only week 1.
That was 8. Yeah, that was 8 weeks ago.
It was 8 weeks ago, so don't know how much stock you can put it in, but they're competitive.
This once again is just like how different everything actually feels. When you look at the league, it's like, man, like I've lost so many inches on my hairline in this time between the last time that they've actually
Only
played.
the front. I see the back is longer than ever.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Look at that luxury.
That's what I've been working on in the year that I've been gone. Just desperately trying to get my hair back. But yeah, no, I think it is really obvious right now how different it really does feel to be at this major. And while looking at what do we look at as the barometer for how these teams are going to play against each other? Because for some of these teams, even in the same region, it feels like it's been a really long time.
Yeah.
And then obviously having this cross-regional play feels very unique right now.
So for Vici, I wouldn't have been surprised. My prediction was that Nigma would lose this series because Vici, my front runner to make it out of wildcards. Against IG, you may look at them and be like, oh, they're Singapore major winners. Obviously, it should be free for them. They're getting a little lazy. And the Chinese DPC, that's why they're here in the wildcards, because they weren't really on their A game. So I think that Nigma could take that one.
Yeah, and you also look at Secret, where sure, Nigma took them down 2-0 a while back, but that was a very lazy Secret. Like, they had pretty much locked up their TI invite. They were chilling, but you could definitely see like the ego kick in mid-season. Secret started trying a little bit harder. This is much more of a team in form. They've been here for a week. They haven't been on vacation. They've been scrimming, so I expect them to come out and be tough. And if you lose this match, that basically makes every series from here on out for Kuroki and the guys a must-win.
Yeah.
It is a must-win. 2 teams out of 6 advance.
They're in such a must-win situation. It's like, obviously, when you look at a major like this, you very much see the arcs. You see the anime arcs, right? You start in wild card. It's like your tuning exam, right? Then after that, I forget what happens after that.
We have a time skip after that.
Yeah,
then it goes to group
time
stage.
skip group stage. We have 2 time skip anime right now.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have like those 3 clear moments, those 3 clear beats. But in all of them, when you look at Nigma right now, they need to finish in top 2, essentially. So they got to make it all the way through wild card. They got to make it through groups, and then they got to come out basically on top to ensure their spot to try to lift the Aegis.
Basically, just storyline building, right? Like, it wouldn't be the hero's journey if they just started crushing from the beginning. They've got to get to the equivalent of the loser bracket in the wild card, which is perhaps just being a series down.
Which TI had the freest journey for the champion? Wings looked good for like at least 3 months before TI6, and so they were expected to be favorites for TI6, I think.
Up there.
And then I think both the OGs were underdogs.
Yeah, I mean, my favorite is TI8 OG, ranked 18th.
Yeah.
Wow, Wikipedia.
I did not expect to hear that name at this major, but it looks like we are going to be getting into our draft.
Wow.
Let's take a look. Let's see if we get more in line with what you guys expected, because I'm going to be honest, your predictions were not accurate.
I got the series prediction, all right? We'll wait for the game 2 to play out.
Let's see what happens.
The only thing I'm sure of, Rich, 18 teams all around the world, nobody knows what to expect except Alliance is going to win the major.
Yes,
we're going to see them, of course, in the playoffs. They won't even be on screen.
Playoffs, you're going to see them in grand finals. What do you?
True.
I mean, like, playoffs is a surefire thing. Upper bracket 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. It's already done. 2-0. 2-0.
Did I feel like I'm missing something because I've been gone. I don't know.
No.
I've been trying to stay in touch with you guys, but you just don't answer my emails.
You got to stick to Twitter
Not as good
DMs,
as
man.
reading
That's
them.
where the real fast-paced communication.
I actually DM'd Team Secret, and they didn't get back to me.
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah, I was pretty mad at them. I'm going to be completely honest.
We get AA Puck. So this goes back to not physical armor, but magical armor reduction. You get the Vortex, a lot of puck burst damage to come out. That is a Grimstroke and a very thick tiny.
Yeah, that dude's been hitting the gym. That's a level 18 tiny right there.
It's like a lizard cosplay right
So they don't go for the straight-up Soulbind combination. Doom was still available. They don't see the necessity to push it in first phase. And I'm surprised with the AA first pick, because Morphling's banned out, so you didn't really need to worry about that.
And look at this as well. Nigma, they rotate a bit to a half and half with, I believe that's mind control behind Kuro.
The draft structure right now?
ILTW has switched chairs.
Interesting.
That was MC's chair before game 1, so perhaps a little bit of role swapping going on?
I will say that I prefer ILTW on team fighters, and they put him on a Lycan, and so maybe he was getting involved. And he's like, "Yo, it's cool, man. Like, I'll win the lane, I'll push." And then he's like, "Okay, ILTW, you sit back. We're gonna give you Juggernaut. It's fine."
I mean, I just like this will likely be the miracle puck, and I think that this is. I mean, who knows how many more times we'll see it? We got to see the next 2 days play out, but this is. Well, we really haven't seen Miracle play for years. He has not really been on playmakers very often throughout these DPC seasons, throughout the last couple of years. He's almost always playing that hard farmer priority, and even I kind of like this.
This hero specifically, I remember T-Gov went on quite a rant on how China does not care about puck.
Not at all.
And I can confirm that after because that was like a week 2 speech that he made.
Yeah.
Week 3 through 6, it remained consistent. Puck is not particularly popular these days. They ban out Templar Assassin, which we think is on the come up, so don't need to worry about that. But I see Leshrak be picked a lot. I see DK be picked a lot against Puck. Sure, Miracle on a playmaker. I'm hyped to see it. It's not necessarily what we've been known to his signatures, but hopefully they have a better plan for ILTW, because I think his hero in game 1, that Lycan, just was not able to carry as much as it should have from
we were not liking the Lycan. One thing though, consistently we heard in preparation for the tournament from any of the teams that we got a little bit of information from beforehand was TA going to be very important. We're going to see teams have answers to TA. Does not seem like those answers are ready. It seems like just consistently banning TA, something that we're going to see in this best of 2. Rasta. Kyle, how do you feel about the Rasta here?
It's excellent. You always want to have a hex mechanic against Puck. Lion, Rasta, both ideal, because you also have that secondary disable.
Both ideal, so why the Rasta instead of the Lion? Because I've been seeing Lion be far more popular, not just in China, but in all regions.
Maybe just for a bit of the tower pressure.
Yeah, that's the one thing that you always go for, but like...
stronger laner to an extent. With Tiny as well, you can do some cool mechanics where you just drop wards, Tiny hits tower, and you've got a very strong fortification that can be placed offensively. Less, I guess maybe you're just less fearful of the enemy 5 position as well. You already see the AA.
Yeah, so don't know where this Tiny is going to go.
2 direct disables, although Shackle with Grim
Shackle has a cast animation. But you do get double wrist shackles with Soulbind.
There you go. Because obviously Lion's stun.
Yeah, it'll have a travel time for the projectile.
Yeah.
The other is spike to travel, so that's true. Better synergy. But you miss out on double finger, which would have been pretty good.
What do you miss out on?
Double fingers. Write that down. It's not in this game.
Oh. Let him see it.
So you said no double. All right, so we're gonna.
We've moved on. Look at the draft.
Yeah, I already saw.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't even need to look. I was just like, I'm not gonna have that oversight here. Dark Willow gonna be locked in. Obviously, something that we've seen in the meta a whole bunch. But what are you expecting here on the side of Vici? It was actually Neil. You were the one who said a little bit earlier that you were putting a lot of pressure on the support duo in the drafts. But what else are you looking for here?
I need to know where this Tiny is going. I think Tiny does well against Puck mid, so I'm hoping that it's going to be an Ori mid Tiny. Poyoyo can go for the Faceless Void again. Oh no, never mind, it's banned out.
I love the synergy though. Like we saw this again. It's in EU. Like EU Western was all about Puck. It was consistently first 2 banned, first 2 picked. And this was a combo that we saw come out later in the season where you get the huge AoE fear from Willow after coil's been placed. Pretty easy to hit there, stuck in the coil. And a lot of the damage, almost all the disable, like that's from the snap of the coil. If you can force that, that's huge to win a team fight, especially when you consider how squishy that support duo is for Vici.
Yeah. I would be down for a Jug from Poyoyo. They pick Centaur into Puck. Okay,
so a natural pipe buyer and a very tanky frontliner, but relatively susceptible to the magic burst that Nigma already show. Yeah. Although he will probably just buy a hood.
Sure, especially since Vanguard got nerfed in the D-patch.
True.
Because it used to be like, no matter what, even if there was magic damage, it's like, I'm getting that 6-minute Vanguard, no matter what. Here, I guess, Hooded's a higher priority, but I still don't really like Stampede against Coil. It was a pretty common response in 7.29C in China, and now this Dark Willow is looking like she has tons of combos.
I was going to say, we said we needed more team fight. Yeah. They said, okay, you want a team fight.
Bro, this Stampede is not getting you anywhere. You're stuck. Coil,
Game 2 is
Arena.
looking completely different than what we actually did see in Game 1. But once again, Tsunami, we're in a situation where I'm curious, how are you feeling about Vici's draft here?
I'm not as skeptical about it. Yet again, the question mark that I had last game was the Earth Spirit. Here it's the Shaman in terms of heroes that I don't see particularly frequently, but I have confidence in Vici's teamfight execution. Nigma had minimal teamfight execution in Game 1, and so I'm much happier with their comp, even though I preferred it in Game 1 also, because ease of execution, term, it's commonly thrown around. This is a very easy teamfight to execute.
It's the Bulba coefficient. How many teamfights are necessary for a team to win the game?
Okay.
And if you're in a scenario where you just need one, and that's it, and the other team needs 6 or 7, then typically the team that only needs the one engagement is going to be favored. In this case, I don't think both drafts look solid, right?
We still
Both
need to see the
these teams have
carry
a lot of time
heroes.
to
We need to
prepare.
see the scaling potential. So Poyoyo generally prefers later game carries. ILTW generally prefers mid game carries. I still think Jug is good for both teams, honestly. Vici Gaming, Jug being able to spin out a Coil and Arena would be nice. Lifestealer's banned out by Vici Gaming. Meanwhile, Nigma are banning out Terrorblade and Phantom Lancer, so Illusion heroes. Just surprising, because I feel like they have pretty good Illusion clear on Nigma. Unless there's a carry that they want to go for, like Ursa, who doesn't deal well with Illusions.
You know what we could see out of Nigma? This is a pretty nasty Drow game.
Yeah.
I've seen that hero picked up a little bit more.
Drow, you said?
Yeah, with PL out of the pool. Gives you the tower pressure the draft is missing right now.
Only because I'm seeing Tinies not get Dagger as early as they used to. Because otherwise, if it does be a mid-Tiny on Ori with a Dagger Rush, then I do think Drow could get a little bit pressured with Stampede as well. But I think that a ranged core would look really nice for Nigma.
Yeah. Something that rains in damage. You want to be able to pretty much just explode anybody caught in either an Arena or a Coil. And the way that Vici have their lineup set right now, it's about absorbing damage, not avoiding it. So you want to have something that really threatens the Tiny or the Centaur if they're the ones you're forced to target, because that's likely how they're going to play it out.
Okay, so they do go for the Ursa, because that's why they banned out all the Illusion carries.
That's an Ursa.
That's an Ursa. And it's probably going to be an Ursa Diffusal, because that's the only play that you play Ursa these days. And Poyoyo
Nasty.
Spectre.
All right, now that we have all of the cards in front of us, how are you feeling this time around, Tsunami?
It's way more even, at least on paper, for me. I don't think that... Okay, so if we go with teamfight coefficient, now that Vici have a late game carry, that coefficient gets higher.
Yeah.
You need to win more teamfights, because they cannot push particularly quickly on Nigma. No one hits towers.
Nobody. That's the big concern I've got right now, because once again, Vici, they're buying insurance. They're saying, look, we get this to 30, 40 minutes, you're going to be in some serious trouble. Spectre has a dream game right now. AA, Willow, Puck, like these heroes hate to just be all of a sudden ulted on, shadow stepped on later on in the game with the shard. Like, you're in big trouble if this game goes late enough. And to Tsunami's point, like, the big fear is that, once again, Nigma do not have any natural methods of pushing towers. Meanwhile, Vici, yeah, they have more of a late game lineup, but they're just going to run a strength throw down a lane and drop wards and dare you to defend a tower.
All right, what's the key thing to look out for, Tsunami, as we jump into this second game of our best of 2?
If Nigma win, it's going to be really fun to watch, because it's going to be a lot of flashy team fights. And if they lose, it's going to be very boring, because Vici are just going to avoid every single fight. Spectre's going to get huge, and she's going to carry the entire game.
All right, so if Nigma wins, it's going to be very much like... actually, you know what? I'm not going to make the analogy. I was going to make actually the worst anime analogy ever, and
Please
thankfully the game's ready, so I don't have to do that right now. I'm going to throw it over to the casters, and we're going to get into this best of 2 second game right now. Right now.
Thank you, Rich. Yeah, here we are, second game, Lacoste, and the panel was saying about that teamfight coefficient that we're really looking for Nigma to take and win as many teamfights as they can, while Vici has that late game insurance and a Spectre. I mean, what are your thoughts on that draft?
Yeah, I gotta agree. I don't think they have enough to close out the game in 30 minutes. Last game they had Lycan, also didn't succeed to close it out early enough, and this time around, I think it's gonna be even worse. Ori, at the start of the second season, he was a bit slow. You know, he was not Ori. He was 70% Ori, 30%, I don't know what it was, water. But at the end of the season, it's the good old Ori. You know, because you have high expectations of this player, what he can do, and we can see in the previous game he ended up with, what, 21, 22, and 1 score in the end. And in this particular game, also, he is the king. Because you're playing into Dark Willow, Puck, and Ancient Apparition. These heroes are just food for you. Like one combo, you delete one of these heroes, keep repeating it, #repeat, and keep going in and out. Also, it's a good matchup for Tiny on the mid lane with the addition of the water runes, so he can be pushing out the wave, use Avalanche, 3 grab, 3 toss, and then just outpush the wave. Nigma, on the other side, they have a good combo, and they have great ways to deal with the Centaur, especially Stampede, with the coil, with the arena, so they're not going to get too much value out of it, and they have a great combo. Like, either it's Terrorize into Mars Arena, or Terrorize into coil to break it, get that long duration stun. Centaur is strong hero, one of the strongest off laners right now for sure, but it just doesn't feel as strong when you're playing into Ancient Apparition.
Ooh.
GH.
Yeah, with DY already having a bit of a scrap in that jungle. And Dark Willow always going to come out the victor in that battle, especially with Mind Control's assistance. First blood, very early spillage there, as Vici Gaming lose out their support in the safe lane. It does give a little bit of freedom for Poyo, though, to secure the range creep. Of course, important for that safe lane carry to do so. I'm just coming back to your speech about combos and things like that. Like you said, it's going to be difficult for the Centaur to use Stampede, but they've also got that toss from Tiny as a defensive mechanism as well. It's not just that offensive capability, isn't it?
Yeah, potentially you could save people out of the arena with toss. Like, if they're standing on the edge, you can toss them out of it. Other heroes, they don't get out. So it's a good start for Nigma, because Mind Control got that first blood, and what is he bringing? Just a casual Bracer.
Okay.
Love me some Bracers. Damage. HP regen. Remember when Strength gave you
status resistance? Yeah. I try not to remember that, but unfortunately I do. That was still when I played a lot of Invoker, and my god, it was a pain in the ass trying to get combos out when everyone's got different values of status resistance, dropping from my tornadoes every couple of seconds. But yeah, like you say, it's a great start for Nigma, because that's what they need to get the ball rolling as early as they can and connect into these early to mid-game team fights. It looks like we do have just a little bit of a quick pause coming through. Now, thinking about Game 1 and the similarities here in Game 2, Vici Gaming, it seemed like they love to take it to late game. They want to be able to drag things out and get past the stage where Miracle can just outplay and outmaneuver them and get to a point where we say, hey, we've got 3 or 4 heroes that are all stronger than you. Try and beat us now.
I'm looking at the item build that he has queued up on Ursa.
Oh yeah?
Just phase boots, and he's going into Hood, which is okay. There's ton of magical damage that they got. I'm wondering what's his next item was going to be. I don't think Battle Fury is viable anymore. Diffusal Blade is the thing. Okay. That's something that China has kind of pioneered back when Battle Fury got nerfed.
Is that just allowing you to play faster?
Yeah, you come online so much faster. You threaten the first Roche, second Roche, get stuff done on the map. It's more damage compared to Battle Fury, where you just want to farm. You get the Battle Fury, you're not fight ready.
I think that's something the panel brought up as well, was the fact that we like to see Nigma when they are playing very, very speedily. And we'll see if R2W can pick up the pace with that Ursa build that you've been talking about. Currently facing off against the old 11 Centaur and PYW Shadow Shaman. This is the base damage lane. They've got like 155 base damage between the two of them. Pretty ridiculous stuff.
Pretty balanced, exactly.
Denying and last hitting, all that good stuff.
PYW Shaman was a thing. Like, during the first season, the best Shadow Shaman player, without a doubt. He's done some amazing stuff. There's a couple of other good players. Jin Q also played it quite a lot, but PYW Shaman is something to always be feared, because he knows. The thing about this game is both supports on both sides are not gonna have a good time. If, let's say, Puck gets a first jump, if you get inside the arena, you're straight up dead. Same goes for Tiny going in on one of the supports, blowing them up. support. I feel in this game we will need to see a lot of earlier buybacks from position 4s and 5s. This is how you win a team fight.
I think Carl was mentioning the ability for Vici Gaming to send a strength core down the lane and have Shadow Shaman threatening with wards. They've got some great ways to bait out fights to start off, like Shadow Shaman or Centaur shows, then Tiny blinks in, Spectre haunts, they can turn things around. So I think Nigma have to be very much on their toes and maybe even see some of these early maneuverability items, whether it's the Blink Daggers or even the Yule Scepters, to be able to counteract Vici Gaming's game plan in that regard. And the mid lane probably just going to be a farm trade for the most part, would you say? Tiny against the Puck?
Puck doing much better than I expected, but there's a full wave coming to Tiny. That's why, because it's a pretty even matchup, I would say, where it can go both ways. If there's like a rotation, if Tiny gets his runes stolen, then he's going to struggle a bit. But he can also threaten a kill on Puck with his combo.
And so far down bottom, and DY's first death, definitely leaving a sour taste in his mouth, but so far hasn't really fed away too much more. This threatening lane from Nigma, actually going to get onto the Spectre now with the chain stuns, but pops the wand and a little fairy fire to keep the Spectre alive.
Interesting build from GH. I've seen different builds. I've seen him going for max Shadow Realm.
Old 11. Cold Feet snaps on him. He turns. The double edge. Trades his life out, but killing that Ursa off. Beautifully done.
This is a killer lane for Vici Gaming. No points in a retaliate. I think he needs to get it like right now. But 1-2-0 build is kind of a thing when you are paired up with someone who can just disable them, like Shadow Shaman.
Yeah.
But to go back to the Shadow Realm talk, I've seen GH maxing the spell. This time around he went for 1 point in Bramble, 1 point in Cursed Crown. I'm a big fan of Bramble Maze, where Bramble gets them maxed out. Especially here, where I don't think you get too much value from the Shadow Realm. We'll see what he decides to go for, but just more control and more damage, like laceration as well, is a great setup for Mars.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with that Mars, spearing people through brambles, getting the Curse Crown stuns set up beautifully in that bot lane for themselves. As it looks like Ori, like you were saying, pretty even matchup in the mid lane against the Puck. We'll wait for that kind of 6-7 minute moment where they decide to rotate and come into the side lanes. That's still a good 3 minutes away, so it does have to be the...
Miracle dropping low. Pops the water rune on mid.
And he's turning back onto the Tiny. Orbing forward.
He's fine. Has a bottle. Magic Stick. Also Fairy Fire to work with, but needs to be careful now when Puck spells come off cooldown. There are no bounty runes to be picked up. Yeah, so you would wish someone dies in this situation. Like one of your side lane supports, they die, come back to mid lane, refill the bottle. I'm not even kidding.
No, you're reading my mind. That's something I've been saying for ages. Yeah, just wait for DY to die, come and refill the bottle. And thank the position 5. Spam out some salves and bottle refills. They do get a catch on Tiny. There's the coil with a GH rotation, picking off Ori. And that's Miracle hitting level 6 as PYW thinking about the go on Kuro. I can't keep the chain stuns going. And of course, Old 11 wanting to play the lane and not get dragged away by the pesky support.
I gotta say, Old 11 has been more stable. One of my favorite players in terms of like doing fancy stuff, throwing the game, overextending. I like these type of players, but he's been more stable lately, just doing the stuff, textbook examples.
Yeah, for quite a while, in my mind anyway, he was somewhat of a budget ice, where, like you say, he had these real crazy plays. He was able to get in the face of his opponents and cause havoc.
I always say about 11, either he is the best player in the team or like looks like the worst one, and no in between.
But yeah, he's become much more stable, you say, as of late. As we gather up in towards the rune spawn time, GH takes the haste, and stunning DY caught up in the Bramble Maze with a combo. Tiny's in, the toss. It does catch Miracle, but he's jumped forward to his orb. Now caught out as the Ether shot. Zaps him down, and DY taken out by the Shadow Realm, but they've got Tiny and Shadow Shaman both here on the GH Dark Willow, but Maraska gonna haste and run away. Old 11, very close to death.
Doesn't catch. That was close. Shaman was keeping top to buy mana boots.
Combo again. GH, has he got Shadow Realm? And he looks like he's safe and sound regardless with the wand and the raindrops.
A raindrop.
Shadow.
Plus a floppy hat is the thing to buy on supports this game.
The counter.
Exactly, the tiny counter.
Mind control. He's been left alone for a decent amount of time, but he's top of the net worth, given a good early lane stage by the Willow. 3,100 net worth for him. So, what we're seeing, is it going to be the Blink? Is it going to be the Ewells? Or does he go Hood first? What's the plan for MC?
For MC, I wouldn't mind seeing a Hood or Blink into Hood decide, because decides what we'll see what Puck decides to go for, because right now he has a Witchblade, which I'm fine with that, just to be able to one-shot the supports.
Oh, it's a smoke. Oh, he spots them. Avalanche to stop any attempt to jump up to his high ground, so he dodges the gank. And it looks like Nigma also wanted to try and scout out some stacks in that Radiant Triangle area too, and maybe get some vision down.
Poyoyo is level 6 in Spectre, but does not have mana to work with. He's bringing some regen, has power treads. Let's see if DY has one mango to work with, so he could potentially use it on him and then make a play. Yeah. Global presence is very strong for Vici Gaming, with the Spectre, Tiny blinking in, you follow up with the Stampede, possibly, so very maneuverable.
Yeah, they're everywhere on the map and nowhere at once. Tiny, finding the Dark Willow. Shadow Realm, not going to save her from the onslaught that is PYW. Shadow Shaman, oh, hang on a second. They've slipped the Dark Willow away. The Stampede, but into the coil. Now PYW's the one stuck. Shackles up the Miracle Puck. Nigma have backup with GH and Kuro both still lurking around. And PYW the one that gets found and killed while GH survives.
GH is level 6, 8 minutes in. That raindrop already expended every single raindrop charge. I would not be surprised if he decides to buy another one.
Spam the raindrops, keep him going. And he's pairing up with that Kuro Ancient Apparition. Looking up towards the top lane, safeguard ILTW's farm. He's got phase boots and that Ring of Health heading into the Hood.
Plus a chipped west on top of it, so a lot of regen sitting at the tower, 11 per second.
And old 11, he's going to slip away. Hides in the trees, went for Vanguard himself. Probably going to go for that Vanguard Hood into the Blink Dagger.
Pretty standard stuff from the Centaurs these days. Just want to be able to tank up, not necessarily get an early Blink Dagger, because you're mid laner. Oh, there's the combo.
The Tiny. Combos up the Ancient Apparition, kills the Courier with his nice little tree toss back towards it.
Again, they have multiple heroes that benefit from Inkswell. You have Tiny, one of the best ones. He goes in, especially with the Blink Dagger, and I'm a big fan of Tiny's not upgrading the boots instead of just rushing the Blink Dagger. Miracle.
He'll orb away. He saw that one coming.
Ooh, that was not quick enough from PYW.
And GH still going to get caught here, but he gets the Bedlam out and the Shadow Realm damage. PYW, he's going to get caught by the Miracle backstab. The coil hits 2 mana. Double kill for Miracle, while Ori gets away from the Cold Feet and the Vortex. GH trades himself, but this time 2 kills gathered up by Miracle and a stack being claimed thanks to that Magic Amp and the level 4 Orb Waning Rift.
They needed Shackles straight away. PYW not executing perfectly, hexing, but not using the Shackles straight away, which gives enough time for Dark Willow to use the Shadow Realm. Still, no Haunt, not even a point in it, just maxing out the Dispersion, going into Blade Mail. Pretty standard stuff, Power Treads into Blade Mail, Manta style, most likely Scotty, just tank up, maybe even like Manta Diffusal Blade. I'm a big fan of a Diffusal Blade in this patch particularly, because it just feels really good. Battlefield got nerfs, so you gotta get something other than that. Getting closer to Blink Dagger. Tiny, can he blow him up?
I tried.
Arena available.
Terrorize with the spear. That Inkswell's not going to do very much. And GH, the slippery devil he is, yet again, out of the grasps of Vici Gaming. And what was that? 4 heroes brought down to the Spectre lane as they stampede top. That's to get old 11 away from ILTW.
Gary, it was to get faster from the bottom lane to the mid lane with that stampede efficiency. He also runs away.
The macro play.
Yeah, bottom lane. AA ulti flying. Where's the follow-up?
They're looking for it.
Looks pretty dead.
Poyo. Beautiful setup. Good call, Lacoste. There it is. Slay the Spectre. Unexpected. As Vici Gaming, like you said, had moved from bot back to mid, and Nigma, they find their opening.
There were no wards. They have 1 ward behind the tower. Shadow Shaman ulti dropped on a mid lane, plus a catapult. No AA ulti. They know it for another 15-ish seconds. Tanking the tower. Tiny, 12 armor, and has a Blink Dagger now.
Oh, he does. ILTW and Miracle try and defend that mid lane against the Serpent wards. Killed off the catapult. The wards are all gone. And mid tier 1 looking a little worse for wear, though. Around 300 HP.
Let's see Ori if he decides to use Shovel once. Like near the shop, you can swap it, but he is bringing it to old 11, it seems, or gonna give it to DY. DY, you're Kobold right now. Start digging.
Is it gonna be a Kobold? No, it's a Salve. Give that to Old 11 straight away so they can stay around. Ursa shows on that top lane. Vici.
Interesting build from Centaur. He built a Vanguard, then disassembled it, used that ring to get a Hood of Defiance, and now gets a Vanguard once again.
Cool.
What if you keep disassembling it?
Disassembling the Vanguard
and
over and over
then you
again.
disassemble Vanguard, you get a Lotus Orb.
Or an Eon Disc. There's a few things you could do with that.
I think it's a bit of an underused mechanic, being able to disassemble certain items, especially for Bristleback, where you can like he builds into many items, but to Hood Vanguard, disassemble Vanguard later on, you got a Bloodstone possibly. There's so many things you can do with it.
Yeah, limitless options almost there. That's a good point. Oh, hello. Miracle has his Witchblade. GH, Kuroki, both level 7. And they would love to get some action around this Dream Coil. Yet again, going back to what the panel was saying about needing to win team fights, they'll have to defend up.
He doesn't die. He's too tanky. That Hood of Defiance, maybe they got surprised. You know, didn't click on a hero. I see certain players doing it.
But this very Shrinker, though, they're going to have another Tombow pretty soon.
Yeah, that's the big item you get on Tiny. That extra bit of a burst sometimes that you need.
They see GH. Inkswell. In comes the combo. Blows up the Dark Willow. And another objective secured by Vici Gaming. That's the systematic maneuver that we've been expecting from them. Tower to tower.
Every single time there's Shadow Shaman wards up, they rotate to one of the lanes.
And they stampede forward. They know RTW's nearby. They're going to catch him without his enrage. He's tossed back into DY. RTW going to turn and try and fight in the arena with a spear and the Ice Blast coming in. They're going to take down Ori here with a nice blast and slay him. Miracle with a coil catching the Centaur too. The Hex though, PYW and Poyo get into the back lines with the Ancient Apparition. The Soulbind's also going to connect onto the puck and the Mars. But PYW's down and Poyo left here without any backup. Nigma surround the Spectre. Now there's no retreat. RTW, he was the one that was initiated on, gets a double kill. Or DY, he's fine. TP's home successfully.
This build on Ursa allows them to take these earlier fights, because without the Hood, he wouldn't be tanky enough. And Miracle, he is once again having a blast. Both of the mid laners pretty much, but this time around, Miracle having a better time. I don't think you get this kill. Dark Willow, does she have ulti? She does, but still respecting the damage that he can tank, plus also the TP rotation. Yeah. Tiny's in.
Oh, look at that. Straight onto Kuro, but you said it, the counter's there. He's got Fluffy Hat, the Fluffy Hat for AA. As PYW down in the river, isolated, taken out quickly by Nigma, who moved forward aggressively. Great spear back. Mind Control finds the pick, and they'll Ice Blast him into oblivion. A double for Miracle, and they want Old 11 now as well, apparently. Tanky Centaur be damned. I mean, DY's being dived by the puck. Old 11 in the cold, feet snap, and DY down. A triple for Miracle, and GH picks up the 4.
Yeah, something that I mentioned, you know, but Fluffy. I've seen Mind Control getting multiple Fluffy Hats. I didn't mean that for this particular game. If you get more than 2, that's actually griefing. But 2 is fine. Ancient Apparition, we see him sitting at 1300 HP. We have Dark Willow also having just 1 casual Fluffy Hat, which allows you to not die after Tiny using a combo on you, and very quick rotation from Nigma. They understand, like, there's no Spectre Haunt, there's no Stampede. Let's try to make stuff happen. They kill the tower with the Catapult wave on top of it. Pretty much the stars aligning for them.
Oh, absolutely. And now they've got this Miracle puck with Blink Dagger.
It's big. Like, it's puck with a Blink Dagger, it's Ursa with a Hood and a Diffusal Blade in
Let's go
200
time.
gold. It's time to keep
Just
fighting.
keep on running at them. PYW out on his lonesome in the middle of the trees there, and a good spear onto the Tiny. The combos just keep flowing for Nigma. One after the other, they get pick-off after pick-off, and Vici Gaming starting to crumble. DY in the Ice Vortex slowed down. Miracle gets the coil solo onto Grim. Take him out.
A lot of drawing on a minimap, like they are here. We know, we can see it. Apparently, Vici Gaming, they don't have any vision. Nigma, they set up a high ground ward. Like, this ward will most likely get devorted, but they got the most out of it. Even if it's placed like straight away, you get a kill or 2. They can also protect that ward easily, and Centaur getting closer to the Blink Dagger, so he could potentially be the one initiating on top of the Tiny. Tiny now upgrading the boots, the power treads, going into Echo Saber. They need that a little bit of extra burst, like that second hit is sometimes all you need to finish off a certain hero.
Absolutely do. Absolutely do. And he's going to try and farm that up at the top, taking out some neutral creeps. Well, I mean, PYW, he just can't really show on the map. We were talking about the threat.
Oh no!
Of
Mind Control suggesting another Fluffy Hat for Kuro. He's holding on to 3 right now.
He's got 3 Fluffy Hats. Oh, he's the Ushanka King right there as they get the catch on to Centaur. He's popped his hood, Vanguard up. Oh, he's just destroyed by all the magic damage.
You're not tanky. Like, they have probably the best setups in the game for AA to hit the blast.
Yeah.
You have Mars, you have like even Dark Billow's stun.
And they're not really long cooldowns, are they?
Yeah, they don't really rely on any of the cooldowns, so they can keep fighting all the time, and that's exactly what they're doing.
And soon you're going to have this BKB on MC. He's got Blink Dagger already, so whenever he sees a target, he can jump an arena. While Ori, mana burn. Yeah, this Ursa is going wild on him. The Tiny's not going to last long. He's going to try and blink away. He's pretty speedy, pops his one. But in comes that Blink arena we were just mentioning. Mind Control closes the door on the Tiny.
Very clean game from Nigma.
And
just going in, keep fighting, not losing any of the heroes.
And that Ursa allows them to take Roshan whenever they want to, doesn't he? So if they win a big team fight, it's just straight into Rosh no matter what.
Right now, Nigma is just controlling the big portion of the map, not allowing Vici Gaming. Like, Vici Gaming has vision inside the enemy jungle, which they don't benefit from at the moment.
There's the spear.
Snap the coil.
Snaps it up, and Puck. Blade Mail causing a few issues as Poyo turns the damage back onto them. Haunts around, tries to run, gets himself a little bit of distance as Nigma. They do disengage. Scatter back to a bit of safety, but that's Haunt expended defensively, something Vici Gaming would have been relying on to win a team fight in the next couple of minutes.
Vici Gaming needs to tone it down a bit to try not to take these fights, get some vision up in their own jungle, D-ward, and play for a bit later stages of the game.
Delay.
Nigma knows that, because like they know that they can fight inside the Roche pit, as you mentioned, and I don't think there's going to be any response.
It doesn't look like it. Well, I think you're right. Vici Gaming, name of the game right now is delay.
Buy time. Go to Shopkeeper. I know you have all these shiny items. Bro, do you have time? We need to buy some time.
Do you have a loan, any kind of credit system? Can I borrow a rapier? No. I'm going to save up for it little by little. And that's now Aegis in the hands of RTW. And they've got some towers up top that should be pretty easy to claim for Nigma. And they are, pinging out to cut the wave in between Tier 1 and Tier 2 there. While also holding on to mid lane, so spreading out across that top third of the map and forcing Vici Gaming to be farming a little less efficiently elsewhere down towards bottom altogether. Interesting positioning from Tiny right now, though. It looks like he's scouting out...
Creep skipping.
Or is he just creep skipping?
That's it. Blast it and get the hell out of there.
Yeah, cut that wave. TP's coming back from Miracle, though. Oh, he's hungry for this. Mind Control's also arriving. There's the arena. Coil catches the Tiny out, and DY, he can't TP out. The Soulbind's there, but what are you going to do as a Grimstroke? You're just dead to rights. MC comes out with a double. Beautiful setup yet again.
They were so ready for it. Like, exact moment when he shows up, and you can see that they know. Like, the decision-making, who's going to TP to Tier 2 tower, who's going to TP to Tier 3 tower. It's just really on point. Nigma, this game, 7k gold lead, 22 kills.
To the 6 of Vici Gaming. Oh yeah, that's the lead. It's starting to spiral out of control. Much more of a solid position than they had in Game 1, where, of course, they were leading in Game 1 around this time as well. But it feels like if they continue fighting, battling, and reacting as quickly as they have been, Vici Gaming going to have some serious problems.
And I like this. I like what Miracle is doing after finishing off the Witchblade. Has Deso, so he wants to be able to scale. And also going into BKB. He understands they got nothing. There's literally not a single spell that goes through magic immunity, so they're good to go. One of the reasons why Mars is also going for it. Ursa, after finishing the hood, has Shard queued up, which is...
got his Basher as well.
Yeah, Basher on top of it. Just a casual one, because he's super farmed at the moment. Items are just piling up.
The smoke's broken by Miracle mid. And Mind Control is going to be lurking around near the Roche pit too. I was going to say, if there's one thing Vici have shown they're very good at, it's choosing the right moments to strike around the Haunt with a smoke. That was a 4-man move, but Nigma just a step ahead in that situation until they lose the courier there. Vitality booster of Kuroki drops.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Immediate response. Ice Blast chucked down to that bottom corner. Right-hand side of the map. Everyone from Nigma smoking down here, and I think they might have spotted PYW. They're going to TP out, though, as Vici Gaming.
Better TP out. And also, he found the perfect item.
Oh, rolled 11.
All good, reliable. Fillet Stone, 11. Seems pretty dead, no one to help him around.
Yeah. Left down there all alone. And RTW continues his streak. As this map just... the fact that Nigma come bottom, they get a kill, they push one wave, and look at how quickly they move, TPing to top outpost, getting into the Radiant Triangle, because that's where they know Vici Gaming has to be. There's nowhere else they can farm. So they're keeping the pressure laid on very thick.
Kuro, his item build. Like, if you've seen this in pubs, you'll probably think I'm reporting this Overwatch case. And
screw you, Tiny build.
But this is exactly what it is, you know, just does not want to die to Tiny, and I believe he's also going for E on this, which I really like. So he's going to be able to get his spells off. Most likely going to get procced by Spectre in a team fight. Maybe Spectre doesn't have enough damage to actually go below threshold.
Find mind control. They toss the Horn Illusion. Great terrorize. Shackle's not cancelled out though, and the Soulbind comes in with a big blink stomp. Mind control's taken down, and it looks like Nigma still wanting to turn and fight around Poyo.
No mana
there, but he just walks straight through them.
No life.
Miracle beyond godlike, and they want PYW as a cherry on top of this team fight. You killed our Mars, we'll kill the rest of you. Who's the third one? He's out there. Grimstroke barely TPing home, but Tiny might not have the same luxury. He's being coiled, snapped, and frozen in the cold feet. Down you go. A triple for Miracle.
Miracle is just completely popping off in this game, as he was in the previous series. Now, like, that was a fight with Puck. Arcane Rune has phase shift attack, has the damage talent on top of this, so just not enough. Like, they need to execute the combo, they need multiple hexes, multiple shackles in a team fight, but it's hard. As we said at the start of the game, supports are gonna struggle. Because Puck, he gets the first jump, you can't fight. Like, you get silenced, pretty much you're dead. Delay, drop for Nigma as well.
Yeah, give that to Kuro, shall we? Buys himself a smoke as well. Definitely a sign of life, though, from Vici Gaming. Even though it wasn't a great team fight, they lost out a lot. Still the ability to make moves on their terms, which is something that some teams can struggle with when they are so far behind. I mean, a 10k lead now for Nigma with all those items you're mentioning coming into them. And that next Roshan just under 3 minutes away from fast spawn. But a BKB from the Mars, and RTW's aggressive jump to high ground.
That shard.
DY nearly just dies in a terrorize on the two of them. GH is going to come in with the help of the coil to fear them up. The Tiny dead, and the Centaur looking pretty screwed as well. Unstoppable Ursa back onto the Spectre with a Bedlam. What's the control looking like though from Nigma? It's a spear and the clear up from GH. 4 heroes obliterated.
If Ursa gets any other item than what he's got, if he doesn't have Hood of Defiance, he straight up dies there. Potentially different fight, but very nice itemization from WildTW. I don't think I've been pleasantly surprised by someone just knowing how, like, good itemization can win you the game, as in this one.
Surprised by someone buying a Hood.
No, as a carrier, like, this is, I don't think, like, if you scroll through data, I don't think you would be able to see Hood Ursa as the first item pretty much ever.
I think you're right. So we used to see it a little bit on, like, Phantom Lancer, right? You know, PL Hood makes sense, but Ursa, yeah, not really something that we come across too often. Hello, 2-man stop, and then the Stampede to run away because they got the arena down. Ori's blinked in aggressively looking for Miracle. The Puck's going to manage to wing, rift off to the side, but not far enough.
They got him.
GH comes in with a Bedlam though, needs to turn it back on the Tiny, finish him up with mind control. PYW want RTW, and Vici Gaming hold their high ground to get 2 massive core kills. Mind control might even be the third one they grab. He's stuck down here in Old 11, tracking back on the Mars. It's a good ice blast coming in, but I think MC's not going to manage to get up the staircase. Turned on and zapped by PYW, while Kuro
can he hide?
TPing, Stomp cancels it. Ancient Apparition, done for.
Nigma, they got what they came for. They killed the melee barracks, the range barracks at 20 HP, so they can be taken down easily. Still, you know, they have a better late game. If this goes post the 35-40 minute mark, you know, considering the amount of the farm and the advantage that they got, might not be too good for Vici Gaming, but Spectre's getting farmed. Like, Spectre got that Manta style, so potentially next Roche, which could spawn in 35 seconds, can be taken. Spectre deals a ton of damage. With Manta style, Shadow Shaman wards, maybe that's the sneaky play that they need. I was talking about the itemization. He wanted to get like Bash or Butterfly. I'm more of a Diffusal Blade fan, as already stated, where mana burn on not just the supports, it also gives you that extra slow potential. The damage output that you get from it is insanely high, so I like the Diffusal hero quite a lot.
Yeah, against melee heroes, you know, Mars and Ursa, something that mana burn can really stack up and work against them quite quickly. And it looks like we do have the big circle drawn around the Roshan, which is just under a minute from spawning. Everybody going to start vying for that positioning around the Radiant Triangle, around that top rune spot. GH walking in, wanting to try and grab the bounty rune. Is he going to terrorize back onto World 11? Curse Crown already used up, self-fuels to try and save himself and buy a bit of time as Mind Control, he arrives. Arena in, catching time, they're going to cape down, the buyback from Willow. Ice Blast lands onto Ori and Poyo kind of stuck in the arena too, but they've got the Stampede. Coil catches the Spectre. They want to focus down Poyo real bad. Spectre's gone. No buyback on her either.
Nice spell casting there from Nigma.
Do they
not
find
overlapping
catch?
spells.
They found PYW.
He's the king of the hill.
Is he the king? I don't know, he looks like the Joker to me. He's a jester stuck up there.
Yeah, great spell casting using Arena, not overlapping the coil, so Spectre can't move. And AA Blast were on point, once again hitting on the multiple heroes. Can't regen, like...
And no buybacks.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And you've got Miracle BKB at this point. Coming up to high ground. Oh, that blink. Tiny slips away, but DY unfortunately doesn't have that ability. Tiny going to get Yule's up. A Serpent Walter thrown in onto them, but that Tiny demolished by them. And again, no buybacks for Vici Gaming. So their entire base is open season for Nigma to pick off these buildings.
Radiant's top tower.
Panel talked about how they don't have enough damage. This is why Miracle says, you know, I've got to get the damage. I'm going to be the tower damage. 25 damage talent plus a death. So phase shift attack on top of it. Now has a full BKB. Just some good stuff. He's been involved in 29 out of 35 kills. I think everyone is pretty happy seeing Miracle back on the mid lane.
Oh, absolutely. It's just absolutely glorious to watch. And Vici now, what, 2 lanes of racks down. Try and reclaim any semblance of map control, de-ward out their base. Maybe move towards the Roche pit. And they've got Haunt, and they should have the majority of their arsenal ready at their disposal to try and contest this.
Vici take this fight. They smoke. They have a big item, Gary.
But it looks
Shadow
like...
Shaman with a BKB plus lens, he can go in, and if he does not get bashed by Ursa, it's not gonna stop. So they need to execute. Like, this could potentially be a big turnaround for Vici Gaming if they get there on time, which they won't.
It's too slow. They can't get there, and they're scouted out by the wards. Attempted to terrorize, and look at that! The BKB's popped down by PYW, only to die to the right clicks of the puck. Miracle has the reveal to take down DUI2. Both supports gone for around a minute, and a 5 versus 3 that Vici have to deal with.
They also have a shard, they gave it to Puck. So you can knock them back, snap the coil,
look
potentially.
I thought Ursa was going to hunt the Tiny. I mean, Ori is farming quite dangerously down there. RTW, I think, was considering moving into Triangle to try and find him. Only 1 lane remains, though, now. Lacoste down bottom. Vici have 1 lane to defend, but Nigma only have 1 lane to attack into with the entire set of ultis and abilities that we've seen them utilize so very well. I just need a bit of vision. Just need to catch a glimpse of someone here. And both Ancient Apparition and Mars are ready to make that jump.
Ancient Apparition can't die. 2 fluffy hats, 1 in the backpack. Eon Disc as well, sitting at 1800 HP at the moment. They're ready to go. They're ready to go on the high ground. Miracle just gets straight up damage. Right now has a Crystallis in the backpack. We'll swap that in once he uses the haste.
Yeah, get himself a bit speedy and then get the damage going.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Not
attack.
going to bother defending bottom tier 2. Far too difficult in that real hilly terrain for Vici Gaming. So instead, opting to push out top, hold mid, and defend with everything they've got down at bottom. They start with the Ink-Swell Stomp. Hold 11, just trying to chip away at RTW, put the fear into Nigma so they don't straight push high ground. But look at MC. He jumps up there. He whacks back the Tiny, and now RTW is in onto DY. Toss back the Ursa, but this Teddy Bear, he's not messing around now. They expect the Horn, but they lost their PYW Shadow.
No buyback on it.
Both supports are gone. Terrorize coming into the Spectre Illusions. I don't think they caught the real one. Miracle's going to have to jaunt away to the orb. Tiny wants it with a Centaur Blink, but he gets the cheese off. Survives the onslaught, and now the arena bashing up onto that Tiny. RTW clears them up.
This might be it, and they call it. They actually call it. One thing that I noticed, especially for IG in the Chinese scene, they call GG. They understand, like, we can't win this game.
What's done is done.
Complete dominance by Team Nigma in the second game. They were all over the place, like not relying on the cooldowns whatsoever to take the fights. Puck, great itemization coming out from him, you know, getting that Witchblade, being very active, couple of good rotations, and just great itemization overall. We talked about that hood
on
Ursa.
So happy.
Well, he should be happy considering their performance in the second game.
Yeah, real beautiful stuff. I mean, I know a lot of the predictions were saying Vici Gaming looking the stronger team coming into this, so now picking up a victory here for Nigma, super important for them here in the wild card. Well, that's it for us for this series. We'll pass it back to Rich and the panel to break down what we just saw.
Yeah, the casters instantly mentioning how important they think that this is for Nigma to be able to take a victory here. And looking at them now compared to when they were starting the day, I think it's pretty evident that this is going to be a morale booster. And they got another series coming up right after this. They're going to be our next series. But let's talk about how they were able to do it. Obviously, a very different second game, not only by result, but what we saw in the draft and how we saw them play it out, Kyle.
Miracle on a playmaker. 41 kills in 30-something minutes. Like that's the team I want to see play. It was the same during the DPC season where you'd see Nigma come out, they'd play fast, they'd get a win, and then they'd just slow everything down. This time they did it in the reverse order, but same results. Like when this team gets that lead, when they have team fight, when they can actually battle and try to slay, that's when they look the strongest.
Even the question marks that I had about being able to take objectives were raised at some points, especially they had such a net worth advantage, didn't really have an iron grip on the map. Spectre was able to get out every once in a while, get some farm, but I never really saw the dire half of the map after like 20 minutes. I don't think Radiant ever crossed the river at a certain point. That Ursa was just all over them. It was suffocating. And like Kyle said, I think that's when Nigma's in their element.
Yeah, one of the really enjoyable things about having this series to actually kick off our day here in the wild card, obviously we're going to be watching a lot of best of twos, not only today, but over the next 2 days. And when we start off with this, we kind of get a taste of things to come. These are two of the teams that we're going to be putting under a microscope non-stop, two of the teams that you really expect to have that potential to maybe make it out of the wild card. And now we've gotten to look at both of them, and we've gotten to see a few different facets of these diamonds as well. So Kyle, we're going to take a look at game number 2, and let's try to peer a little bit more into that crystal ball and see what the future holds for us over the next 2 days.
All right, well, if you can make anything like this, you can see Nigma just all in aggression, tons of team fight. I really like Miracle's build on the puck. It's kind of similar to how we'll see Lena's played. It's the same concept, at least. Early on in the game, strong laners, they control runes, they shove waves incredibly quickly, but they're able to itemize in these newer ways that actually mean that their scaling and specifically mid-game damage output is both mixed and very, very high. And you could see Miracle just pretty much dominating this game. ILTW, as you stated earlier, Tsunami with the diffuser build. This is definitely the way to be playing Ursa. Again, maybe it's an NA, EU thing, but we saw a ton of Battle Furies that always
don't
lose.
Do it. Please never.
Never.
This Diffusal's the name of the game, especially since Abyssal Blade got so heavily nerfed that you have no real way to stick on a target. And Battle Fury, sure, you can farm faster, but you shouldn't be picking Ursa to farm. You should be picking Ursa to do this, to make a Spectre feel never safe on the map, to make sure that you are not a cooldown-dependent carry. Spectre, Haunt, super long cooldown. Centaur, nerfed in 7.29 did. Stampede, now 100-second cooldown. Meanwhile, Nigma are like, okay, do you have Dream Coil up? Great. You don't have that up? Do we have Arena up? Great. Do we have Ice Blast up? Of course, it's always up. That's how low of a cooldown that spell is. And Nigma just lived in Radiant's half of the map. And this is what I want for two teams that I consider to be ones that make it out of the wildcards. They better split the series.
Indeed, and I like this too, because moving on, Rich has been pretty adamant. There's just so much Dota to be played over the next couple of days, and they're even Stevens. So now you look ahead. Nigma, they're going to play Gambit immediately following this. Gambit's still currently playing against Secret. I can hear Suns fan and Cinderin just yelling in the background. Obviously hype over there. I think Gambit was actually quite even around the 20-minute mark, so definitely won't be a slouch here. And if you look at this, again, top 2 out of 6, it's not going to be enough to be a 50% team in this wild card. You're going to need to win a couple of these series straight out if you want to advance to groups.
Yeah, draws all around are just going to... I don't even think you'll be in contention for tiebreakers if you're just drawing all over the place. You're going to need 2-0 victories. And I don't remember what the original... So, Rich, you said that you and I differed on some predictions. Do you remember what you/Cinderin predicted for this series?
I believe it was the third series of the day.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Was this one a draw for you? Did you have Nigma? Did you have Vici? Did Cinderin
for this one... My pick,
your pick,
which was the same as Cinderin's, was Vici.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thanks, Cind. but yeah, Cind definitely making my workload a little bit easier. I just said copy paste whatever Cind does, and I should be able to make it through this. That's pretty much been my strategy for the past 3 years, and it's been working out. It's been working out pretty well. But all things considered, I think this is one of the ones that you expect maybe to have the split. If you saw a team coming out with a 2-0, I think there were a lot of people who were kind of more on the side of Vici, expecting them to be a very consistent team, see some slight oddities, as you mentioned in that first draft. But let's talk about Nigma more, because now we get to see two very different games out of them. How do you think they're going to fare against Gambit?
It was like Kyle said, it was opposite dynamic from what we typically see from them in the DPC, where it's like, let's go really fast. Oh, great, we won. Now we can slow it down. No. Keep going fast. You're good at fast. Keep it fast. I didn't actually get to watch too much Eastern Europe. I know that was your specialty. I know traditionally Eastern Europe has been known for speed, but I think VP is really the only one that can solidify that. I don't know if Spirit and Gambit were able to do it quite as well.
It was definitely, VP, even just from hearing the rumors at the hotel, they're an S-tier team worldwide, and they certainly were in the region. They clean swept both seasons.
Yep.
They're insane. Spirit, solid team, but definitely I'd say one at least, probably more like 2 tiers below VP. As for Ace Monaco Gambit, they also have the recent roster changes, so it'll be definitely shaky. Can they play fast enough? We'll see. I want to just quickly comment Miracle's build there. I loved the itemization. Witchblade, Deso, the early crit stick, a BKB, all these items, Blink, all below 4,000 gold. It allows him to pretty much power spike every 3 to 5 minutes, which I think is really key when you play these fast-paced heroes. And that's what I want to see him stay on. No more Morphlings. Maybe an Invoker for some, I guess just for style points.
Sure.
But more pucks, more TAs, something that allows him to get ahead and stay ahead and not be reliant, and also just stuns.
I mean, look, I probably gauge way too many of my life decisions off of chat, but just seeing how much chat's opinion changed from game 1 to game 2, they weren't fully spelling Miracle's name. I don't understand why. They just got to the first few letters, and then they had the lol emote. I don't know exactly what was going on. And then the second game, they're just like M-God, instantly completely turning the tide. So seeing just how much better game 2 went for them, what do you want to see them do when they play against Gambit?
Let's see, my biggest question mark in game 1 was ILTWs here. I still think that even...
that was chats as well.
Morphling is not quite the pace that perhaps Nigma are best at, but I think Miracle on the hero is such a surgeon that it doesn't matter. ILTW, on the other hand, I think that Lycan not going to happen. Don't go for a Lycan.
Now that you think about it, it looked all right on paper. I don't think the draft's the reason they lose, but Tricore of Darkseer, Morphling Lycan.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll see that again throughout this tournament. I don't think we'll see Morphling Lycan again. As an offlaner, maybe the Lycan has some sort of viability.
Sure,
I've seen that. That's big in China. I like that quite a bit. But it's like your 1-2 don't really stun heroes. They just hit stuff.
Yeah.
You need stuns. Stuns are solid. And I think that what they've just shown here is what I would like to see. ILTW on a more aggressive carry, Miracle on a sort of semi-pseudo carry from mid that can make plays. Everybody else is just killing stuff. The GH Willow also has been very impressive from the DPC season and also in today's game.
Very important thing to keep in mind. It's funny. I feel like we did have a decent amount of time to discuss things at the start of the day, but I don't think I actually asked you guys, and I feel like now's a good time. Pretend that this matchup didn't just happen, that we didn't just watch this series. Who are the two teams that you guys, with no information, just looking at everything that you saw in the DPC League and everything a little bit earlier on this year, who do you think is making it out of wildcard? What were the two teams that you guys thought would be able to make it out?
It was Vici's secret for me.
Okay.
The only qualification I gave is that Nigma is the hungriest out of all of these. Vici's in a little bit better spot because also if they do have to go through Chinese qualifiers, it's not as cutthroat as European qualifiers. But my favorites are still going to be Secret and Vici.
And I think there's an unspoken maybe rivalry here too, right? Where not only are Puppey and Kuro the only 2 players to have made it to every TI, but Puppey has been knocked out of TI7, TI8, and TI9 by Kuroki.
Liquids, though. Secret's 1 kryptonite, at least in TI at least.
Yeah. So I think Secret, you can argue, oh, well, you know, they have nothing to play for. They're already in TI, but they would really enjoy getting to sit at home in July, grab some popcorn, you know, still should have some left over from the recent feuds, and just relax. Watch the TI finals, but one of those teams just doesn't show up.
Man, these EU qualifiers, I mean, is there any way that it doesn't end up just being the craziest qualifiers that you could potentially have?
If Liquid has a miracle run and they make it to, I think Liquid only needs top 6? I think top 6 puts them in your pretty good area.
Is like 100% guaranteed because there's a lot of permutations where like a team slightly below them in points actually
like execration doesn't
just wins the entire tournament. Yeah. Right? Like those weird leapfrogs.
Liquid needs to do well, and if that happens, then you only need to worry about Nigma and OG in the qualifiers because Alliance is also looking pretty good.
But if not, you have Tundra, you have Liquid, you have Nigma, you have OG, all for 1 spot,
and maybe even Alliance.
Alliance,
they're like 99.99.
99.94.
Yeah, it would have to be something really absurd. And then also, one of the other things that you have to keep in mind, and I'm not enough of a 5-head, I'm sure somebody in chat's like sitting there right now, like, actually, but when you look at something like that, only so many of the crazy scenarios can happen because it blocks out some of the other oddities, right? If one team leapfrogs, then all of a sudden it will guarantee results for some of the other teams.
True.
It's hard to figure all of that stuff out, and obviously we're getting a whole bunch more information. We're getting a lot of that information today because we have in total 8 series that are going to be played out, all best of 2s. This is the wild card. Only 2 teams going to make it through these first 2 days. Then we're going to get to groups, and then we get into the action for the tournament, the real meat and potatoes. But as we take a look right now, these are the standings thus far. Starting to get a few numbers, a few tallies on the page. A little bit of binary.
Yeah, but so far, not much really surprising.
Wait, what does this GD mean?
Huh?
There was a G on one column, there was a D in the other column.
Games, draws.
Oh, okay.
You never watched European football, huh? You've been out in Romania for 6 months?
That's why AS Monaco Gambit is going to be my first exposure to it, I suppose.
Oh.
So, Secret 2-0'd, Gambit 0-2?
Not yet. I actually don't know. We'll probably get confirmation.
I hear them paneling down there.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Did Secret 2-0?
Well, they had a G. They had a 1 for their G. I don't know what that means.
You're just confusing me and the viewers.
Whatever the case. Gambit's the next series. Versus
wow. You should take this chair. Oh my gosh. I have absolutely no job security. I come back after a year. Now this guy's got all the transitions. This is scary. This is very scary. I think that as we do look now, how clear is it going to be by the end of the day what you really expect to see? Because I'm trying to think about the one thing that I don't have in my head very clearly right now, I'll completely admit, just because I'm going to be sitting on this stream all day. Shiver's going to be sitting on the other stream. I'm not really sure which series are getting played out on her stream today. Mm-hmm. By the end of the day, how clear of an idea do you think we're going to have of the 2 teams that might actually make it through?
I'd say pretty clear. I think the Radiant stream is going to have like IG Secret.
Yeah, they have 3 Secret series, 2 IG series. This stream is going to have 2 Gambit series.
I really do feel like it's going to be the Secret series that this next matchup for Nigma is going to be really important for today, but those Secret matchups are going to be paramount to try to figure out who is going to make it out of the wild card. We are going to be jumping to a quick break. When we get back, we're going to get into that Nigma matchup here on this stream, and we're going to see, are they going to be able to grab 2 victories, or are they going to start falling behind? We'll find all of that out and more right after this.
Every event is a part of esports history, full of memorable moments every fan wants to be a part of. Get your own unique piece of esports with WePlay collectibles. Here is the first collection: Storyline, Logo Token, Trophy Token, Story Token. Be sure to check all the details on our website and stay tuned for cool NFTs from WePlay Esports.
Buy the official merchandise for WePlay AniMajor 2021 now on fragstore.com. Hoodies, t-shirts, mouse pads, headrest pillows, and other souvenirs were released in the limited edition for the tournament. Hurry up and buy them on fragstore.com via the link in the description or chatbot.
Hello, brother! Are you ready for the major? No! I said, are you ready for the AniMajor? Weebs and otakus, soda fans, make sure that you have a vacation for the rest of June! Cause we're gonna rock, we're gonna slam, we're gonna Two streams for the first stage, DireRed and Radiant Green. No priorities, just pure fun and high fun both streams. And we're gonna start with 6 teams from each region. They will show their best, but only 2 teams will advance to the real massacre that we will politely call the group stage. Round robin, best of 2, madness. Team Nigma, Team Secret, Vici Game, Invictus Game, Execration, AS Monaco Gambit. Oh, brother, this card is really wild. Ha!
'It's day 1 of the AniMajor, and we have a lot of work to do. We got best of 2s all day long to try to figure out which 2 teams are going to make it out of the wild card. My name's Rich. I'm going to be your host all day long, and I'm joined on the panel by AUI and also Lacoste. And I'm very excited for this next matchup, and we had a little bit of time to actually talk about the fact that this is a pleasant surprise. It's worth a lot more already than we thought it was going to be. We got both teams coming out with splits in their first series of the day. It's Nigma versus AS Monaco Gambit. So a little bit of a surprise on the side of Gambit as well. How do you feel about them being able to take 1 game away?
Pleasantly surprised because they swapped 2 players. You know, the 2 players left willingly after they were not satisfied with the performance, so they had to find the standings in a week or 2, and I don't think anyone expected them to take a game off Team Secret.
Yeah, and you actually brought up right before we went live, and I thought that this is something, obviously everybody at home is going to enjoy hearing a whole bunch, just the idea that it wasn't necessarily in a way that guarantees a great performance, right? You're in a situation where there's some dissent between the players, and now they're here, and it's one of those moments where it's either going to cause them to rise above, to prove how good they really can be for Gambit, or they just fall apart. And it seems like we might be seeing the former.
Yeah, I mean, there are 2 players, Nolan and Seneko. They basically said, we don't think you guys are good enough for us to play with you. That's a harsh feeling. And usually when that happens, it either means you spiral out of control and you're just sad, or it means you're you know what, guys, we're going to prove you wrong. And I mean, they beat Secret. They had a sick draft. They're ready to show that you guys left, but you guys were wrong. We were right. And yeah, there we go.
Yeah, it's one of those things too where that's the type of scenario where I feel like you can get that momentum, and all of the sudden you're up against Nigma. Maybe they're able to get another upset, but we're going to find out very shortly here because the draft is underway. We got Gambit versus Nigma. Nigma also redemption arc. They're trying to get back into their fighting form that we already know and expect from them, and they're trying to be able to lock up a position in TI. They're able to take 1. Do you think we're going to see them playing in the way that we saw them play in their second game?
After watching Gambit, the old Gambit, I would say, you know, this should be an easy one for Team Nigma. But after seeing what they've did to Team Secret in game number 2, this might be an interesting series, you know, because Team Nigma, they looked very clean against Vici Gaming. Vici Gaming up there, one of the best teams. I thought that's going to be the best series so far in the wild card, but maybe I was wrong, you know, because it was very one-sided, especially game 2. So we have to see what they have in store for this one.
All right, what do we think about this draft so far as we start to see some of these early picks coming out, AUI?
Well, I'm interested because I think AA is a super strong support. And Nyx is a hero that's been like, it's been either perma-banned and picked in some regions or not picked at all. I know in China in particular, it's like super strong. So I'm sure these teams are watching some of that. And usually against AA, you want these like sort of sneaky heroes that get on the back line. Nyx sort of does that. So right now, you know, some interesting ideas going into the draft.
Something that I watched a lot of China. I worked at the Chinese region, so they open up mostly with like Nyx Assassin, either Nyx Assassin plus Slash, or if Nyx Assassin is banned out, 3 and plus Lash Viper, strong laner, no matter what. So Nyx Assassin counters, my point is that he counters a lot of heroes, because there's like uncontrollable damage going on, especially against the certain ones, like Ember is pretty much not pickable. Same goes for Lash Track, so something that they might have in hand for them.
Yeah, I think that's a good point too, because AA sort of does the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Like when you see AA, it's really hard to pick your carry. A lot of the heroes you want, like you can't pick these like Lunas, Gyrocopters, Morphlings, anything, basically any range carry, because if they burst you down with the AL, you don't get to play Dota.
We've seen that in the previous series, where you have a Centaur who has a Hood, has a Vanguard, but he's not tanky. Same goes for Spectre. One AA blast, they keep you in the place. I was pleasantly surprised the way Nigma moved around the map. They picked the heroes who don't rely on any of the cooldowns. Great automation coming out from them, especially like the multiple fluffy hats, just not being able to be bursted down by Tiny in that particular game. So they're understanding what needs to be done is pretty top level, pretty top notch.
Yeah. One of the things though that I think a lot of people were saying, definitely saying in the chat, was that they weren't loving the morph. How do you feel about seeing it again here as we enter the second best of 2?
Oh, you asking me?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were gonna ask the smart guy, because you know I've been watching AUI. I've been.
Here's my plan. I start with you and
you start.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, Morphling flexible, and they played it on a mid lane. They can play it on the safe lane if the matchup is good. Viper, if that's an off lane Viper, he puts a ton of pressure on him. Is not a melee hero, but still you don't like to play into Viper. Viper Nyx just sounds disgusting. The mana burn, you can't use the shift, maybe an earlier point in it. Maybe it's gonna be a mid lane. I still don't know, gotta see what's gonna happen next. But to go back, you know, AUI, I watch him prepare. He logs onto computer, watch the replay at 0.25 speed, you know, uses some fancy words to describe how teams are playing. And then you have me, you know, I'm just saying puck goes brrr, and that's it. So I gotta find the real balance.
Well, that was one of your best.
Yeah, that's my really best. You know, I should be very embarrassed.
But you're correct, though, right? Like puck does go.
But I don't know how you made that noise.
It really does. It really does. I'm thinking back to some of my favorite moments of working with you right now, and a lot of them were things that you didn't even say on the panel. Just those moments of smiles where you make me completely break up.
Because you get the best out of me, Rich. That's why.
I really do enjoy getting to sit next to you on a panel again, and also this is the first time that AUI and I've gotten.
And what does that smell? What is that perfume that you're wearing right now? Is that Lorenoff?
Chanel 5.
Oh, because Lorenoff, like the player, it sounds like a perfume, right? You're a perfume expert.
Yeah,
you would wear that, right?
Yeah. Definitely would wear that. And I also would wear the, man, I cannot segue out of that. You actually managed to stump me. I was going to try to move that into something about the draft, but I'm just going to have to throw it on over.
Okay, what is that? My question is, what is that hero before Batrider?
Before Batrider?
Yeah, between Darkseer and Bat.
That's Puck.
It's Puck, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's the head.
It's tricky. I swear it's because they just went for the black and white images. It's a little bit trickier to actually see the bands from how far away we're sitting from the television. But as we start to see some more picks coming out from Gambit, how are you feeling overall about this lineup?
For Gambit?
Yeah.
I mean, I like how they're constructing it. Like they have a mix of like I like the Nyx sneakiness, and I like the long range nukes. I think generally this patch it's hard to take slow fights early, you have to burst heroes because TP scores are really strong right now. So if you have heroes like Snapfire, Viper, and Nyx, it means that whoever you see on the map, like you can just kill them right away.
Yeah, and also covering the Snapfire pick nicely with the Nyx Assassin, one of the worst heroes for Snapfire to play, just one carapace and you're done. Surprised we don't see too much of a Nyx Assassin. Like, it's really popular in Chinese region, the hero does well, a bit slow at the start, doesn't provide too much pressure in the lane unless he's paired up with, let's say, like a Darkseer, something that enables him, but overall feels really good, and the Snapfire, even after all those nerfs, the hero feels good. To go back on their position 4, Tusk, Snowball, Save, anti-tank hero. Some heroes really don't like Timbersaw, you might be tanky, but not tanky enough to play against the tag team. And not picked at all. Like, I've been watching, in Europe, I believe it's popular, South America as well. So certain regions just like prioritizing this pick. I'm a big fan. Very surprised, like Southeast Asia, China, they were not picking the hero at all.
They weren't picking Tusk at all?
No, just hero was completely gone.
I think right now it's sort of hard for like Nigma's heroes to fight into Gambits though, right?
Yeah.
And I think like in drafting, like if you create disparities in like certain aspects of the draft, like team fight, it's really hard to catch up on those later. I think you can look back like historically, like you can even think about like the Kiev Major in like 2016 or something. Like they would pick like Warlock and the M team would instantly pick Phoenix. And like right now, like if I see Snapfire, Nyx, Viper, and I have like these 3 non-team fighting heroes, like I don't know how I'm going to recover from that.
Great Storm game. Like they have not a single stun. He can just jump over the shards. Like AA is pretty much the food for him. Same goes for Nyx Assassin. So their pick-off potential is off the charts in this game. I want to see some kind of silence, some kind of a stun, something that deals well with the Storm.
This means Viper's offlane though, right?
Yeah.
So they have a Tuskar AA Morphling. I think they might look to try that hero.
Yeah.
It looks really vulnerable. Like I don't think Nyx can really pull waves.
I like Dragonite as a response to Storm Spirit, but after they have Viper, not a big fan, so they're gonna save maybe the mid laner for the last. How do you like if it's a mid Morph against the Storm Spirit?
I think Storm should outfarm him slightly, but Morph will be completely fine, and then Morph should have pressure on the tower. I think pressure on the tower, if you have a lineup with like sort of non-teaming supports, it means you have to play the map really fast because you can't take the same skirmishes you would in the mid game. So you want heroes that like when they see the enemy hero in lane, they'll kick him out and your creep wave will hit their tower.
They don't have that one hero that just goes in and jumps Snapfire, which I really don't like. Something from far away, maybe like maybe Mars, but Snapfire can outrange the Mars, and you have a good front line that can keep them busy. Also, it's Mars into Storm Spirit. He can easily just jump out.
I think like even though they pick Mars, I don't think they're looking to take like these straight teamfight engagements. They're gonna arena spear one guy. Maybe he'll get a Yule so he can be the catch for that Storm, as you mentioned. But they have like this AALT and this Morphling long range nuke. You arena spear one guy, you burst him, and then you try to reset the fight. You have a lot of like the Tuskar reset. Your Morphling has wave for him to reset. You can just use arena as like a way to trade out your spells. I think that is correct for like what heroes Gambit has, because Gambit, like, they have this Nyx Assassin, Viper, and Snapfire. Like, they have a lot of nukes. They're really strong in teamfights, but they're actually not that mobile. Storm is, but if he's the one you catch, then you can always reset the fight and get another round of spells.
Yeah, Viper's pretty sluggish. I want to see what his item build is going to be this time around. Maybe
I haven't seen it offlane much. Do they play it a lot in Europe?
No, not really.
Okay.
He's been banned out most of the time in the region that I've been watching. When there's like Spectre, when there's a Bristleback, Southeast Asia loves Bristle, so was banned out most of the time.
That hero's straight first pick in NA for a lot of teams. He's super scary, but they usually play him mid. That's why I started curious. Like, in my head, like, you would pick the carry instead of Storm there, right? So you could like sort of hide where the Viper's going. Like right now, I think it's sort of easy for Nigma to decide how to shut down Viper.
Like a PL for Gambit, because they have no real AoE. Morphling does not like to play into mana burn. Supports are just the food for him.
They have the 24 pick, right?
Yeah.
So I think you will. I can see PL working for sure. That sounds pretty good. I think you do want to see that last hero though, especially like for a hero like PL. I was talking to BSJ and he said like PL is like pretty much last pick or nothing right now. He's like, the hero's not good, but he can still be picked if you have the perfect matchups.
Sure, but I think you can get away with that. Doesn't necessarily need to be last pick, at least from what I've seen. What is that ban, Rich? Let's help us out.
I do want to say really quickly here. 95%. You can see right now that guess the winners. That is a Twitch chat vote. 95%.
Well, Twitch chat, they love Nigma.
They didn't even wait to see what happened in the draft. Already 95% of them on the side of Nigma. But I will say to everybody in chat, if you've only been paying attention to one of the streams, if you've only been watching DireRed, if you've only been watching Radiant, you might have not seen what Gambit
Rich,
already
you got to contribute something to this draft. Like, you need to tell me what hero is banned.
I was in the middle of contributing to the draft. I can't see that far away to see the heroes that are drafted. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to.
It's much easier when it's color. It's not black and white.
It's just that the picks are easy. It's those how tiny the bands actually are here. I can see that that's a jug at the end here. But what do you want to see to round out the draft, Lacoste?
For Nigma?
Yeah.
I think they need a mid laner. I think it's okay to have Morph against the Viper. You mentioned the aggressive tri-lane possibility, something that comes to my mind every single time I see Tusk, one of the best heroes. It's going to be mid Morph, actually.
Okay, so running that back again after what we saw in game 1. And now it's going to come down to Gambit. What are you looking out for here?
I mean, I think they picked Leicester, right? And I've had this matchup in my pubs a few times where like Viper goes against Leicester, and that matchup's actually really hard for Leicester, but he can remove the poison stacks. And I think Nigma's one of the best team at rotating their 4 like to mid and safe lane. So we will see like an early trial lane come in for Naga Siren.
It's pretty much the same concept as a PL where you have diffusal blade carriers, something that they don't have the answer to. They had the last pick. Not enough wave clear. These heroes don't deal well with the illusions. Lifestealer, Radiance build not a thing anymore. I like this Naga. I really like.
Have no wave shove on Radiant at all. Or Nigma,
like you have AA Tusk, they really struggle. Like Mars can, Lifestealer needs to sit there and actually hit the creeps.
It's actually very good versus Mars in lane. Like he has to constantly throw a spear and just split your illusions, and you can win that lane with Naga Siren.
I like Gambit's draft. I really like what they got.
Okay, so we hear Lacoste right now in favor of Gambit's draft. AUI, how about you?
I mean, the one thing that Gambit's lacking is, like, I think it's a bit unclear who goes in first. They have Nyx to sort of frontline for them, so that's good. But I also like Gambit's draft. I think Dream plays a really good Naga Siren, actually. And yeah, I'm curious to see what happens in this game.
How do you feel the tide of this game is actually going to play out, though? What are the big moments that you're looking for as we actually do get into the game?
I think most of this game's going to be on GH, because this game's going to be on how Tusker rotates. Like, if he can make Leicester have a really good game, like, he's unkillable this game until Storm Orchid, pretty much. If they can do that and, like, just hold their safe lane control, then, you know, Nigma has a map to play. If that doesn't happen, I think Gambit should be able to, like, control the entire map with Naga and just hold farm.
Gotta agree. I'm pleasantly surprised the way Gambit drafted. They utilized the last pick, and I don't think they have the answer for this Naga Siren.
All right, well, I love what you said to start off the panel, just the idea of Gambit right now. Are they rising to the occasion after having an extra pressure thrown onto the players from the players themselves? We're going to find out very quickly here if they're going to be able to grab another upset as we jump into the second best of 2 of the day.
Here we are, Gambit up against Nigma. It seems like Nigma trying to replicate some of their victory against Vici Gaming with there's Mars, this Ancient Apparition, but the panel, and I know you were saying that you really like Gambit's draft and the way they can play the map.
Yeah, as long as they don't get smashed early, I think that they have really good ways to just keep the map, like, keep themselves hidden in particular, especially the Naga Siren. I think Dream, when he's playing with this team, he excels when he's actually not being forced to do too much. When I've seen him actually, because I watched a lot of these Europe and CIS games, when he's actually forced to get involved, he starts making these mistakes because it doesn't feel like he wants to be in these. I think Naga Siren actually fits perfectly the style that he likes to play.
So he won't get flustered, he'll just farm and build himself up.
And I actually, I mean, Aoi kind of kind of took it right away from me, but I think it's eyes on GH this game to solidify and secure these lanes, because you look, and it's a Tusk Mars lane if he does want to play around mind control, which is, it's going to be a little bit hard for him to really do much of anything to actually play aggressive. So I want to see him play with the tri-lane and just look at him the rotations. A lot of times the way that GH has been playing, especially with Miracle now playing the mid for them, he rotates mid like 4 minutes. I guarantee you we see a TP. 4 or 5 minutes, GH is going to run mid, he's going to TP mid, he's going to try to make an aggressive play on the mid laner, especially versus a hero like Storm. He could actually catch him off guard early on when he doesn't have that level 6. You can actually look to set up a gank there. So eyes on GH really for this game, and seeing if he does early go for tri-lanes, and if he does go for like pulling creep waves, because I think that's going to be the style, at least in the bottom lane.
For sure going to be a pivotal hero for them. And then kind of a similar thing here for the Nyx Assassin as well, right? He's going to be scouting out any movements that Nigma want to make, because it is a very teamfight focused draft around that Mars AA, looking for those early engagements. And we know Immersion, how well he can do behind enemy lines, kind of catching stranglers or smoke ganks there as an early raid from RLTW. Get rid of some of that damage coming through from Afterlife, but they've shoved this wave really hard already under Tier 1.
Yeah, this is the Afterlife special. He loves playing the Viper. He always does it. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing. He always does Vipers, but this is a very comfortable hero for him, so he forces the wave in, and then they just start messing with the pulls. You see the wards already coming out from both sides, so yeah, they've got it covered, and we're already seeing the pull. GH is starting to pull because he doesn't want to be this double melee versus Naga Siren, so he's going to start switching where the positioning of the lane is.
Yeah, start manipulating that creep wave. And then mid lane there, we've got Lorenoff up against Miracle. Storm versus Morphling, which the panel was saying, you know, Storm Spirit can potentially slightly outfarm the Miracle Morph, but then you've got the threat of that damage onto towers and the runes that Miracle can utilize to shove back into the wave. But for the most part, you know, these mid lanes with water runes now very much just farm trade heavy.
Yeah, I actually love seeing like the aggressive Storms, and Lorenoff, from what I've seen so far, very aggressive player, so he tends to just always get Electric Vortex level 3. So he's going to be able to try to bring it to the Morphling if he sees an opportunity, just pull him to even make him miss range creeps and stuff like that. It's really high skill kind of matchup that you can take advantage of, so eyes on Lorenoff to bully Miracle a little bit here.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking down those side lanes here, BZZ. Just trying to track back onto GH, like you were mentioning, just dragging these waves around, making things a little easier for himself. Has Immersion already starting his nonsense, kills off RLTW's Courier with the boots on them.
Yeah, you see, Kuro has actually started boots on the AA, something you don't see too often because he just has to run. Yeah, ILTW is forced to actually rage and run away. This is a very tough lane right now for Team Nigma.
Yeah, we start to see the CS from the Radiant team getting ahead of their counterparts for the most part. I mean, Naga Siren, maybe consider her to be struggling a little bit, but that's more of an experience-focused hero early days. CS will come naturally as the game progresses into 10, 15 minutes. She'll be given all of that room to farm. So early laning stage, you feel like Naga Siren, not really important for her to have a good time down here, is it? Just dodge any kind of aggression from Nigma.
Yeah, they're manipulating creeps so much, right? GH, that's the whole job, is these 4 positions when you're double melee in this matchup, so you're going to miss a couple, because he's going to get the pull behind, he's going to deny like 2-3 extra CS, so that's what Dream is actually missing here. And he's versus Mars. Mars is one of the better actual lane heroes, and boom!
Yeah, that Viper Nyx, straight onto RTW, they're tipping him as well.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
Well, they know that if they get ahead in this game, this Lifestealer is going to have like no recovery period at all. He's in a very tough carry matchup versus Naga Siren, and he's versus Viper in the game. Like your whole game is going to be pretty terrible unless you get right on top of him to start off with like an Infest Bomb. Otherwise, you're just Viper Striked. Every single team fight, you're going to be Viper Striked. So.
Yeah. And you got stuck there.
Yep.
I mean, something we didn't get a chance to touch on much, but Lifestealer item builds. We've previously seen the Radiance, the Battle Fury. They're all come and gone. Nowadays, are we expecting this Armlet with a Deso? What Halberd? What are we looking for RLTW this game? Because he needs tempo, doesn't he?
Oh god, I mean, you need to go Armlet, 100%. But there is a consideration. You just have to go Maelstrom this game. You're playing versus Naga Siren. You need to be able to match core-to-core matchup at some point in the game, but might not work so well with their draft. So we'll see. I think maybe he ends up becoming more of this like utility Lifestealer kind of in a way for the Morphling to become the super carry. But yeah, already starting to fall pretty decently far behind inside laning start. And GH, he is starting to check, as we said, 4 minutes.
He's there.
There's GH. Has to check the runes, has to help out Miracle a bit there because he's falling behind. So Lorenoff will not get a refill on one of these water runes.
Oh, there's lots of tips coming out. Kuro having a bit of a battle with Immersion.
Ooh.
Bottom lane, though, mind control. He's all right. Mars slips away from the Naga. And that snap fire down bot.
Juke the cookie. I think if the cookie actually lands on him, he might die. Yeah, they cookied an illusion, landed right behind him. So he did the step forward to dodge it. It was a nice play from Mind Control.
Well done by him. And GH, I mean, he's not going to accomplish much here.
No, he can't.
He's just wandering around, and this is what we were saying, during that draft, we love to see this Tusk with the Lash Rank, the DP, the ranged heroes that utilize the tag team. But of course, they wanted this Mind Control Mars to set up team fights in that kind of period where the laning phase breaks down.
I'm a bit surprised that he didn't actually try doing, like, in the first pull wave, you hit level 2 on Tusk, and then you TP to the safe lane, and you just get a kill. Because Viper, very immobile hero, but if they start getting an advantage top, they're going to chain kill. And watch this.
Got the AA. Yeah, stuck it there. Immersion gets the stun into the Nether Toxin. And another one comes through for Afterlife. And is that earn charges for the Viper as well already?
Yep. I think you have to, honestly, I think you have to bring GH up here, or a +1 in order to try to set up to get ILTW to get a kill onto this slower hero like a Viper. 320 movement speed, if you get 3 heroes hitting him with tag team, he is going to die, but so far unable to get the foot, get their foot off. And Larnoff, he's going back to base, but he's level 6 already on Storm, so they can't actually set up for him anymore, where we might have seen a rotation if they did it earlier.
What do you think the goal is for Storm now at level 6? Is it sort of hide in jungle, play Fog and farm, or do you want to see him TP rotate to get kills?
I don't think he needs to rotate with the way that the lanes are going, right? I think this is a game where he can play his greed, go for his Orchid, and then he's the counter to the Morphling completely inside of the game. So I think Larnoff can just play the mid lane, clip the farm. If he sees a rotation like being forced, if they're diving too far into the other lane,
he'll go for it.
Sure, he can TP, but I think he should just play his own game, maximize as much as possible.
Yeah, it's definitely. Ancient Apparition is food for the Storm Spirit, and here's the move that you've been wanting for quite a while.
They need this.
GH. He's TP top, but Afterlife has already managed to dip away from any aggression Nigma was bringing. And now, Tusk is, TP top there. Mind Control's isolated down bottom.
They're going to try to get an aggro play onto him. Huge creep wave going under, too. They're trying to connect, pull it.
Ooh, they get a bit of it, and a catapult as well.
They get a little bit.
The 2 range creep's going to follow through.
Look at the split illusions there done by Dream, too, putting 2 illusions near the wave. I was wondering if he was going to go for the deny. Won't be able to get it. Mind Control. Up to level 5. Not bad for the Mars when he's been kind of left on an island.
Yeah. He's getting something there. And Storm Spirit is starting to play the Fog, as we've seen from Storms, kind of farming small camp, medium camp, getting himself back into the lane to stop the catapult wave from Morphling from hitting his tower too much. And
he's playing it very nice.
That's a nice vortex.
Oh, he missed
hey!
He misclicked?
Oh, miracle!
He was trying to shift down stick and shift back up, but did not do the math.
Well, you said the aggression from Larnoff, right? That vortex play back under that tower onto a miracle. Beautifully done by the Storm.
Oh boy, that's a big slip up. They can't have these mistakes this game.
He's top CS, he gets a kill on his counterpart, a solo kill. He's got a ton of gold, like rushing towards that Orchid. He's going to have it real fast. And now he's able to cut wave mid, farm up a camp, and accelerate even faster.
This is problems for sure for Nigma. Falling behind with this type of lineup is going to be very tough for them to recovering as they're countered in most of the actual matchups. It's going to be very reliant on Mind Control getting some Dream combos. So at least he's having a decent start. Net worth not so much, but his levels, right? Almost level 7 on the Mars, so he's going to be the big one to now bring them out of this very rough start for them.
Yeah, get them out of the rut.
GH. He's also potentially got some vision here. Larnoff, he's stick charges. He's going to be able to zip past it.
Yeah, he's fine. But yeah, you're right. I mean, in the second game up against Vici, it was very much down to Mind Control with those big arenas, setting up the Ice Blast, the combos they've got. GH, he's in the wrong neck of the woods. Radiant Triangle. He scouts an Ancient camp, but he's going to get caught up by Immersion and Afterlife here. I mean, he's tried to deny himself to the Ancients. Not successful, though. Nyx Assassin will take him out.
And Nyx is usually a hero that takes some time. Right? Your laning start isn't really the most amazing, but as the levels get online, this hero becomes one of the strongest supports in the game, and he's already having a great time. He's level 3, he's got Tranquil's Raindrop Windlace, he's going to be super active around the map.
See?
And Mind Control.
Yeah, he's okay. Well, I don't know. He's alive, I don't know if he's okay. He's having some struggles now.
They've already got Medallion on the Snapfire. Plus the minus armor from Riptide. This is a very tough lane for the Mars now at this point. Even if though he has this chainmail, the minus armor is very effective as they will get the catch.
Yeah, they will find that Snapfire. Pretty tanky hero, but still going to get blown through. Mind Control and GH also take down the courier with a Blade of Alacrity on it. So Dream losing out a bit of his tempo. And Storm Spirit try and get a bit of revenge here. Good attempt on the shards by GH, but Storm always able to close the gap back onto him. Well, that's the first kill for Nigma though. Yeah, up on the board. A bit of a morale boost at least for them.
And they get the Courier. Courier is a nice thing too. It's going to slow down that speed because the Naga Siren was getting pretty out of control. Yasha was on the horizon soon. Top.
LTW rages away. Immersion thinking about that Impale, but holds it, knowing he's not going to get any real follow through.
Other thing about the Nyx in these type of matchups as well is Nyx, as we said, slow to start, but especially versus a hero like Lifestealer. Always Lifestealer has been like the king versus Nyx Assassin. You don't care about anything he does. You rage and just hit him, but yeah, Immersion having a very good start here. 2-0-1, sapping experience.
Especially if you're the one making the first move, right? If you're on the back foot against Lifesteal, you're having a rough time. You're making that first move against AA, against Morphling. This Nyx Assassin, once he hits level 6 especially, could find some pretty nifty openings onto some of these squishier targets.
This could be a good move here from GH. If he's able to get on Afterlife, he's got the shards.
And he's trying for it up top. Afterlife, the Viper drop in, 3 heroes surround him, and 9 minutes in, almost 10 minutes in, they get that tri-lane move onto the Viper at long last. They do grab the haste rune for Lauren off top, as Nyx Assassin is TP down towards bottom. Miracle's going to force a ball lightning back into that creep wave. Not really a bother there for the Storm, though, as it looks like they want to set up for mind control.
Look at how fast that was. Immediately hides himself off of the mid lane and instantly ports bottom for a kill. No
Straight
hesitation.
down there. And they got the chain stuns onto him, and he's spent his arena. Mind control still going to spear up the Storm Spirit. Any backup? Nigma, where's my team? Mind control's left down here against 4 heroes. Didn't stand a chance.
I knew Lornoff was aggressive, but my god, instantly makes the rotation with the haste rune. Miracle is capitalizing off of it, though, hitting mid tower. GH also playing in the area in case anybody comes up. So Afterlife, he actually has to just let this one drop. So, you know, the move is good to at least punish mind control, but at the same time, they lose an early mid tower versus a Morphling.
Yeah, 10 minutes in that catapult wave. And they did swing 3 heroes back towards mid, thinking about trying to start a fight, but that leaves Immersion down on the low ground against the Morphling Tusk. Cookie to disengage. Waveform forward though, Miracle, he's hunting for a little bit more. They know Lornoff's low, the snowball towards the Snapfire will drag Miracle in towards that target instead, so they give up on the Nyx, get the snap.
Great moves from GH. Sitting around mid, just literally being patient, waiting for somebody to show up there, and he knows that he is the kill hero with his team. They're going to give Kuroki the lane. Level 6, we see the AA blast. It's already going to the base. Is Lornoff going to get killed by it? No, he'll be okay.
He'll be fine.
A nice try. Good attempt.
He'll delay his move out of the fountain a little bit. I mean, net worth-wise, looking like Morphling up at the top, Naga not too far behind. We've got a pretty tight grouping of heroes there. I think the surprising one for me is Lifesteal has managed to recover pretty tremendously out of that top lane.
And he is just rushing Maelstrom. He's not even going to go for armor, so he's going to try to counteract the Naga Siren, Kuroki.
Yeah, that's Immersion's level 6, right? Finds the AA, and he's got Urn charges on him. Kuro, he's got the infest save. RTW races across with the phase boots and the turnaround from GH. Good carapace, but Nyx Assassin, he's done for up there.
Nice team play coming out. They tip Kuro for baiting them in.
Making the calls. I'm baiting TP top. We'll turn this.
Help!
It does mean now, you know, the kind of natural movement for the Naga Siren. Ditch bot lane, move up the top for the tier 1. Claim some objectives as Gambit. Are Nigma ready to fight this? Are they going to bring the Mars top to start a battle here?
He can. There is a TP coming out from Viper down bottom already with the Storm too. Mind control might get caught off guard from this one here.
Oh, he's not expecting it.
No, he's not.
Dream gets the tower top, the zip in onto bottom lane is that Mars being caught out. He could,
my goodness.
Thought he could do a bit more damage to that tower, but with that Nether Toxin and Storm's damage, is substantial.
It's such quick movements coming out
straight
from them.
smoke.
Look, this instant smoke. I love man, Gambit is on fire right now with the way that they're making these early aggressive moves, really recognizing the style that they want to play with this early advantage that they have on the Storm, just making Lornoff get very involved and just letting Dream do his own thing, right? Just let this Naga play his own game.
Yeah, it feels like wherever Immersion is, there's action. Feels like the Nyx Assassin's the one making the go calls. Follow me, let's smoke, let's make these moves. Dream is left alone top though, which means Nigma snap into action onto him, and RTW out with a killing spree.
Good move from Nigma. And now the smoke from Gambit is just going to be wasted. Immersion's going to be able to scout out some information. Oh, Miracle.
Oh.
He's shifting down.
Can he get it? And what's Miracle at? 560. He's got a Fairy Fire. I don't know, man.
Oh, he's being safe. He knows.
Yeah.
They're waiting for the zip, too. They see the Storm walking over.
He's got the stun and the zip in. They've caught Miracle out.
Got him.
Chain stunned beautifully. Absolute perfection in from Gambit. And Storm, he's going to ball lightning himself away. So not even a chance to catch with a snowball or an arena.
Can they get Immersion, though, for it, perhaps?
I'll try. He's got Carapace and the arena there with a spear, but in come the kisses. The counter initiation from Gambit. They blow up the Tusk. Mind control. He's going to back himself up that ramp. Get to the safety of the staircase. But you need these arenas to be really landing and getting you kills right, because mind control's the main guy.
How much did he actually end up absorbing there? He absorbed the spear, he absorbed the damage from the punch. Just the Carapace alone absorbed pretty much everything there. If he didn't get it off at that exact moment, he's dead. They would at least get a return kill. But yeah, great Carapace from Immersion. Yeah, this is
a beautiful Nyx game.
Beautiful Nyx game for sure. And LTW, as we said, he's recovered, but every single one of these Arena of Bloods that don't connect, that's kind of just going to slow down the pace completely from Nigma. They need to have these successful, because if you look at the side of Gambit, they're not nearly as cooldown reliant.
That's a minute you're letting Naga farm, basically.
Yeah. But they got the Naga. That is the important thing.
Yeah.
The Dream did get picked up before all that started, which was a very big one that Nigma did need. Now another tower.
Yeah, Morphling down to bottom. He's got himself an ultimate orb. Just a recipe away from Manta now.
Exactly. Lornoff already has his Orchid, so this is the timing here for Gambit to keep looking for plays, keep looking for any type of aggression. Nigma knows this. Look how they're sitting behind. GH and Kuroki at the ready to protect Miracle.
Very, very defensive. Patiently wait behind your carry.
Yep.
And here comes Immersion again. Another go call. Follow me. I will lead you to kills and action. And he'll try and scout them out. He'll see GH. Do they have any sentries? There's no reveal.
It's on the far right.
Yes, further off to that side, so they go on the Morphling straight away. It's pretty tanky and a great snowball. Ice Blast, turn around, onto the Storm, blow him up.
Ooh.
The streak taken down. And Gambit not bringing the numbers this time. Immersion might even get cut apart here as the Mars angling towards him. And Immersion's out.
Just instant reaction from GH. If they maybe had stunned from the opener, I think Immersion, he wanted to get that little bit of extra damage. If they just stunned, perhaps they actually can get the follow-up for the kill, but yeah, just too quick there from GH. And now Manta's done. So that was your big move to make with the Orchid.
That was the window.
Can react, yep. And Kuroki being sneaky, getting deep wards down to see and be able to predict and, prepare yourself for these Orchid movements, having the Tusk in particular sitting behind that Morphling. They'll see these moves coming now.
Yeah, I mean, there has much been smoke after smoke from Gambit, so if you can spot one of those out, vision and intel important for Nigma here, as they do ready themselves around that bottom rune spot. Afterlife with boots of travel.
Yeah. Viper, super immobile hero. So you always want to be able to join to these fights as the map's going to start getting kind of split up.
Back onto the Nyx. They want to squish this bug and get the pest out of the game. They've blown up Immersion, but in comes the Storm. Looking for the Ancient Apparition. He's got heals. He's got saves from the Lifestealer. Kuro, he's barely dying, but it's taken Storm everything he's got to find the kill as BZZ. Taken out by RTW. And Nigma on the retreat now. A little Vortex onto the Tusk. GH under that damage from the Riptide and Nether Toxin. Now, 2 for 2, all things said and done. I mean, all the support's dead and all the cores running back to farm.
Man, I love active Dota. Mind Control able to farm during the meantime. He's got his blink. It was spotted, though. I believe that this courier actually did see the... this ward saw the courier coming out with it, so they should be aware that he does have Blink Dagger for the next ones, but some good aggressive moves from Nigma. Being able to punch back with this Manta-style Morphling. They're getting the Lifestealer completely back in the game, as you were mentioning earlier. Had a tough start, but he's 4-1. His Infest saves have been pretty top-notch so far.
Yeah, onto Kuroki every time as well, right? Because they're jumping the AA, that's your squishy target, the food for the Storm and the Nyx. So if RTW is ready and waiting for it, get straight into the Ancient Apparition. As BZZ, he's got a lot of work cut out for him as the position 5 this game against Kuro, and he's got a lot of de-warding to do. He's got to try and figure out what Nigma are up to.
Sneaky wards too, as we mentioned earlier. The one that you put deep past that tower, that's one that almost never gets de-warded. And the sentry, it's not going to catch it. The one that they placed down there, so.
Oh, hello! They find the next assassin under a sentry ward. Try to blow him up, and that's Morphling. Finding yet another kill.
Kuro, during the DPC, I think one of the things that we did critique a lot of the times was the vision. They'd be actually quite lackluster on vision. This game so far that I've seen, he's been really top-notch with them. Sneaky wards, sneaky sentries too, being placed down to be able to watch these Nyx's movements.
And it's all in the, like you say, the places that they need to be moving towards, or where they know that Gambit are going to be coming from. I mean, what's the next goal really here for Nigma? We're thinking about Roshan, or is it going to be aiming towards that Radiant Triangle area? Naga Siren, you're hunting for her?
I think you can still just hunt whoever you see on the map if they're not playing that force game where we were talking about with, like what the panel was saying too, where you shouldn't really see heroes on the map so much from Gambit if that's the style that they want to go for. So if Nigma sees anybody, I think they can just go for it. If they have the lanes in a good position, they can look for any type of fights with this big Mars AA combo. And that vision that they still have, they know exactly where all of Gambit is right now. They know that there's 3 or 4 heroes positioned around here. Immersion, he's going to sneak through Vendetta.
Any reveal?
Maybe this can get something done.
And sees GH. Immersion. And we're going to start on Mind Control here. He's thinking about it. Animation cancelling the stun.
He's so scared.
Miracle under a sentry ward as well. Invis Morphling. In comes the arena. Mind Control started off onto BZZ and they just blow up the Snapfire. Grandma's gone. Miracle just walks straight back out. Nigma, the speed at which they jump in, find that pick. But the question is going to be, next objective, what do they get from it? Is that another
camping.
kill?
They're just camping
They
right
want to get
outside
another
here.
kill from
Look
it.
at this.
Yeah, well, they're going to get some chain kills going. Snowball save beautifully done by the Tusk yet again to get mind control away from the Viper. Infest is going to allow him to stick around in bottom lane for the tier 2. I mean, Dream did get a tower mid and he's pushing out multiple waves, but Nigma, that tight 5-man unit, looking really strong.
11-11. They've completely evened it out, and Gambit not really knowing how to slow it down at all. They're going for the Kaya here onto the Storm Spirit next, but very squishy, very vulnerable now on all 3 cores. They can't actually show their face versus anything of Nigma unless they get the initiation cleanly from this Nyx Assassin, who's just... It's not happening.
Let's stay in bottom. Dream, he's songing.
Ooh, let's see if he can catch him.
He's setting up for it. 2 heroes caught up in it. Now, what's the follow-through going to be? The cookie, the stun, the Nyx Assassin gets speared back, but he still catches out mind control. There's that Ice Blast, clips on the Dream, but Ancient Apparition blown up.
Nicely done from Dream.
That's a statement of intent by Gambit, right? 5 heroes, song sets up. We're coming to clear you out of our jungle.
They got the D ward as well, too, which was important. That one ward was being pretty frustrating for them, and they're going to be able to claim their outpost back, which very important at this point in the game. So early that they would have lost it. Lornov definitely needs a BKB next item. I think this is going to be most appropriate. And I'm actually thinking maybe for Afterlife he might have wanted one too, but he's actually committed Atos. Oh. So he was going for the pipe build after bots, but going for Atos makes sense. You know, your versus like this Morph and Tusk, and even versus Mars can be pretty effective.
Keep them in that Nether Toxin.
Yep.
Maybe a nice little setup for the next stun.
I think that's the other thing too. They are lacking a little bit of catch in some situations where it can't just be immersion, because they'll walk in under a sentry and just die, and then they're missing a hero. So I do like that they at least have a secondary form, but definitely needs a BKB soon to be able to counteract versus the big Mars ult.
Oh, Miracle is Naga Siren now.
Yep, and they have a DD.
Oh, do they?
They do.
Into the Roche pit we go. Wondering what that next objective would be for Nigma. 21 minutes in, it's the big man.
So fast with the tag team with the Riptide too. It's gone.
It's dead.
They can't do anything about it.
Not a chance. Radiant scanned, but missed out on the Roche pit, I think, there. We saw the big green circle. So, yeah, he just grabbed up by Miracle, and they're jumping into high ground towards the triangle. There's the punch from GH. Kiss is going to land in onto MC, but RTW has the rage. Gets straight through the lava. Clears through the Nyx. And Miracle can just stand his ground and battle the illusions.
And he's about to have E-Blade. So now your supports who have been already proving to be pretty squishy, even more so versus this. And it's going to be tough for you to actually target and burst anybody, because that's not really what their draft does anymore. The Kisses, since it's a 5-position snap, it's only level 1. Their burst damage is quite lackluster now on the side of Gambit. Nigma, they'll kill anybody they go on every single time with this AA, with this combo.
So do you reckon the Naga Sirens, the insurance plan, is going to come to fruition here? Do they have enough time?
It's definitely looking a bit scary. The Morphling now being able to always turn into her as well too is problematic.
Oh, Lorenoff reckons he's so strong. See what he gets up to. Storm Spirit is back in Fountain, going to have to try and regroup there with the Snap and the Nyx Assassin, probably wanting to smoke across the map.
He's going to need a pretty explosive BKB timing. Like, once he gets BKB, he needs to get like 2 to 3 kills plus, and they need to get some massive map advantage, because they're really starting to fall behind right now.
Dream getting away from the spear. Arena from mind control, holding Naga inside. The Ice Blast, it comes through and clips the Naga, but in comes Nyx Assassin. Life Stealer there, munching away at her, and Dream's gone. Nigma holding onto their own triangle, while the rest of Gambit nowhere to be seen.
Dream's only died twice this game, but both deaths are so impactful. The positions that he's gotten caught off in from Nigma, he's nowhere near his team. They can't help him at all. So he's just dead to these type of aggressive plays, and it's a lot of time off the map for this Naga.
And GH just keeps on chasing Immersion here. Already spent the carapace, so that means Miracle is opened up for an adaptive strike. Immersion, he's popped his wand, trying to get into the fog and run away. GH gonna think twice about going any deeper.
I'm so strong, guys, I'm so strong.
Does have that blink dagger though.
And do we have the Mjolnir? Looks like ILTW is going the full counter build versus the Naga Siren, so really does feel that Nigma is in perfectly fine condition here. Only less than 1k gold behind, but that doesn't matter at all with the way that they've itemized, the way that they've played now too. This Morphling is by far the strongest hero on the map. And yeah, I think it's a lot of pressure now on Lorinov.
Yeah, what, 3 minutes? Over 3 minutes remaining on the Aegis of Morphling. So that's going to be tier 2 mid, maybe even the entirety of the top lane. And this smoke, if they get a couple of kills, the net really closes in around Gambit and shuts them out of the map, because they've been playing wide open map, and now it's going to get real tight here as GH will start the jump onto Viper with the spear. The Viper didn't stand a chance in his own high ground triangle as Immersion trapped in the shards. And they've got the dust, the reveal comes, and even an arena to secure the Nyx Assassin. Miracle, like you said, in that Naga form with these illusions, shredding through people so quickly.
Oh boy. They are unable to really make any type of initiating moves themselves at all now. Nigma having the double blink daggers, as we saw GH picking it up quite some moments ago when they catch the Naga down bottom. Now they can just start running over. Now they'll get perhaps my control at least. Okay.
Do get the Mars, but it leaves Lorinov needing to use the BKB defensively, and he's spent all his mana, so he can't even TP. It's on cooldown. BCC is going to be the target now. They go towards LTW. Kuroki doesn't have any stuns.
He's still getting chased. The Storm.
The Storm.
GH
oh, you're right. GH has got a punch.
Oh,
Miracle finishes him off, and Storm's first BKB seemed worthless. Dead for a minute now as well, and you've still got this Aegis for 2 minutes on Miracle. So what's that? Tier 2 mid? Control triangle. Think about the rest of the map for yourself.
Definitely control the triangle. Just sit on this high ground here. As now there's, man, it really just feels like there's nothing that poor Gambit can do anymore. They got these good timings early, but then nothing started to happen. Nigma just catching a couple kills off guard, catching the Naga Siren once or twice. Has been pretty massive for them, and it's just easier for them to initiate.
Yeah.
Immersion, how many times now have we seen him just like Vendetta running around? He can't actually go on anybody.
He gets dusted, Sentry, and he dies. Right, so, something the panel's brought up a couple of times is that ease of execution. Enigma, like we said, game 2 against Vici Gaming, pretty similar draft they had there, so they've already warmed up and practiced with this kind of lineup team fighting, whereas Gambit is much more nuanced how they want to, you're explaining the kind of wave pushing and splitting out the map.
It hasn't been able to happen. Nigma's just grouping up, always expecting the movements first, so they're catching these heroes when they're trying to do that sneaky wave clear, as Dream's Courier also gets taken out here.
Nothing on it, fortunately.
And, they actually do have the song here to try to catch.
Any vision? He can't see anyone until he walks straight in on top of the AA Morph. They'll try and jump the Kuro AA, but the Snowball save buys time as ILTW gets back onto Dream. Another strike onto the Lifestealer, but he's going to infest back into the Morphling. Aegis still in hand for about 45 seconds, so Morph wouldn't mind dying here, honestly. And that's it. Gambit have nothing left in the tank. They've spent everything. They get no kills. And Nigma just going to full hard reset and go again.
I can't believe they don't even get Kuroki. Again, just the double bailouts. I think the Infest plus the Snowballs time and time again. Nigma on point with these saves. And they don't have a good combo. This is the next point I actually was going to get to, is sometimes we see these Naga Sirens able to work so well because you have some like black hole, something like an egg on top or something like that. They have nothing. Their combo is pretty much just Nyx Assassin runs in and tries to stun.
And then Kisses on top, it's very delicate way they want to start these fights.
And it really feels like they have 2 5 positions now at this point because of how slow Immersion's game has gotten. They have a level 11 Snapfire, level 11 Nyx Assassin who can't really contribute too much big into the team fights in comparison.
And you were very clear when you talked about that Storm's BKB timing. Oh, hang on a second, Immersion's running forward again. They are desperately trying to start the fight wherever they can, but MC, BKB Spear, back onto the Nyx, and in comes the Ice Blast combo. Immersion, Carapace and Cookie get him a bit of distance away from Nigma. A turnaround from Gambit, maybe here onto Miracle. Ball lightning in, the arena comes, but Miracle's BKB'd up himself, turns into the Naga, they lose the Mars. Nyx buys back as well, but this Morphling, he's shredding him. There's not much Gambit can do against it. It's a good stun from Immersion, but the rest of them on the run. Dream has been left isolated yet again. Punched into the air, and GH brings it back down to the ground with a bang.
That is actually so crazy. So he's doing he turns into the illusions and then shifts into morph form so that they're ranged illusions. So he has these ranged morphlings. He has 4 morphlings in the fights.
Well, let's snowball back onto the snap as well. Oh, BZZ's gone. 3 heroes dead without buyback, and Nigma have taken an absolute stranglehold on this game now.
Did they even get it? Did they get at least 1 kill?
They got the Mars.
They got the Mars, but that's these BKBs just to get these 1 kills. This poor Storm Spirit can't actually get onto too many saves. It really is too many different defensive aspects on the side of Nigma that they're using beautifully. They really are. These Infest, these Snowballs have been on point. And now it's like you go for this aggressive move with the Nyx, and you're like, oh my god, wait, they both have BKB. The Morphling and the Mars have BKB, and there's a built-in rage on Lifestealer, so you can't do much of anything.
So we have to do something. We have to do something, but what can we do? Running limited on options right now.
I mean, Morphling versus Naga Siren, now it's just looking very Morph favored. If I ever see this matchup again, I'm probably just going to immediately side with the Morph too. You just turn into the Naga Siren and you have 4 Morphlings, and then you Manta, and then you have like 7 Morphlings.
So many Morphlings.
Well, 6, whatever, but still, it's a lot of Morphlings.
That's a hell of a lot.
Yeah. And now they've just continued to control this triangle during all this time too.
And I like what Mind Control is doing, right? Pushing out bot lane, making sure that Dream doesn't have easy access to like tier 2 mid or bottom lane. No way to get out and cut the waves.
Gambit's not being allowed to play the draft the way they want to at all anymore. Now the map is completely closed on them, where they want to be the ones actually in this position where they're the ones forcing the waves out without showing anything. It's actually just Nigma doing that themselves now.
That's like the worst place for Naga to be is in her own base.
Dude,
pushing out waves with illusions.
Look at these Morphling illusions. Look at them go. Top wave. All right, 3 Morphlings. Going to clear that one out in no time.
They're nutty. Look at the damage they do.
Yeah, it's actually pretty insane.
Is that like, I don't know, I'm thinking, like, is it worth buying Diffusal Blade on Morphling when you're up against the Naga Siren like this? Get even more damage out.
He doesn't need it.
No point in deviating from what works.
Yeah. Dream is getting out to the other side of the map, getting close to getting another item perhaps eventually, but it really feels like this, like the Viper in particular, Afterlife. His game has been just disappearing. He's been where he's been, right? Like, where's the Viper been?
I don't know.
After laning phase, he had this excellent game, but he's just a bots. He's a pipe, he's an Atos, but he's 3-2-3. He's part of 6 out of the 15 kills in the map.
Yeah, it feels like it comes back to that kind of 13 to 16, 17 minute window where the Nyx and the Storm are grouping up as a pair, and everyone else, again, you're playing wide open map, giving themselves up as targets for Nigma. Maybe if they'd gone as 4 or tried to group up a little bit more and left just the Naga alone, they could have got a bit more out of the map as Dream. Does have a bit of backup here around her. Nyx Assassin can help out, but the Arena Spear, Ice Blast going in onto Dream. The Song of the Siren not going to help you.
He's just dead.
Dead to Miracle with a double kill on the Morphling.
GH, as we said, one to watch this game. 19 of their kills are because of him so far. Yeah, he is 19 out of 23 kills. His Blink Dagger came super early too, and he literally has been reading the map perfectly so far this game. This Tusk on point, level 17, same level as his offlane Mars. Yeah,
he's all over the place in a good way.
Yeah.
Everywhere. Up in the faces of Gambit, and again, we make this move as Nigma, right? Straight down the mid lane, look for the tier 3.
And Miracle, he's got illusions, he's got mantas. Once the Naga comes up, he's going to have more illusions. This game has gotten to the impossible realms now.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, tier 3 barracks, they just cease to exist. Disappearing under that structural damage from Nigma, up towards the top tier 3 as well. And Gambit, well, they need to pull something out of the hat here. Something drastic has to happen to stop the onslaught, stop the bleeding. Kisses will delay this inevitable Rax push to kill the illusions. You're right, Fogged. They got him.
They got the illusions, but the Rax... Oh, it actually survives. 80 HP, okay. That feels bad. Kisses to kill some illusions.
And Roshan's alive, so it's kind of perfect timing for Nigma here. And, I mean, is this a move that Gambit want to make towards... Can they make it fast enough?
I mean, they're just going to have to try.
Roshan's already dead.
Oh, no.
They're moving across. There's dire
GH is already in position.
Yeah, you're right. He's going to get straight on top of them. Dodges the Rod of Atos too, and in comes Mind Control with the Arena Rebuke. Spear trying to aim onto the Viper. GH is silenced and netted though, so the Tusk will fall. But Age is already gathered up by Miracle, and a Song used defensively here, while Rage and BKB straight towards the Naga Siren, force out the Manta, any kind of illusions to play around with. But Dream's going to get chased down here. E-Blade, Spear misses, gets off a nice cookie as well. BZZ buys the space. As Dream, he does escape, but the cost is dear. And Kuroki's found BZZ.
He's trying to drag. He's trying to get to the wave. He wants to kill before they can actually push. Get that wave. Oh, he cookies backwards. Oh, he's going to
try to kill on Kuro. Scout Blast, no. Saved by the spear, and in comes the cavalry from Nigma.
He tried. It was a good effort.
Good idea, good plan. Not working out for him though.
Again, every time it's just they're getting jumped on. GH does eventually die this time, but he did his job. He gave all the information for his team to get the perfect jumps onto the heroes, and now into the base to finish off that Rax. That was 80 HP. Now there's an AC as well, an ILTW, and of course we didn't mention because it's been getting kind of quick, but he gets one of the better items versus Naga too. Cloak of Flames on Lifestealer, so
that's great.
They can just end this game. They're unlikely though.
They're on tier 4s, yeah. Alright, a glyph out from Gambit. Try and get the Snapfire alive, and she'll have kisses when she respawns. It's just a struggle to see what exactly Gambit can do to start a fight, extend a fight to the point at which they can get more than just one kill. Because Nigma have so much...
I mean, they're just ending it. They gotta do something.
They're gonna try. I mean, Miracle just on your throne.
He's killing the base.
He's just killing the throne. I mean, there's no glyph. There's nothing to save it. That game's over.
It's over.
Nigma take game 1 against Gambit. I mean, it's a good draft from Gambit, good attempt, but Nigma with a momentum from that victory against Vici Gaming, really showing this Mars AA in particular.
Yeah, the Mars AA and just the way that the Morph and the Tusk actually controlled the game was pretty beautiful. The read of the map is the biggest thing. I think the biggest moment for me really was that bottom fight where Orchid comes out for Storm. Manta's not finished on Morphling that. GH gets the snowball save. That kind of just sets the tempo, sets a huge opening for Nigma to pretty much just run away with the game. That plus catching Dream the one time, they shut down his entire net worth.
Like top of Roshan, then back in the dire triangle here. He found Dream a couple of times. And you mentioned the Storm Spirit needed that Orchid timing and the BKB timing to net himself 2 2, 3, 4 kills off the back of it. Wasn't able to do so. I mean, panel saying they like the draft from Gambit, so it's a good step forward. It's just that the fact that Nigma seemed the stronger team in this series anyway. But yeah, what do we expect from Gambit and Nigma in Game 2? The same kind of draft and aggression, or do you want to see Gambit speed things up a little bit?
I felt like Gambit's aggression was actually really, really good this game. I think just some crucial timings got messed up, right? The Nyx Assassin not getting that stun to cover versus that Orchid timing. Dream also getting caught while they're making a smoke movement at the same time. There's just a couple things there that really crumbled and Nigma took advantage of.
I think the panel's ready, so back to you, Rich.
Yeah, and it comes down to some of those crucial timings is really what we heard from Fogged. And I kind of want to break down just a little bit more what we saw from these two teams, because it did look like that initial advantage that Gambit maybe had from the draft. They had a really solid draft. They start off really well, but ultimately Nigma finds some of the cracks in their plans. All of a sudden, they completely take over that game, Lacoste.
Yeah, I think Dream... bit overextending a couple of times on Naga Siren, not playing with the team. Viper had a really good laning stage at the start. After the 10-minute mark, like Viper, nowhere to be seen. He just completely falls off. I think also lack of the defensive item on both of the supports. They didn't have any. They were trying to get a Force Staff. What they needed to do, like on paper, for what the lineup that they got is go in and out, because you have mana burn from the Diffusal Blade, you have mana burn from Nyx Assassin, both Lifestealer and the Morphling they don't like to play into. They needed to reset. They had the song, like the execution was also not on point. Multiple times Naga Siren song into pretty much nothing. There's no real follow-up. They needed to get the quick in and out, maybe buy back on 4 and 5, because there's like nothing they can do. This Morphling was completely popping off once he gets that E-Blade. He had timing on Manta style to get rid of those silences. It's just that Gambit kind of crumbled in this game. I would still, like, after how the game was played, I still preferred their draft.
Yeah, I think that's a very important thing to note. And as we look at some of these key moments in the game, you just heard it from Lacoste. You heard it from Fogged a little while ago as well. It really comes down to just a few of those openings that Gambit gives to Nigma. Nigma's able to take advantage of those mistakes and grab complete control of the game. Now, AUI, before we actually jumped into this game, you mentioned you wanted to really keep your eyes on GH. He was going to be someone that you were going to be paying attention to. What did you see from GH in this game?
No, I think GH is one of the reasons why Nigma's draft ended up working really well. I mean, honestly, there are two things I think that I thought about the draft poorly. One was that I think this Viper ended up being really hard to itemize and play against the Mars and the AA. So the combination of those two heroes, you can't really force that to reset the AA ulti because you're just in an arena. And you can't itemize how you want to with like a mechanism and like Glimmer and tank through the enemy team, because AA Blast just nullifies all of that. And on the other side, as you mentioned, like GH, he was just playing like a god. Every single time they tried to kill a key hero on Nigma, he was always there buying time. And I thought the fights were going to go where Nigma were the ones who would try to burst and reset. But because of the Tuskar, they were able to take like these slightly longer fights and get multiple rounds of spells off. He just made the game.
I think Nigma's general understanding what needs to be done has improved quite a lot. Like we see quite a lot of infest saves coming out from the Lifestealer when they try to go on a target. LTW did it multiple times in a row. Just some beautiful stuff. Also the itemization. Once again, they're not going for anything greedy, just standard stuff. Like that's what they won them the game 2 against Vici Gaming, and one more time in this one, Lifestealer going for that Maelstrom / Mjolnir, upgraded more damage against the illusions. There's some good stuff from Team Nigma.
Yeah, and also a lot of momentum now that they're going to be starting to grab here, especially if they manage to grab the next game. If you're just tuning in right now, do want you to keep in mind it's going to be all best of 2s here for this wild card. Only 2 of the teams going to make it out. Nigma's starting off with one of the harder matchups that they were going to have a little bit earlier today for the first series of the day against Vici. They managed to take the second game in that series, and now they managed to take the first here against Gambit. But Gambit already, I think, overperforming a little bit for what most people expected to see from them. Still not looking bad in this one either. It definitely wasn't free for Nigma. What do you want to see as far as tweaks go, AUI, when we actually do get into the second game for Gambit?
Well, I think Gambit's lineup, like in theory, it can be really good this game. But how you have to execute that line is basically like you have a lot more lane shove. Like it's a lineup I think Secret would win with because they're really good at like using their lane shove to control the map and get pickoffs and good team fights off that. The problem is that's something that you have to build up over time because like one of your players will shove a wave and that's reflecting your communication and teamwork that what this means for everyone in the game. They have to adjust their gameplay to that. They have 2 stand-ins and it's really hard to play like that.
Yeah, just not enough time.
Yeah, I would really like to see them just play a nice timing lineup. The game they won, they had Morphling Willow. You get the Morphling Willow, you get Blood Rage, you go win the game. It worked really well. They're really good players. They can pull this off. They can compete with anyone. But high execution, it's hard right now.
Yeah, you talk about some of those execution problems that you might run into, and ultimately, you have those 2 stand-ins. One of the things, AUI, that you brought up is like, okay, maybe these players have something to prove. Maybe they're going to get this resurgence, this honeymoon period, all these things that sometimes happen early on in a tournament. But then you go up against Nigma when they're looking like this as well. I mean, one of the other things that I heard Fog talking about was just Kuro and Vision throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah, if we talk about Vision, what SA Gambit needed to do is jump this Tusk, because he was the one just prolonging the team fight. So many snowball saves. Same goes for Infest. So they, you don't think about it that much, but Infest is actually an insane saving tool instead of just going in with the Infest bomb. And that's what they did. They just prolonged the team fights. The save potential was there. GH was popping off. Overall, very satisfied. Coming into this tournament, Nigma looked shaky, but man, they look crisp. Even after losing game 1 against Vici Gaming, it was still a very competitive game. So, they have this momentum as well. So I'm not really worried for them coming into the game number 2.
Yeah, it's starting to feel. You
can feel it.
Yeah, if you're sitting here as a fan of them as well, which we know there are definitely a lot of fans watching. After that last vote, it was 95% in favor of Team Nigma.
Chat is super smart. If you have any questions about mechanics or anything, just type it in chat. You'll get 6 different answers. Just pick one.
They'll all be correct.
Yeah, probably.
You're good.
That's how I've learned everything that I know. I mean, just think about it this way. If every single person in chat has 1 IQ, the cumulative IQ is 50,000.
That's a lot of IQ.
That's a lot of IQ. A little bit of NA math there.
That was quick math.
Yeah, that was very quick.
That
was
was
very quick
math indeed.
I just added up 1 multiple times, and we might see another 1 get added right now to the scorecard here for Team Nigma as they go up against Gambit. Again, the question is, what's going to change in this second game? Let's talk a little bit more about some of the things that some of the patterns that we started to see coming out from Team Nigma now that we've seen 3 games from them in a row.
Yeah, I think something important that Puppy talked about during the last major was hero pairings, how he tried to break up the certain hero pairings. I think for Team Nigma right now, what I'm seeing, and it's a small pattern, but AA plus something that can keep them in place. Mars 2 times in a row. Maybe you need to ban out one of these 2. Just try to split them up.
Yeah, just try to target the pairing instead of going that. It definitely.
You don't necessarily need to ban both of these heroes. It's just split them. Easy math. You ban one of these 2, 50% of the strat down the drain. Quick math. Yeah.
Really, really solid numbers there. Really solid numbers.
I agree, though. I think that AA is a problem. I think how Nigma plays, the reason why Gambit couldn't split up the map and try to make their plays is because they were just so quick on killing them. Anytime they saw something, AA and Tusker were there, and they just blew up a hero.
You brought that up the second you saw the AA as well.
Yeah, that hero's scary.
Yeah.
He ruins all my games in pubs, so...
Yeah. That was one of the first things I think you actually said when we started the draft off, just the AA is really going to change the entire course of this draft. So maybe that's something we will see as we get into the second game. Maybe the AA is going to get a little bit of attention. Also, though, Nyx was something that we talked about a little bit.
Maybe not the best Nyx performance. Late couple of times in the team fights. Overall, pretty much the same thinking as you go for AA, where carry players, they don't like to play against mana burn, against Invis heroes, something that can stun you off. So pretty much a similar concept for both of these heroes, and you might need to get rid of one of those. What was banned out in the first game? Was it Io?
Io for sure versus Nigma. I think every team always first bans that for them. I'm not sure on the other one. I will mention, though, for the next, I thought he was looking pretty decent in the early game, right?
He did.
And then GH he ruined his life. And then he put the fear into him. He couldn't go for the extra plays. Because I think there's a 5-minute time span where GH just outplayed him twice and then he ran in sentry and died. and now he's like all scared to make.
He's like he's in my head right now. What do I do? I can't land an Impale. Like there's 2 heroes here, Impale right in the middle. Yeah, it gets into your head.
3 times.
It's also, it is important to really remember the entire course of that game too, because like you said, Gambit, they look great in the draft. You even Lacoste, when we sat down on the panel, you're like, still like this draft even after the game.
Like
the execution that was missing.
Execution. They needed to be like quick in and out, get 1 pick off, and then reset, go in again. And they had the heroes to do so. Like you have pretty much the 2 best of pick off heroes in the game. You have Nyx Assassin, you have Storm Spirit. Pretty easy to set things up.
Yeah, but it was like a very clinical execution as well on the side of Team Nigma. You talk about getting inside of the opponent's head as well. When we enter that second game, now it's even scarier for Gambit. What are they going to be able to do? I think, it's a term that a lot of the analysts like to say time and time again, but I feel like we're in a situation here where they're going to be looking for just ease of execution in their draft.
Yeah, and ease of execution usually means like strong lanes into strong team fight. Because if you get these 2 things going, like honestly, usually your draft plays yourself. Like Nigma's lineup, they do have like okay lanes last game, and they have like a Mars, which makes them look like they have team fight. But the reason why they're able to execute is like how fast their supports and coordinate with their cores to move around the map. Like that's actually not that easy execution. I think they're just really good at playing that style.
For sure. And we will be seeing pretty soon here this second game and try to figure out who is going to be able to pull ahead. This is a lot of momentum.
It is, but I want to talk about something important, the style, Rich. You're as a fashion icon. What do you think? Sandals and the socks, how do you feel about it?
It's like,
if I go to a club, will they let me in? If I go to a fine restaurant, will they let me in?
You know what?
If it's not my restaurant.
A lot of people are going to get really angry and chat about this, but it's the age of the Crocs again. Crocs with socks.
Back.
Crocs with socks.
Crocs with socks.
Crocs with socks. That is the pinnacle of fashion right now for the summer. I am the proud owner of like 7 pairs of Crocs.
7 pairs. Yeah. What about swimming Crocs? Is that a thing?
Swimming Crocs?
Yeah, something like that you wear on a beach. Like if you don't like algae.
Why would you go to the beach now? There's a section on Twitch you can just go to. You don't have to go all the way to the beach.
Sure.
There's a digital beach now. So you don't have to wear Crocs.
You're too smart for me.
You don't have to wear Crocs or anything. Yeah, trust me. I've been doing my research. I've been gone for a year. I've had a lot of time.
Not for Dota, but for some other stuff.
For everything.
How long are your days, Rich? Like 30, 36 hours?
For me?
Yeah.
Yeah, around 32 hours. NA math, but around 32 hours. Yeah, it was actually the hardest thing about coming back to hosting that I completely forgot about
is working with us.
You,
yeah, in particular,
yeah, just you. No, jet lag. I'm just not used to it. I used to just never get jet lag. Knew what to do. I was sleeping like 14 hours a day when I got here. Just could not regulate my sleep at all, and I just forgot about that difficulty. And I wonder if for a lot of the players they feel that as well, because
they came here early. For me personally, they like around
and they had stuff
6-7
to
days.
But if you're not used to it, it gets you. Like I
because you forget.
Yeah, I forgot completely. I woke up. Apparently, I went to sleep. I sent our talent manager like some angry frogs on WhatsApp by accident. Like I was like sleepwalking or something.
Angry frogs.
No, I literally sent our manager like 4 angry Pepe emotes. It was crazy. I don't remember doing it. But
nothing will ever beat the Slacks mistake. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah, I remember. I love you message that he sent to our talent manager instead of his wife.
Yeah, we were half asleep, long day, and accidentally he meant to send the text message to his wife, and accidentally sent it to our talent manager, and he's just like, "I love you."
What did she say?
She was like,
just kind of confused.
She was kind of confused, but she was like, "Thank you, thank you. I'm glad I'm doing everything that But yeah, I feel like the jet lag was just something I completely forgot. And I didn't respect it. I just didn't come in with the respect that the jet lag needed. I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to do whatever the heck I want. I was watching Black Clover, chilling, falling asleep every 10 minutes, would wake up, be like, oh, I'm going to watch another episode. Fell into the cycle, and I wonder if any of the players are in the same place. The weird thing is, though, too, that you have to keep in mind, we started off right now, we have the wild card. So a lot of the teams, 2 days of crazy amount of games. Then we go into groups, but you got some of the teams like Alliance, for example. They don't play for another week. They could be walking around in their Crocs right now, doing whatever the heck they want. But I do wonder if that was something that some of the teams had to get readjusted to. It's like back to the old days.
It's much harder for teams than you, Rich, because you can sleep 14 hours, watch some TV
That's
shows.
the thing. They actually
movies.
have something
They
to
have,
do.
You know, there's a lot at stake here for them. For you, you know, just another tournament.
Yeah. I mean,
also, I think I figured you out. Like you love fame. You love being on camera, first of all, right?
Me?
Camera loves you. No way. No, but you're retired after Omega League. You just wanted a free cake.
That was why I did it?
Yeah.
You caught me. That
cake was good. It was Luigi cake.
Luigi
right?
cake? Yeah, Luigi cake. Well, let's see who's going to get the cake here at game number 2. This is something that we've been talking a lot about the meta and all of the, I don't know how many of the teams you really had a chance to talk to, but...
we had a couple of interviews in Southeast Asia. Didn't do interviews with Chinese players, but one thing I noticed, and a lot of players from Southeast Asia confirmed, especially Cuckoo in one of his interviews, where he said, like, the offlane, you can be more greedy. You don't necessarily have to move early on. Like, you just want to stay in the lane as long as possible. Be greedy. One of the reasons, I don't know if that's a thing AUI, but like play carry from the offlane, like a CK. I don't know if that's a thing. It's relatively popular in China and Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I saw XXS playing it. It looked really good. But I don't know if it's a thing.
Looked decent. I think I kind of like it because CK doesn't lose too many matchups, especially against the melee heroes. And there's some really good hero pairings. I like the one with the Dark Willow, like Bramble Maze, and then Reality Rift once again into the Bramble.
That is nice. I think teams have gone really good at like identifying what the heroes are good at and like pairing them to something to make up for the weaknesses, right? Like you have CK, maybe you have, as you said, like the Dark Willow, give up a bit more team fight because CK's not really offering that from the offlane. Oh, AA again, but Gambit stole it. Smart people.
That's one way to try to break up that duo, right?
I think it is. It is BZZ's most played hero. I think he likes that one. Or 623.
Pagna. BZZ, Pagna, definitely. That's why they brought him here. Maybe they're like, Pagna, no one's picking that hero. That hero is relatively strong, so let's bring in BZZ. He has this beautiful golden set, and he's the master of the hero. Maybe that's the reason.
I do want to ask you before I forget as well. You know how Kyle always like picks a catchphrase and he kind of sticks to it throughout like the
throughout the whole time. He creates his own meta.
Yeah. He's just like, you know, a great analyst once said, and he just quotes himself. He already has a catchphrase. He's been saying, "Control the armor, control the game." What do you think of his?
That's an old one.
It is, but it's his catchphrase again.
I mean,
how do you feel about it? Do you think that? Do you
high of expectations for him? So I'm like, whatever.
Do you think that he's right? Do you think it's time to bring that one back? Do you feel like in this current meta, it is control the armor, control the game?
This meta?
No.
No.
I just had to look at our casters. Fog laughed out loud, too loud. I can recognize that beautiful voice in the background. So yeah, well, we talked about the hero pairings. Once again, we see this Nyx Assassin, this time for Nigma, paired up with the Darkseer. Mind Control, the best Darkseer player in the world, and he enables Nyx Assassin to be more active, get the most out of the hero. We see also like TP rotations from Nyx Assassin once he gets possibly level 6, or just, okay, I love that.
They banned both the mid carries commonly being played this patch by Nigma, like the TA and the Morphling. I think that's pretty interesting.
Templar Assassin just feels so good. I've seen different builds on Templar Assassin, even skipping the Blink Dagger. I've seen, I believe, one safe lane Templar Assassin in Southeast Asia region, and it also looked pretty good.
TA was what everybody across the board was talking to me about when I first got here.
Yeah, you came here, teams like reached out to you. We better message Rich, give him like what we were playing. I think this hero's imbalanced. We got to give him something to talk about on panel.
Everybody was helping me out. Yeah, catching up with everybody. You know, Jack pulled me aside. TA. Just kept talking about it, and we have definitely seen it get banned quite a bit. But you said, right off the bat, the second that you saw Gambit make their pick, you said that you loved it. What do you love about it?
Did I say that?
You did.
I did. Okay, so, well, I mean, we discussed about both of these heroes after the first game with Nyx Assassin and Ancient Apparition, so it's very hard to, like, you can't even itemize against Ancient Apparition. Before, you could get a BKB. It goes through spell immunity in the last, 6 months, year, so nothing really to defend yourself, and they need some kind of a save. I would love to see a saving position 5 inside a Chronosphere. Maybe put Nix's. I don't think. Maybe they could potentially just play Nyx Assassin as a 5 on the offlane.
I don't know if I force that race. Maybe Shadow Demon.
That's what I'm getting. Like, just get a Shadow Demon, because the Shadow Demon like 5 doesn't feel too good. You still need some kind of a cast range.
I like Oracle here.
Bad.
I don't know if they're gonna ban. Is that Oracle ban actually? Someone
it's
help
Axe, isn't it?
That's
Axe?
Puck. That's Puck. No, from Gambit. Sorry.
Yeah, for Gambit.
I think that's a
Puck
Doom ban.
Wraith King. They're just covering the Faceless Void pick.
Is that Wraith King?
It is.
All right, my bad.
I think it should be Wraith King. I'm not sure if it is.
That looks like Wraith King to me. I can't tell what's next to it besides the Puck.
Okay.
On the left side.
It's Wraith King. Makes sense, you know.
But what's
it's a counter to Faceless Void. You don't care too much about the Chrono.
What's next to the Wraith King, though?
Well, that's a harder one. AOI, your turn.
Sorry, I spent that entire time.
Between IO and Wraith King.
I like the. Oh, do you guess? I was gonna Clockwork.
Okay.
Okay. I think I was gonna say I like Oracle.
He's cheated.
He cheated. Your reduction instantly gave it. He played it off.
One of us. I saw it with my eyes, guys. I think Oracle is really good for Nigma. They already have a lot of lane shove and darks here, and Nyx gives you a lot of control. Oracle actually does a decent amount of damage, and he's really good versus AA, because if you ulti someone who's AALT, the healing gets applied after the AALT. Worst case, even if you heal them a lot during AALT, they will just stay the same HP they were when you ulti them. It's a really good counter there.
They can't, like, they would definitely love to pick either Oracle
that's an Oracle
or
ban.
Enchantress.
They banned my idea. Enchantress. Oh no.
But then
Nigma.
you have Enchantress AA, which seems super weak. Like,
you mean Enchantress for Gambit?
For Gambit, yeah, because they don't have a dispel. I think they put themselves in a really bad spot.
I think that can actually work. That's a good idea. Yeah, but it is a bit weird, right? Ench
AA 2 supports very burst. Like, you can abuse that pretty much. Like, let's say you get the mid tiny, just keep killing one of those two easily.
Okay.
I think right now for Gambit, they need something that helps them get on top of whatever Nigma heroes are going to come, right? Like, I think Faceless Void, you can't play him for Chrono. It's 160 seconds. And he really wants to pair, like, last game, Nigma had the Mars and stuff, so they want, like, an offlaner and hopefully a 4 with a stun. Anytime you have, like, a lot of map threat, what it means is that the enemy team can also not push lanes as much. They'll have to rely on this Darkseer, because anytime you see someone, you just stun them and kill them with AOT. So I'd like to see that from the other two heroes.
Okay, on the side of Team Nigma, dipping into that reserve time a little bit here. What are you expecting to actually see for their pick?
I would love to see a save inside a Chronosphere. Like, you're putting yourself in a bad spot. If you don't get it, you still have a couple of options left in the pool, and then Faceless Void they need to have another hero that just jumps you. You have a saving potential coming out from the Darkseer. Eventually, like, if you get a mech before AA Blast or Nyx Assassin, just splitting the fight with the Carapace or a good stun. So I really wouldn't mind seeing the Shadow Demon.
Okay, so still coming back to that Shadow Demon.
Maybe Wyvern. I'm not a big fan of Wyvern in general. I think he's in a very bad spot, not enough damage, very cooldown dependent. That's a new hero, like this.
Chen.
And it's a Chen into AA.
When I played a lot of Chen, I actually didn't mind AA too much. I mean, like, it does have some really bad parts, obviously. But I think AA is generally weak against the summon heroes, right? Like, traditionally it's been like the sneaky summons, like Lycan, Nature's Prophet, Enchantress, Chen. Even though you counter the healing, Chen also counters, like, a lot of what AA wants to do. The other thing is, like, Chen has so much sustain that anytime you're pushing a tower, like, the hero that you want to burst down with AA will always be at full HP. And the AALT is not that fast, so you'll mech him before the AALT hits.
Nigma's having too much fun. I can see a couple of laughs. Like, what are they gonna do? We just pick Chen. They don't know how to counter it. This hero has not been played in a year.
I think this hero only got picked like 4 times in all the DPCs, and it went 2-2. Like, it wasn't too bad, but it was on like the bottom 7 heroes in terms of how much.
What do you even build on the hero these days?
Locket Mech, I assume, but like there's an AA, so I don't know if you want to do that. If it's against AA, I think you still go Locket Mech. But
what stars you're gonna get? Just Pipe against AA and Ancient Apparition? They have no damage if they decide actually to get these
for
items.
sure on Darkseer. I don't know whether it's before Pipe or not. Like some Mana Boot, Soul Ring, and you either get eggs or Pipe, and then the other one. Well, Nigma's draft is honestly wild. I'm just so fixated on the Chen pick because I thought this hero was unpickable right now, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, okay, this is... Wild is a pretty good descriptor for what Team Nigma's putting together right now.
Definitely unexpected. Seeing these 4 heroes being paired up together, they have a good combination. Let's say